What is up, everybody? Welcome in to PGL Astana here. We are Scriv and Neo, ready for the B stream. Excited to get into the games. Bright and early for us, but Counter-Strike always delivers, of course, any time of the day. Really looking forward to getting into things here.
Yeah, nice little 6 a.m. start for us just before as well. So bright and early is, yeah, an understatement, I think, for the ages. We got a little sunrise, though, to start the day. So that was actually very, very nice. And we're now looking forward to the Counter-Strike ahead. We've got a really, really cool tournament coming up as well. A lot of great teams. And all vying as well for some, you know, very important wins under their belts heading in towards that second half of the year, right? Of course, this major cycle is all but kind of concluded and the team's going to Cologne, but that second one of the year, Singapore at the end of the year, this is what a lot of these teams are fighting for. And there's one big thing as well. We get to see a new team lift the trophy. Vitality aren't here, so we actually get to see a new team pick up that trophy, which I'm really excited for, because this toss-up now of who is actually the best team at this tournament is really interesting. There's a lot of contenders. New look Falcons with Karrigan, right? We got this FURIA side, Molodor and home soil. We've got teams like G2 want to prove that they can get back to the level that they've been at. Same for PARIVISION, same for MOUZ, same for Spirit as well. So a lot of these teams, even throwing Aurora in there as well, can they get back to lifting a trophy? This for me feels like one of the tournaments of the year, in terms of we have got so many big names who all have the ability to lift the trophy. It's actually who's just going to be the most consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Astana really cementing itself as, you know, a fan favorite kind of event,
yes,
but also very quite prestigious quite quickly, you know, so an awful lot to play for. Great crowd, great location, everything for these teams. And also on your point, I think, to come at it from underneath, as it were, I think that we have a few teams in here that, yes, might be vying for the victory here, for that trophy, but also their fundamentals and things not going to be as sound as the Vitality. So there's a few teams in there that might be able to exploit some of the weaknesses of those teams that you've mentioned, you know, new look or struggling a little bit. So I think it could be a really interesting tournament with, hopefully, fingers crossed, some upsets, some dark horses making their way through. This, of course, the prize pool breakdown, an awful lot on offer for these guys. And as you mentioned, the VRS and the money factor is always going to be really important.
And of course, you know, with this, it's not only just, you know, just general prize money. It's also that club reward as well. Goes such a long way. So I'm really excited. 1.6 million in total is absolutely insane as well. So you can see, of course, why we've got so many of the the top teams here. And of course, this is how our Swiss bracket is going to look. Pretty simple stuff. You should all know how these Swiss brackets work by now. You go 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. You make it through. If you don't, you're gone. Simple as that. And we get to see as well where sometimes 1 or 2 upsets, and we've had this over the kind of when we do our major pick'ems, for example. 1 upset just completely throws these Swiss brackets off, and then by that point, then we can actually get some teams really slipping through and making their way into a playoff when seemingly on paper we wouldn't have expected. And that's what we're hoping with a tournament like this. You know, you got some slightly lesser down the pecking order sides who potentially could cause a couple of upsets here. Fisher College, that would be insane.
Indeed.
The first ever college team at a Tier 1 event would be absolutely mental. You got teams like Magix, who, when we get to cast them a little bit later, I'll go into all the details about them, but they're really, really cool team. K27 as well, for those who only really follow the Tier 1, you might not know just how good this K27 side is as well. And then you got teams for, you know, a bit of a soft spot for us. Monte, got 2 Brits on the side. We've got to back the boys, right? And maybe they might be, well, I guess hometown villains if they take down FURIA at the end of the day.
Well, that is true. That is true. This is your schedule, of course. The Stream A side of things will try and keep you updated if you are going to be, you know, main in the B stream, as it were. Got a few teams in here that you want to be catching. But ultimately, some great games over there. K27, yeah, is the one. I think some people might know them a little bit with this whole VRS rush, if you guys were into that at home. They were a team that were right at the top, and then when there were all those lands going on and who's going to make it and phase and this, that, and the other, they just weren't really entering any. So they dropped down and they dropped down and they dropped down. But at one point, we thought that they were going to be, you know, an unlikely major contender. This, the schedule that we are, of course, bothered about here on the B stream. We're on the first 2 games. Got Hans and Vince on those second 2 games as well. Get to see a bit of Spirit, get to see a bit of the MongolZ. But kicking things off with the G2 Fisher College game, I think is really going to be interesting. It's like, how realistic, how like optimistic do we want to be about it? I think it is going to be kind of a tough run for Fisher College for sure. But you never know. This is a team, the resources, the camaraderie behind them and whatnot, and they might quite easily get overlooked. At a tournament like this, there's a lot of teams, there's a lot of prep, and G2 will probably turn around and be like, hopefully our fundamental game is enough here. We'll watch a demo or 2. Okay, we get to take, okay, they like this map, or whatever it may be, but indeed, really, really could get competitive quick.
Yeah, I really like, you know, the kind of the story behind this as well. You know, they came in towards their kind of domestic qualifier at the time. A lot of teams were sort of busy elsewhere, and they got a really decent run. And they also proved that they can compete with a lot of the other kind of sort of more kind of tier 2 and tier 3 teams within the region. And look at where they are now. Like I said, first ever kind of college side to make it to a Tier 1 event, and potentially probably the first ever, maybe the only ever as well, right? The rarity of this. But there's a lot to like with this side. You've also got Alex, of course. You look towards the kind of the main port of firepower. You got Neelan, who's sort of the main port of kind of veterancy within the roster. Of course, got Korn on this right-hand side of your screen as well. I like this team. I think they're really cool. I'll kind of throw out, I've been kind of speaking and trying to get a few facts from the side. Now, first and foremost, Korn has mentioned to me he got a little bit ill yesterday. It's a bit of a flu game. MJ flu game is how he's put it, right? But
which I love that. I love that.
He's in good spirits. He's just getting a little bit sick yesterday. It's also his second time ever traveling out of the country. So he is very unused to the old jet lag. And a side who are very used to traveling on the flip side, of course, is none other than G2, who are a team who have a lot to prove at this tournament. This is a side with aspirations to go all the way and take home some silverware. It's just, again, can they find that level?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of something to talk about here. Do we maybe consider this team right at the top end of the dark horses, you know, not necessarily one that you expect to be taking the tournament, but could certainly compete for it? What version are we going to get of them? We have Heavy God in, who is, you know, a team that maybe, a player, sorry, that maybe stands head and shoulders above the rest of this squad in a way, you know, got a few eyeballs on him. Can he keep delivering? Is there space for him on, you know, different teams that are in transition periods? Maybe like a MOUZ stands out potentially.
Maybe even a Falcons, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So a lot of interesting takes on that player. But as a team, I think that G2 coming together in a nice way, decent unit. I don't know if I'm necessarily feeling super confident about the Hunter era, as it were. You know what I mean? I think that there's still a couple of pieces that are missing in this team, whether it's like the AWPing firepower even. So I'm not The biggest fan, but I think if it does come together, the roles make sense. I think they just lack a bit of that punch to compete with like the top 5 teams, to be fair. So it is obviously quite big asks.
I'm going to say, as we're rolling through the Veto as well, these graphics are sick. We've got Ancient and Inferno to start off as well. Of course, we have Dust to a Nuke Band, which doesn't really make that much of a kind of surprise for me. I like where we're kind of leaning here for this Fisher side. They are kind of not shying away from maps that potentially might be decent for G2 as well. You know, they want to kind of play in towards their strengths, and you got Mirage as that decider as well. So Ancient, Inferno, and Mirage is what we've got here for them. But and like I said, that is that Ancient for me, which I respect it in a way, but it's a map that, as we can see, G2, they're not bad on. They don't shy away from it themselves, but for Fisher College, this is a map that we are good on. We're playing to our strengths. That's where we're going to back ourselves. Inferno as well, on the flip side, not terrible for Fisher College, but of course, you've always got to take this with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Generally, when you look towards a lot of these statistics, they're against kind of lesser opposition, I think is probably the kind way of putting it. More sort of kind of like tier 2, tier 3 teams with North America, which already puts them at a bit of a step back in that sense. If we do get towards that Mirage, though, could be kind of exciting. I always throw it out when we get a Mirage in a Veto. It's a map that there is nothing new on. Everybody knows, everybody loves. Because of that, all it takes is 1 or 2 players to pop off, and you could end up being in a little bit of trouble. So that's where, if we're going to paint this optimistic picture, that's where we maybe lean, is like if they can squeeze it to a map 3, they might be able to just play in this raw, puggy form and hope that they can kind of lean on the likes of, you know, Alex to kind of pull them through in a lot of these aim duels, right? Or Crep always has some nice kind of moments here or there to kind of try and bail them out and whatnot. But generally speaking, you kind of brought it up, right? You know, how optimistic we want to be for this side. It's very difficult to paint a picture on where we see this Fisher College side win, but oh my god, I'd love it. It would be so fun.
Honestly, I like the sort of narrative commentator in me and all that kind of stuff, like obviously really wants it, but you know, you saw the flat odds there, pretty one-sided, and the game's not even like started yet, so we don't even have a taste of, are we going to get some competition, what to expect from Fisher College. It's like, you know, the more objective experts out there are a little less optimistic, I suppose, which is the way it needs to go.
But the heart, man.
Yeah, exactly,
says Fisher College.
Exactly. And I think we're all about that. You know, we love a bit of like the underdog story or whatever as Brits, I suppose. Bit of a classic, apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what we get. Maybe in the first sort of 10 rounds, and I think we can kind of revisit the idea.
It might be earlier than that.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We're immediately just covering our bases.
Let's set the bar at 5.
Okay.
And then we'll see.
And then we'll have a little temperature check.
Couple of gun rounds, a pistol round, a force spy. You know what I mean? We get, like, we always kind of say that first proper gun round, I always call it the litmus test, right? What is the side really got on offer? That's for me where I'm going to make a very early judgment call. If they just get absolutely destroyed.
Well, here's my sort of bet on like how this might work is that, you know, Fisher College come in, they've got a pistol prepared, it looks really good.
Yeah.
They win that.
Got like 1 or 2 pocket gun rounds.
Immediately get force bought on and just kind of, you know, really struggle to get back into the game. That's maybe how I see this one going. But like I say, man, you come into this LAN, you've got lots of travel. One of the benefits of being that sort of smaller team, new experiences, but a lot more time available.
Yeah.
I'm sure all their sort of coaching resources and everything, you know, behind the scenes, analysts, that kind of thing, if they have that, is going into this G2 matchup.
Yes.
Whereas G2 will have their sights set a little bit further. So you just have to be careful that you don't, you know, miss the woods for the trees kind of thing. They really do need to be careful of a matchup like this. It can screw you a little bit. You end up in, like, you know, the lower side of the Swiss. It's a long run back. You know, you have to bag those easy, quote-unquote, games when they do occur. So I can see it happening, and it does. You know, I think that's maybe in the vein why Fisher College have caught some attention, because domestically and their qualifier that they played in and Fragadelphia recently, you know, the nomenclature changes on that tournament. Frag 20, I believe it was.
Is it Block Turbo?
Yeah, right. It's been moving around, but ultimately they did very well there. And I think that's turned some heads by pulling off the upsets. So
I agree.
We'll see if they can keep that going, but it's just kind of a question of like how deep this rabbit hole goes. And generally speaking, we're pretty good at being able to see when it's going to stop. You know what I mean? When they finally run into a team. And I think starting the tournament against G2 as well, that's where it's tough. If you start against a Magic or a Huns or something like that, we might give you a bit more power to pull off that kind of a matchup. But this one is certainly a game that we expect to go the way of G2.
Yeah, let's be frank. The way we'll probably look at this for Fisher College, if you can make a map competitive, that's already a win in itself. If you can steal away a map, that's a huge win. The series, that's where we'll have to revisit that later down the line. But we are live. Seaside start, of course, for Fisher College here on Ancient as they're already looking towards heading Donut Way. They dive in towards Red Room, and that's where Nerds is there to meet them. He'll open up proceedings as Krepow hits the deck.
Yeah, lovely find. And of course, we didn't talk about it too much, but the newer addition, he's kind of settled in a little bit, but
yeah,
always going to keep our eye on Nerds. They've managed to get some control in behind A here, and a lot of trust from Hunter, to be honest, I suppose in his own ability in the end. So 3 versus 3, secured site and bomb plant, question mark. Can be a bit tough to get that plant down. It's going to need covering, and Alex does just that. Bomb goes down, Julie's still in play here, but losing manpower. Some Pius with a big headshot on his final bullet. It's all going to be onto Heavy God here. Taps on that bomb, but they are in such great positions and really playing it well. Fantastic communication that it's like, we're not going to dive in. Yeah, just really let him come to us, which he does, but I feel like the time is going to be so far ticked here that Thor really just has to stumble into this. Tap once again. He's not going to peek it. He knows only a couple of seconds in play here. May well go down, but Heavy God, no kit around, as you say. So Fisher College will take that pistol. Yeah, it was a very much an on-the-fly pistol call there as well, right? Because like initially we're looking towards Donut. The second they get spotted on a pixel angle, smoke goes down from G2, and then they actually dive in towards Red Room, and then they lose the initial fight, and then they're wrapping through, and they take that A-side control, but as kind of mid-rounding goes, that's not a terrible effort, really, and that's a nice way to start it off. Like we said, they might have a little bit of a pocket strat up their sleeve for the pistol, and now we've got to build upon it. And of course, it's going to be a force by back and response for G2. We get an M4 for Nerds, so a couple of MP9s, a couple of upgraded pistols around it as well. And see how they deal with it. They opt not to fight in for mid-control early. This gives Nerds the controller shelf. He'll get the first. But Thor there on the trade with the AK. And potentially that M4 can get recovered by Hunter too. Oh, it's a little messy from Hunter. Surely traded. Oh, no. Alex struggling, I think it's safe to say. You don't need me to tell you that. It's going to be Neelan all alone, but certainly those stage jitters, as it were. Yeah. Getting the better of you. But even then, I think if Hunter goes down, still a good-looking round, isn't it, really? There's still 2 more towards mid, essentially, to recover it. Something tells me Neelan, not long for the world here. Have you got to play on the angle? And Neelan just a look, but to lose his head nonetheless. Only Nerds dining towards mid. Hunter and Matty's left low, but still alive. Only the one casualty as a force buy goes. It's kind of as good as it gets, really, and I think it's a bit of a damning one for Fisher College. You can already see a couple of things that weren't the prettiest from Fisher College. I think first and foremost, you're on a better buy with a little bit more utility, but they actually opt to not take elbow control. They're a little bit scared. The smoke comes down, thrown from spawn. 2 players there in towards elbow, and they kind of freeze. Like, actually, no, we're not going to fight this. And they're like, oh, we're going to go late. We're going to go through the smoke. And that's always such a risk. And because, as well, they lost that elbow control, that smoke coming down from G2, it allows Nurse to swing it towards Shelf, but they were actually caught off guard by that. They should have been aware this is a possibility. They've taken mid. They are going to fight it on towards Shelf. But it all looked like it was a little bit surprising in that sense. And, well, as we can see, it did sort of catch them off. So a very good response to get here from G2 for Fisher College. Big wake-up call, but of course, in that round, you got one, you know, only the 1 kill that you've got, no bomb plant. You're just going to really struggle buy-wise in towards the next. And you're kind of forced into forcing as well. You're in double eco territory, so you have to just bring whatever you can to the table. It's not going to be a pretty buy from Fisher College. The G2 should be getting a second here, and a nice little springboard to start off this first map. Brief tech, I think. Yeah, but we are back into the action as we hear the time ticking down. So they will indeed go for it. We call this a bit of a deco. They've angled into that, I think. Well, no, I don't think it's deco because I'm not ecoing. It's just a full buy. True. It's true. But I want to try and bring that back. Yeah. As a phrase. If they've got money left over, then a deco, sure. But this is. I've crowbarred it in. Yeah, the fullest of full buys. Ooh, but Korn makes it sting. Yeah. Regardless, you've got that hand cannon. You've got that one-shot capability in the right hands. Nerd's pushing forwards. He needs kind of bailing out some players to help him here with that retreat. And Krepow's managed to find the AK. So not only an isolated kill, but an isolated gun. Really big deal. Bomb taking a bail, looking to move towards A. Big gap in middle. Very, very abusable if they find that. So this is developing into a pretty good round for Fisher College, in all honesty. Lovely from G2, info gather.
Yeah, it's a nice move here. They've got a pretty good read of what's going on. You start pushing through shelf. You actually should get in the backlines here, but they actually could play a bit of time here. No, they just go for the kill immediately. Krepow will fall. Hunter's here in good timing, but he'll get one before he then gets traded. They should be able to get a bomb plant here.
Very, very aggressive faces here. I think it is safe to say Nerds will capitalize eventually. Now Korn left in the clutch. He can't get it done. Overwhelmed from both sides. It's very close for a moment. Thankfully, Nerds is on it. A couple of his teammates, I would say, overzealous. But they managed to get in there. Quick retake move, I suppose, like denying positional advantage for Fisher College in the end there.
And it's probably worth mentioning, like, as a force buy goes, where they can't really bring a lot to the table, essentially just upgrade a pistol is as good as it gets. 3 kills in a bomb plant, that is not bad at all. I think many a player will be very, very happy with, you know, what they've come out with for that. Yes, it's not the round itself, but you'll take those small silver linings. Those opportunities, and it is showing to us that slowly but surely we're starting to warm up a little bit. The aim's looking a bit sharp. Nice couple of shots from Korn. Always good to see. But it is G2 who take that lead and should extend it to a 2-round buffer at a 3-1 scoreline. Not really that big of a buy here. They might just go for a straight dive towards A.
Molotov in the way. Always going to be helpful. Looking good. Oh my, Hunter on the eco ace. That comes really fast, even for the eco frags, honestly.
You take those.
It's like 2 at once, it felt like.
That nade was lovely as well. Yeah, you take those.
Very quick. So far, this is our temperature check round 5.
This is
not going so well for Fisher College. And it is, like I said, they had a pistol strat.
Yep.
Just about pulled it off.
They got force
Yeah, not looking so good since
The prophecy is coming true right now.
They have struggled with the econ, of course.
Yes.
So this is kind of the big tell. They also hard ecoed that one, even though they got a bomb plant. So really, really, really playing into this rifle round here. And pulled out the AWP, which, given the fact they got force bought on, is not often something you go for. That is max damage on the nade, though. Oh, the follow-up spam. From bad to worse. Fisher College, a man down already, and these players licking their wounds, not looking good at all.
Yeah, this is the round, right? This is that litmus test that we were talking about. And, well, it's not started well. Heavygot going to find one more as well, but Korn on the trade. He'll drop some Pious. Still, numbers advantage G2, as well as the health, as Korn and Nealon are both taking chips away from their health bar without initial HG. They're not going to clear the close corner. Nerds could get in behind 2 here. Matty's has fallen in towards cave. They've just not considered this possibility. Korn keeping eyes trained, but he's looking towards the jump up and towards shelf. He's not looking for this close cubby.
It's just slightly in the wrong place. Nealon's got a molly, and I feel like Korn is suspicious of someone around this corner, or indeed playing the jump up. But if they got that molly down, I think it would just give them a bit more safety. But Nealon is in the wrong spot. So Util's fallen in the wrong hands. They were correct.
Yeah.
That something was going to come from there eventually.
I gotta say as well, I love the freeze call. In a spot like this, we're not 100% sure of what information we got to play off. Let's see if they come to us. Pump the brakes, see what the reaction is, and it works quite well. The question is now, how does Hunter start to activate?
Good smoke, but Heavygot moves well. Big Nealon here. I mean, you'd say the experience, but can he get it done against G2? 1 versus 2 with the bomb going down, and he's not considering the flank at all. They feel like they've cut off that flank potentially. It will start to check in, get some space here. And now a lot to work with. So the flank itself nullified. And they're moving very, very slowly. They do have kits available, of course, but still moving really slowly. Info gathered on Heavygot, and the frag comes in nice and easy. Tap on the bomb. Hunter gets off it. Not a lot of time here. A rush forwards from Neelan.
Well played.
And indeed, Hunter has unfortunately kept his cool. Neelan is not. And they will get that clutch up. It's tough for Fisher College. There's inches here, but just not enough to take rounds.
And yeah, and you know, not a bad kind of showing as well, because they lose the initial, you know, it's like a HE that comes over, max damage nade as well, really good. It tags up 4 people in total, right? Then you get the spam from Matties through the wood to kill Thor to open up proceedings. So you're already on the back foot immediately. To get yourself into a 1 versus 1 like that is actually a bit of a showing that there is still something in the locker, but even still, G2, they've got a little bit more of that kind of class about them, a little bit more of that crispness. That does make, of course, a big difference. We are in a brief tech pause here. I think it looked like in the previous one that it was some Pyres, like at least they were around as PC, but not too sure.
Yeah. Can't say for sure. I'll let you know if we get any updates on it, but at the moment, it doesn't seem to be their problem. Nobody on that side.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Is necessarily moving.
Oh. Never mind.
No typing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No talking.
I suppose that's a fair thing I've never really thought about. I guess it's just any kind of comms to do with the game in general, not really allowed.
Yeah.
In a tech pause, makes sense.
I guess bar explaining what it is, I guess, for probably all you can really get away with.
I mean, even then, he might have been doing that.
Yeah.
You know, it might just be a bit of a blanket.
Yeah.
No
Keep it
talking at
zipped.
all, yeah. Unless it's to an admin kind of thing.
Well, while we've got a tech pause, should I run through some of my fun facts? From the Fisher boys, right?
Side, yeah.
So here you go. This is what Tommy Corner has told me, right? So he's just finished his last semester at Fisher, of course, and he's missed his graduation to play this event. So talk about dedication,
respect
to the craft as well. Really loves to see that, and of course here he is. We'll save some of those other little tidbits for later down the line, but we are back live. Round number 6. It's a 4-1 start for G2. All sort of going to plan. It's worth mentioning that a couple of these rounds are maybe a little bit closer than initially anticipated, especially on paper. Like Fisher are showing there's still a bit of punch behind them, but to get these rounds over the line, it takes something a little bit extra that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we can be a little patronizing in a sense and say that it's like, okay, Fisher College is actually a lot to work from there, you know, when you go and watch the game back, but they want to be winning rounds. Nerds has other ideas. He's looked particularly sharp so far. He will take 2 like it's absolutely nothing. The hot knife through butter in towards middle, and he'll leave just 3 for Fisher College. They're contacting in here towards A, little boost up. I wouldn't be surprised if we got the freeze call. Pretty good positions all round to work from, but again, not quite able to convert the kills. Corn will come out, nading a MAC-10. He does have that bomb. Small upgrade for him as well, but a big old gap with no smoke towards the donut. Goes looking for a bit more. Some Pius will take him down as that AWP gets on the board for G2. 5-1. That's our first bad sign. That was very, very dominant for them there.
Yeah, we said we do a bit of a vibe check as well after like 5 rounds and 7 sort of, and then 10. And well, the first 2 checks aren't looking too good for Fisher College. This is their map pick. It's one of their more comfortable ones in the pool as well. And all isn't going to plan. And we did mention that G2 don't mind this map, and it's showing exactly just how strong that they can be. 5-1. We go back into a lesser buy for this T side. Neelan, the only one who can really bring a rifle of any sort to the table, and it is a Galil. So good pistols alongside. He's going to move towards B, though. He's going with a decent amount of pace behind him. They've actually just going to go for a raw contact play here. Crep out, first to fall. Heavy God looks for more, and he'll find it. A second from him, 2 from Matties, as they lock down that B site. Closed. And it's Alex with it all to do. A lot required from him, and he can't find a thing. Matties sees it off of his 3rd of the round. And that low buy put to bed very simply as G2 finds 6. Now they've locked themselves into a spot where it's worst case scenario, tied game at the half. You're 5 rounds ahead of Fisher College. You've really not got this T-side going. Doing a really, really good spot at the moment.
Yeah. Big returns as well on the previous rounds. Looking very, very good, I think, as they managed to find themselves a lot of money.
Yeah.
To be honest. So, yeah, could be very, very problematic for Fisher College if they just can't even bring that down.
Yeah, I mean, look at his finances now. Full buys, and Matty's got just shy of 10K.
Couple AKs in there.
Yeah, some Pius is on 8.5 with an AWP in his back pocket. Like, it's already a really good spot to be in. You can kind of see where this timeout comes through. And now, after having this timeout, we look towards Fisher College and say, right, the initial vibe checks haven't gone to plan. This is it, right? You've had a moment to take a breather, take a step back. What have we learned from the opening 7 rounds of play? Can we find our second on the board to give us a little bit of a look in here? Or is it going to continue to be plain sailing for G2?
Well, they try and go back to a default round here with heavy mid control. Obviously very popular on this map. You can see why. Goes well for the CT side. They all come together. 4 crunching towards mid from different kinds of areas.
Wow.
And the trades are quick. Effective. Thor tries to get in before the smoke, and he does. Fair shot to him. But he also takes one in the dome himself, able to survive it on 20 HP, but it's that bomb. Been discovered now outside of B. Long time to go here, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get anything done, and might even just contemplate saving the AWP. He's got a Tech 9 in the back pocket as well.
Question is, where do you save?
Yeah, can he actually do it?
Because the standard saving position dangerously close to the bomb itself. So, yeah, really difficult one. In towards Red Room for now. He's got 50 seconds to try and keep this AWP afloat. And the awkward thing about it is just to buy around it's going to be a little bit funky. Of course, they heavily invest in towards this round. They do have max loss, so it does mean there is a bit of finances to work with, but this is still such a tough ask. And they're both just shelled up on top of the C4. It's the right way for some Pius and Matty's to play this. You could go searching for information, but that leaves you the possibility of being isolated. They're going to stick together and hope they can trade. And credit to him, Thor, he's given it a look. He should be dead to rights in a second than he is. Matty's will see it off with his third of the round.
Yeah.
And that is G2. Guaranteed lead now, heading in towards that second half. They're in a great spot.
Which, again, is just kind of a sign of, like, keeping everything together, I think, for the side of Fisher College. They don't want to add in any more random variables in the sense of, like, how do we work our econ around a player that's saving? Do they have those little set rounds that you can have sometimes with a saved AK or a saved AWP, as it would have been, of course, to try and facilitate those guns, and perhaps not for Fisher College. So it's, you know, the old acronym, keep it simple, stupid, or stupid, simple, depending on which way around you like going. But indeed, just not trying to add anything too fancy, as it were, to the mixture for G2. Business as usual.
Yeah.
No mishaps just yet.
Yeah, no mishaps, no complaints. Swing coming through. Ooh, a little laboured, but Matty's and Nerds are still going to make use of what they can. They're looking for a little bit more as Nerds delivers a second, and he will just take a step back. Flash in response back over to try and force G2 away, but they've already put themselves in a fantastic spot. And Nerds and Heavy God combined too close. G2, they are making light work at the moment. This feels like a DM, and unfortunately, Fisher College aren't really able to mechanically keep up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things, man. I think we saw them in the earlier rounds that came a bit close and whatnot. G2 with some overfaces and, you know, feeling slightly more confident and just toning that back a little bit. That it's like, okay, they can shoot back. And it's great to see for the, you know, life of the game that ultimately, mechanically, everybody is not too far away from their counterparts, but it is just that teamwork, that trading, and that extra kind of level that players like Nerds have been able to bring here. Heavy God and Hunter as well, really starting to show that. It's a bit of a rinse and repeat. Feel like we've seen this round before. Heavy God, though, goes pushing down the ramp. There's no contingency to deal with him. It's also only one player spotted. Does he have a teammate? And indeed, he was slightly backed up. So really well read here from G2. They've got 4 towards the B side for now. Starting to rotate them off, but they're just looking so good. And yeah, well, spoke about the mechanics. There have been a couple of missed opportunities here for some of the individuals. Maybe acclimatizing to the land setting, you might say. A few nerves and a bit of tightness in the forearm, so to say.
Small little tidbit there as well is that Thor initially got boosted up by Neelan. He gets flashed and he doesn't realize that he falls off the boost. So they have to kind of faff around and get him back up. But he's in transition as he's moving towards the boost. And that's where Heavy God pushes forward. If he was actually still on that boost, Heavy God wouldn't have been able to push ramp. There's small little mistakes like that. I just seem to compile and make life difficult for Fisher. That's a great move from Nerds and a great shot from Sampayas. His second of this round is so damn sharp and leaves Alex all alone. 1 versus 5. Absolutely no chance in hell for him. 25 seconds on the clock. It's Sampayas to close. And what a round he's had. That second shot in particular was immaculate.
Another timeout to come through. Once again, from the Fisher College. I think he's trying to convert around, you know. Let's start there.
Yeah.
But it has gone from bad and, you know, tough rounds. Ooh, that was close to now just worse. You know what I mean? They're really not getting a look in any of these situations. G2, as we might say, have got the download. And I think they're able to really start playing them off the server now. It's going to be a low buy decision here as well for Fisher College. So all the chips into that last round of the half to just try and convert a rifle round if they can.
Yeah. Just give themselves something. Save a little face, cosmetic comeback. These are all these buzzwords we like to throw out. But it already potentially feels like a toss too tall for this T side. We'll see. We're going quick towards A. We're going with pace as well on Sampayas. He'll be the first there to meet them, and it's not exactly a welcome in towards the site as he gets 2.
But you don't have a flash for that angle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like things like that. I think there was a flash that came over for the site, but it didn't really do anything to Sampayas. He's not thrown off in the slightest, you know? That's, like you say, a bit of a DM server for him. The shooting gallery, we had Hunter come through a smoke as well off the back of a flash, looking very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just all slotting into place nicely here, which is a shame. We tried our best to get the, you know, the manifestation out there and all that. I was, visualizing the Fisher College comeback or all that kind of stuff.
Like an F1 driver.
If you believe in it, yeah.
How am I going to commentate
The
this?
visualization's kind of crazy, actually. I don't know about, like, manifesting with rocks and stuff. I'm not really sure about that, but unfortunately, it didn't work here. Fisher College.
Amethyst Stone told me Fisher College were taking a map today. So.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself, mate. My Amethyst and Jade that I, what do they call it? Like recharging under the moonlight or something?
Yeah, damn. I mean, it goes pretty deep. If that's your thing, that's fine.
Yeah, crack on. Not for me, though.
No. And not here. You know, I think Fisher College going to need a big, weighty miracle to get back into this game.
Divine intervention, to be completely frank. Get a second to see off this half. Get a strong start in towards the second half. Pistol forced by behind it. That's where you can start to build a bit of a narrative, but it's a big ask, and we'll see how it pays off. But an opening start which isn't pretty in a matter of mere moments. The round is put to bed, and so is the half. 11-1 by G2. An absolute statement. Yes, they may not be playing at 100%, but even their 80% is enough. They're semi-coasting. They're taking quite puggy fights as well. They're not really calling extremely detailed as they probably would call against a side like a Falcons or an Aurora or a Spirit, etc. But it's still enough, right? They're mechanically so much sharper at the moment, and unfortunately, Fisher College are just unable to scratch the surface. They got 1 round. They started off with a pistol that was very loose and nearly slipped away from them, and everything else has gone the way of G2.
Yeah, and it just took a, you know, it's quite nice to see like the slow build-up from G2. We had some closer rounds. Ooh, maybe a Fisher College can just get it right the next time, but then it just suddenly got very, very dominant, and they were able to figure the game out.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately, as we've said, start hitting their shots. So it's a bit of a shame for Fisher College. I think really would have been nice to just see them convert, you know, that 1v2 clutch or that post plant after their little force buy and everything, but short-lived. We shall have to see here if things change into the second half pistol or if it's going to be over nice and quick here for G2 into their map pick next as well. So All signs pointing towards a swift 2-0, to be honest with you. No way that we can really beat around that bush. But I do, you know, no bias here. I got a little finger crossed for Fisher College. They've maybe let me down immediately, though. Crepal going to get taken out instantaneously. That A bomb site is going to fall because we've got plenty of smokes here for G2 to work around.
Yeah, nice bit of util set as well. Molly for the run out in towards Temple. Smoke deep for them to work with. Immediate plant, post-plant setup, and a really difficult one to try and fathom. Thor needs to be a little bit crisper on towards Matties. Takes him a few bullets to finally get that kill, and which time some bias can trade. Numbers advantage, 4 versus 3 here. This is difficult. Alex got to hit a couple of sharp shots, and Heavy got to find the first. Alex eventually gets his, but it may be too little too late. He's being flanked.
He is. They're in very weird positions here, but I think in doing this flank, they've dropped that kit in a super difficult spot to get it back. So just not really looking good. As you hear, this timer is going and going, and that might just be the round, of course. Nertz playing with his food slightly here as he moves in slowly, and he does not get the kill. So rare fumble from Nertz, it feels like, in this game, but all the same, G2 going to be able to take that pistol. And I think that will be the beginning of the end here, folks. Fisher College trying to get off the ground, trying to just have something to work with and convert, but it's not looking good here. So G2, it's not 13-0, but it's certainly going to feel like it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's a little labored in terms of some of the shots, but I think ultimately, where we're at the moment, I think G2, they've just got a little bit more class about them. This potentially could be it. No shocker, of course, you get that force out from Fisher to try and stay alive. Is there anything left in the locker? They've gambled towards that B site, and it's a gamble that might not pay off as well, because it looks like the pack want to head to A.
It will be Neelan, who has the strongest weapon of the round for Fisher College. See what he's able to find here. Molotov comes in, that forced him out into the open and nothing happening for him. Heavy rotation across from B here, but unfortunately not looking too good. To save the map, Fisher College going to have to mount this retake here. We'll see if the practice is going to pay off. They get a smoke out towards main. They will start moving in. Flash is a little shaky, but trades are good. It's all down to the 2 versus 1, but unfortunately not able to get there in the end. And they will indeed take it 13-1. Super one-sided stuff from G2. Unfortunately, as you said, head versus heart. Yeah. I think logically it's what we expected.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate thing as well. It starts okay. You get that pistol, and there was like a pocket of belief for just a moment of, please, go on, give us something here. But unfortunately not to be. And it felt like with this Veto as well, that was the map. That was going to be it, right? If we're going to get a bit of a closer one, if we're going to get a bit of a competition, it would come through from Ancient, and it just wasn't to be. G2 showed a lot of class there as well. A really, really nice showing from them. They lose the opening round, and then they just get 13 in a row. And that is a real kind of sign of potentially, you know, the expectations of G2 in towards this tournament. You know, this is a side that never want to really have any hiccups. So want to make sure that we can find some clean Counter-Strike and start this tournament off strong. But that's a real statement. Fisher College, we weren't too sure what to expect. We know they're definitely, you know, the little team that could, a bit of an underdog, and I'd like to say, but a golfing class, unfortunately, towards the first map.
Yeah, which is, you know, classically, it's like the American baseball movie or whatever that they're trying to get through. Maybe this could be that moment of, like, you get destroyed by the favorite team to begin with, and now you got to win, you know, the next 2 maps in a row, and it's going to be a really hard comeback. But unfortunately, based on what we've seen, the game of Counter-Strike is maybe a bit harsher. You know, the individuals look at the kill counts, look at those KDs, you know, even the players at the bottom look really good. So it's a team effort from G2 ultimately, and something I think we saw Nertz in particular. He was the key player for me, just because some of those closer rounds, he was the guy that was finding 2 or 3 to get them back into it, and then the rest of the team kind of just picked up the slack once the momentum got going. But yeah, really one-sided stuff, unfortunately, and not too much that Fisher College can really do about that. Really would have been nice to see them find a rifle round or something like that on their pick, but now we have the Inferno, which is this map that, you know, similar to the Mirage, it can indeed be very, very samey at all levels, but I just think that there is still going to be this gap of like the tactical, the push and pull, you know, all these things that we talk about on Inferno, that Fisher College might just struggle against that sort of nuance that G2 are going to be able to bring.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right as well. We'll have to see kind of generally how things pan out here in towards this Inferno. I would love to see a little bit of something, right? That's, of course, what we're hoping for. Get this Fisher College side, you know, into a position where at least making a map competitive. Of course, it's not an easy start, and there probably will be maps later down kind of this Swiss stage, you know, and maybe like if they do get in towards the 0-1 and they get a little bit of a favorable draw there, or maybe even like the 0-2 if things go bad, right, where they can get an opportunity. But to start off here against G2, it's a rough draw and it's a rough start in towards this series. We're going to head to a break in just a second. When we are back, we got that G2 pick of Inferno up next to look if they can go 2-0 in this series. Most likely will be the case, but do Fisher College have anything left in the tank for this series? We'll have to find out after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I got a bag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
This is going to be a very special interview for me personally because I've got Alex with me who comes from Fisher College right now, but I knew this guy back when we were doing a gaming reality TV show of Counter-Strike 8 years ago that did land yourself on a position to join Fnatic Academy back then. It's been a wild journey for you, so now you're still trying to make it, you've still got a passion and motivation for the game. But just explain to maybe the viewers who haven't seen you before, haven't known you from those times, like a brief overview of the journey you've taken as a player, because it's not a normal one that most players go through.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest way I can explain it is, as you said, it started out in Gamers, and when we won the show, my team, we got an offer to play for Fnatic Academy. Now it's in 2018, I think, and then since then, I've been trying to push to Tier 2 EU. Yeah. At the best, I was good at Tier 3, and then I had some years off, and then I had personal issues that came up where I didn't have the motivation anymore. Mm-hmm. And then now I found the way how I can keep competing with a scholarship in college, which really helped me get back in the game, and I found out that I really like the game, and I'm really dedicated now compared to back then, because I was so young and I had no clue what was happening, basically.
You've played CS for a long time, but this is also your first real big event. This is the first real elite event for you guys. How long have you dreamed of this moment?
Yeah, that's been ever since Gamers, if I'm going to be honest. Before Gamers, it wasn't even in my scope of vision, but then when you get to an org like Fnatic, I realized, like, wow, now I might be able to go all the way. But then in recent years, it's not really been on my mind, because I thought, like, oh, I've already been through the ringer, people have seen me already, and I wasn't good enough. So I thought, maybe I won't make it. But yeah, it's been a dream for so long, and now we're finally here, and it feels amazing. And I'm so happy that I'm here in a spot where we don't need to prove ourselves. We could lose every map, and people would be like, oh yeah, that's expected. Okay, but of course, we know as a team, we want to do our best. But we also understand that there's zero pressure on us. Yeah. No one's expecting anything. The only ones who are expecting something is us on the team. We know that we can do something. Yeah. Even though we're not the best at the game, we live with each other on campus, and we've built that team connection now for so long to the point where if we get the right energy in the game, we focus on the game itself, I think we're going to do really good.
And how would you describe right now, as a player, your way of leadership, your way of being an IGL for this team? Because obviously you've got all this European background, but then you're playing out in Americas, where I know it can be hard with practice and like maybe not the best competition. How do you guys manage all of that?
For my sake as a leader, I've been an IGL for a long time. I've also been a team captain for even longer. And I've understood that it's not about doing the best thing always. It's about understanding what you need to do now. What's the thing you need to fix? And that's kind of where that's how we operate. Like if we have an issue, that's the issue we're going to tackle. We don't need to fix everything instantly. We don't need to be the smartest team ever or the most perfect team. Like before the qualifier, we hadn't played a single practice in 1 year. And before this event was when we started practicing again.
I saw a tweet from you, right, that like the team was going to be dead.
I still have a LFT pinned.
Oh, okay.
And it's so funny because I made the tweet after we qualified, and right above it you see I'm still LFT. I'm still LFT now as well. And
so there's
we're
no
open
contract with you guys, right?
No, only for the college games. We
so
technically need to play.
That.
Yeah. But they're also very understanding. If you land a big contract within esports, they're not going to force you to play if you're still at school.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no contracts, there's no buyouts. We're all free agents in that sense.
And lastly with this, what do you and Fisher have as a team that might surprise some of the other teams? What is the special quality that people should look out for in how you're going to come into these games?
I would say we never give up. We've been with each other for 2 years. We're with each other in classes. I even stay in the same apartment as my teammate. We have that synergy, and we're all there together, and we love being with each other. Some of these teams, I don't know them, but I can, as you also know, some people here, they do it for the career path, or they're looking for their own best, and they're already thinking about the next move. All of us, we're all in the moment. No one's going to play for themselves. We've done this journey now for so long, and we all want to finish this as a team. No matter if we place far down in the rankings or not, we're all here together as a family, which I don't think every team here has.
Lovely, man. Well, it's great to see you again after all these years. Good luck going to the tournament, and let's see how this is going to work out for you guys. This, from our conversation, makes me very excited. So
yeah, me too.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back in, folks. We are looking down the barrel of map number 2 here. It was a very swift affair on the first map. Maybe you are just waking up, depending on where you're watching from. And, of course, you might have missed that first one. It was 13-1. So, unfortunately, Fisher College not able to deliver. We wanted them to find a few rounds, make it competitive on their map pick as well. But it didn't really go to plan, unfortunately.
No, unfortunately not. They really just couldn't get going. Well, they got going. They got the pistol. And then it was 13 in a row from G2. And this is sort of the issue that right now is that I just feel like with this G2 side, they can coast enough that they don't need to kind of lock into 100% and still get scorelines like this. That's the unfortunate thing about just the disparity in level between the likes of G2 and Fisher College. You've got this Inferno coming up next. It is the pick of G2 as well to maybe make matters even worse, potentially. The scoreline can't really get any worse, which is a good sign.
Well,
it just about. It can just about get worse.
I feel like the difference as well between a 13-0 and a 13-1.
Yeah.
As like, you know, that lower underdog, it's got to be like astronomical. That's like,
for
okay,
sure.
At least the headlines are not going to be like 2 13-0s or whatever.
Yeah.
So they have kind of saved themselves from that. But I think 2 13-1s also feels pretty bad, you know, just never really being able to get into the game. So hopefully we can get 4 or 5 rounds out from Fisher College here.
Here and now, I'm saying Fisher get at least 5 rounds here on Inferno.
All right. Well, I was right on map 1.
Yep.
So we'll lean on you and hopefully you're going to be right on map 2.
I'm thinking second half pistol and a force buy behind it, and I think a couple of gun rounds in the first half, maybe one more gun round in the second. That's right. That's where the prophecies.
Yeah.
Look at them. 1.01 to 15.7. Yeah, kind of makes sense, to be honest. Pretty valid if we're being pretty frank off the back of that first map. And I think now for this Fisher College side, I think they obviously would have expected with this tournament that maybe even the first round of Swiss is just a write-off, regardless of who it is. Like, they're obviously one of the lowest seeded, if not the lowest seeded team at this event, right? You obviously are going to get a pretty hard kind of opponent, right? And this is that tough thing. But in the 0-1 or potentially the 0-2 as well, this is where they can start making life a little better for themselves, going against sides they might have a bit more of a chance against, where they can kind of show a little bit about their game and whatnot, and hopefully bring something to the table.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. It is going to be a very tough tournament for them. I think they're certainly realistic about that, you know, and you've got little bits that you were throwing in, the Corn in particular, but some of the other players as well. Not as much travel underneath them, not as much experience in a nation like this, and the time zones and the, you know, the jet lag and just flying in general, all those. It can be very, very rough. I think you kind of want to scale into it, let's say, that it's like, okay, maybe we do 4 hours and then try 6, but they're going pretty far from home, and, you know, it's a really, really big jump, so you are going to feel it. And it also just hits you in waves at random times and things like this. So little things like that are going to be really, really tough to deal with. G2, they've got a system. They know what's up. They've got the melatonin. They've got the, you know, so they're going to be really, really controlled for that, I'm sure, and more used to it. So it's just things like that that are really going to be sat there underneath your game while you're also trying to get into the Counter-Strike. You have all these other factors to contend with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, you obviously get a real difference in terms of kind of the team dynamic as well, because, you know, this is something that I think Alex was touching on with Banks in the interview, and I got a chance to speak to Korn about it as well, and he was mentioning it. So he was telling me that they stopped practicing last fall, right, as a team, and they were just playing as a mix. They were playing, essentially, they're like university, like college games, but outside of that, they were just playing as a mix. And then obviously when they qualify for this, they started practicing again. They were like, okay, we should actually start putting in a little bit of effort and start trying to see if we can get a couple of these kind of core rounds and a couple of cores that we want to lean on and whatnot. But it's obviously vastly different from a fully fledged professional side who practice day in, day out and have all of these systems to fall back on, and kind of like, you know, behind them, the likes of a Sora can always bail them out of situations. Like those sort of things, it's just something that Fisher College don't have, because it's a side that ultimately for the good part of the last, half a year, if not longer, we're playing as just ultimately a mix, never really pracking or scrimming properly until very, very recently when qualifying for this event. So, you know, it's not a shocker in a sense to see this much of a disparity between these two and whatnot. But like we said, the hope on a map like Inferno, a little bit puggier, a little bit more fundamentally kind of easy as well. You play it so often within your online kind of CS, even just as simple as like your matchmakings and whatnot, right? It's one of those maps that we don't really see very many things that are new these days, similar to a Mirage. And because of that, all it takes is a couple of individuals to have a little bit of a pop-off round. I thought Korn had a nice couple of moments at times. I thought Alex could show what he was about, you know, too, in a brief moment here or there. Neelan as well, a couple of nice shots where it feels like you get down Inferno, because of how save-centric this map is, you actually can squeeze out a few rounds. Right? All it takes is like, you know, like a Korn double opener on towards a B site, G2, the remaining 3 on A, just save, right? And then it's like, okay, we've got a round here, and then we can maybe build upon this a little bit. So that's what we're hoping for heading in towards map number 2. But to paint the picture of taking a map win here, I'm not going to start opening those doors.
No, based on what we've seen, I think certainly going to be unlikely. But have they got it in them? I think that's the big question that we have, and we're going to find out. We are into the Inferno here, as G2 will start off on that T side, so we get a bit of a taste of what they will have on the attacking side of things. Didn't really get it on that first map. Thor to open up with a good clean headshot, couple in fact to boot, but they've lost a lot of control of the site itself. So bomb's going to go down. G2 don't show any signs of slowing down, looking to try and find as many heads as they possibly can. Nerds, best foot forward, will even up the numbers. There's a kit and a couple flashes here for Neelan. Moto smoke, of course, makes everything very, very different. When looking at a CT retake, he nearly gets caught with flash in hand. They're really trying to grab the heads here. Some Pius goes down eventually, and kills will come rolling in. There's Korn that you mentioned. They've got to find that bomb and get Neelan on it. Little close, little worrisome, but he's got that kit, so it's all good. And Fisher College, they open up the map in the same way that they did map number 1. We'll see how it goes, though. Bomb plant in for G2.
Yeah, I think the real thing that just throws that plan off for G2 is just this Thor double opener, right? It just immediately is like, oh, okay, you're on the back foot, and they're fighting in that post one from that back foot. Korn does so well. I you know, highlighted his name. I thought he had a real nice couple of moments in the very few parts and portions of success for Fisher College in the opening map, but he did look sharp, and there it is again. So nice work from him. Very, very important double, and from Thor. College open up proceedings, but no surprise, G2 go for the force buy because they won the force buy in that first map, and obviously with a bomb plant, kills behind it, you are going to try and bring something to the table.
Neelan waiting patiently here. Plenty of this, I am sure. Holds on to his smoke for now, so giving them the space, trying to draw them in a little. This is really quite doable for Fisher College. Ooh, flash for him. Not quite clean enough. They were playing anti, and he just gets fully caught with a quick nade. You know, keep the gun up, really. Yeah. He panics a little bit, tries to get that nade down, but I think he just needed to be confident, and they have to be ready for the anti-flash round corners like that. That's a big difference. You might catch a lot of your domestic NA teams just all stacked up and not necessarily playing that discipline, but G2, a nice opener for them.
Yeah, they call for a freeze as well, G2, and they're going to go back towards this B side. There is 3 players here, though, to meet them. Thor.
There's a fourth on the way, bro.
Yeah, Alex up close. We're getting to the point where they can't really cancel, so they're going to come in. They're diving through. Alex and Thor combine well, but Nerds will find a kill in there. Thor for his second again. He gets a double, and you've got Korn for 2 again as well. Korn and Thor, a double apiece in the opening 2 rounds. Fisher College are off to a nice start. No bomb plant this time, not enough kills for G2, and that should mean they do have to save here towards round number 3. So Fisher College do actually have a bit of a springboard now to start off this second map.
So what happens now, right? Fisher College, the only way is up. They're going to just keep working at this, throwing things at the board and seeing what sticks. G2, it's very uncharted territory now.
Yeah.
You know, how do they play while they're ahead, while they have control of the game? How do we play from behind at the moment? How are we going to find a way back in against this team?
Yeah.
So they have to be very, very careful not to just autopilot and be like, okay, first map really one-sided, this is our pick. We should be fine. There's going to be some differences here. There's going to be some things that Fisher College might be able to throw at you. Follow-up round. How does this look? So far, so good. As Korn continues to be the man of the hour. 5 kills yet to die.
Yeah, I'm impressed with him. Real tactical aggression, I think, from Korn as well. Like in that moment just there, right, on the balcony, gets his kill, dips away, right, gives up the space, because he knows he's got a second player in towards short who can take on the contact. He's also flashed as well, so he needs to recover. It's nice. Crep out. That's his first. Does he expect the second? He'll lose his head. MP9 scooped up by Hunter. Still shouldn't be a problem here. 2 versus 4. 45 seconds on the clock. Banana control lost as well as Ernst wants to head back. You got a player at range, you got Nealon up close. No matter which way you swing it, they should be losing this one. At range as well, you've got Alex there, but it's just Nealon up close that is that insurance policy. The last one, a Hunter, he will fall. Fisher College, they're third on the board. Nice to sit here and talk about them positively. It's been a while.
Yeah, and definitely what we wanted. There you go, those odds squeezed together a little bit after a decent start. So we'll see what G2 have got in store here. Obviously, once the guns come out, the story really can change.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real test for Fisher College, to be honest.
On the driving seat, you know what I mean? That's one of the big things that we've not seen G2 play from here. And a map like Inferno, you know, they can just have so much control.
Yeah.
And decide where things go. And they also have that individual capability to just send Nertz in particular off on his own to try and net those early frags. He doesn't need to grenade tip. He dishes it back though. Fisher College, they've got some confidence about them, looking to play forwards. And they will 2-for-1 it on the trades.
Nice.
Decent stuff as they gain control of Banana and the round.
I respect that as well. They get that second kill from Nealon. They fall away. They're going to boost them up towards plant pot, and they can play a double CT stack here. Heading back towards this A site. Moto smoke coming through. Or actually, not even like some more long corner smoke. And Heavy God. He's got contact up short, and it's a gap opened up corner under pressure, but he's going to get another 2-piece. This man can't be stopped right now. 7-0. He finally should fall to the hands of Matties from long, who spots a shoulder and gets a second. Matties is so sharp. All on Nealon now. Half HP for him. Bomb and smoke recovered. Smoke towards Moto. The bomb to be planted. Matties is got something about him, and Nealon's ticked in the flames.
He knows. He has to know. It's a B player. The high likelihood playing up against his own smoke here, but really banking on short. Maybe a footstep indeed heard, and Matties will take it down. 6 HP remains, but a beautiful find from him, and crashing back down to reality for Fisher College that at any moment the G2 guys can turn it around. Matties this time, not a name that really lit up that scoreboard or was in large conversations on map number 1. You got to remember what this guy is capable of. Beautiful final. Second in particular.
Yeah.
That's the kill that's like, okay, this could happen.
Yeah, he's bailed them out there. Really, really well done. And I think, like you said, that's a real alarm, wake-up call for this Fisher College side. At any given moment, somebody on this G2, anybody on this G2 side can drop 3 kills like it's nothing, right? And we saw this happen a few times. And we know when things are going well, it's a whole different story. When you're 10-1 up, it's whatever. But in moments like that, it just shows the class.
Yeah.
Of G2, and Matties will open up proceedings here and towards this round as he find the first, and he does hear the second as they have to fall away through the flames. Thought forced back on towards a deeper A angle. An opening kill for G2, which they just pumped the brakes again.
Full freeze. They will look to play towards the apartments and maybe bringing the bomb over towards A, actually. And it is weaker defended. So this is the nature of the map. An overstep from Matties, and Thought indeed able to land it. So Fisher College maybe waking up ever so slightly. Nealon goes tracking, and he will catch them backing away. We still have the lurk of Heavy God here. So it's kind of a wild round to read. You know, you'd maybe expect that from a bit of a dirt, but they're just letting it develop naturally. Heavy God work to get one. 25 seconds left, kind of confirms there's no bomb over there as well. So just going to have to break open this B bomb site, crack the nut as it were, and some unchecked angles with low time. It's an easy find, but they line up for Stun Pius. It's another clutch situation here. 1v3 brought 1 versus 1.
I'm pretty sure that's a team flash. Korn was blind there, and it didn't come up as a flash from G2. That was a team flash from Dark.
Not good. Not good at all. And Neelan, again, is left to pick up the pieces. And again, he cannot get it done. Another big clutch for G2. And now you have to ask yourself a question of what is worse, getting pummeled into the dirt or seeing rounds slip through your fingers.
Yeah. That is a rough one. I want to say as well, there was a little moment that Neelan moved this one here. Yeah. It's so bold. I love it. They're the kind of moments that Fisher College are going to find advantages, right? Where they make a little bit push through the smoke, right? And they're doing things that you generally don't see at this top level because it's so brazen that you generally would get punished for it. That's where Fisher College are going to find advantages. But it's just another round squandered by individual brilliance from G2. And this is what we're saying. In moments where things are looking rough, they have got the individuals to bail them out. And there it is. I feel for Neelan, not a lot of time and so many angles to clear. And another one where it's just the crosshairs a little sharper on the G2 side, right? He has to react rather than the proactivity of the G2 side. But either way, it's 2 rounds. There is still slight silver linings. The Fisher College are still making rounds kind of scary. Like, Korn is still looking really good. He's still looking quite sharp. I think Thor's having some nice moments here and there as well. Neelan seems quite confident, which I think is a great sign. Like, this isn't a Fisher College side that have been battling towards map 1 and are in their shell map 2. That was my worry, that they're just bricking it, essentially, right? We've been absolutely dumpstered map number 1, yeah, to put it lightly, you know what I mean? But, you know, we see this happen a lot in the tier 2, right? Where teams get destroyed map 1, and then in their head, they're like, this is it. They're just better than us. We can't compete, so they just shell up and kind of like a soft give up, right? Yeah. Fisher College aren't doing this. This is a side that still believe that they can compete in some of these rounds, and it's cool. We're actually getting a bit of a competition now in towards Inferno.
Flash out, nothing spotted here. Yeah, just to very lightly touch on what you're saying, I think we're also seeing a lot of teams, because, you know, we're getting to dip in this year, aren't we? Do a bit of tier 2, a bit of tier 1, whatever, working a lot of these broadcasts. It's like round completion, I think, that is a big, big difference, and we've seen that a couple of times from Fisher College. Making sure you're not like the first domino is really important at times, and I don't think that they've necessarily felt that. You know, you rush to get that last kill, you rush to get it on the board. Great flash comes out here as Heavy God will move in alone. Not much else spotted, as he's really feeling confident with the freedom on this map. Smoke coming in towards CT. It is just the one player on B. I don't think they were necessarily banking on that, but it seems to have worked. Alex going to get taken down. 5-7 just kind of out of that ideal range for that gun. So it'll be a save out from the rest of the players here and just take what they have into that next round here.
Can't say I blame them, to be perfectly honest. There's just no real point. Obviously, you've not got kind of a lot in this round, but at the same time, you don't have a lot of money. You obviously could have pretty heavily invested towards this round here. Keep hold of what you got. Reuse it towards the next. But it will be G2 tying up this game. And with a second attempt at this force buy in towards this follow-up round, we're sort of expecting a similar sort of result, which therefore would lead to G2 taking the lead. They're at least proactive in the exits here, though, which I can kind of respect. You know, is this going to be a banana exit, or we can maybe try and scoop up an AK? Won't be the case. Terrorists win. Exit out through that CT spawn. There's no one there to find them. And G2. Yes, it wasn't exactly the ideal starting towards this map, but they are starting to slowly but surely, or not even really slowly, to be honest, they're just quite surely showing how sharp they can be, and this is exactly what we saw. And I think the big thing for Fisher is just make sure that they don't snowball again the way they did towards Ancient. Fisher get a pistol round, and it's 13 in a row from G2. Fisher get a pistol, a force in the first gun round. Make sure they don't start to snowball again. We've got to find ways of breaking up this momentum, stopping the wind in the sails for this G2 side.
Plays moving quick at times. I think Fisher College certainly struggling with that, and some very reactive moves, you know, rotating heavily and things like this. So G2, again, tactically just able to add a bit of that nuance that Fisher College might not have seen before. Smoke down over here in towards Banana. And they will take some proactivity to try and shore up positions that maybe in the previous rounds have been left open. Heavy God continues to be a nemesis in that apartments area, though. I think I wanted to say menace.
How are you going to say? Nemesis.
Nemesis, menace, yeah.
New one, we'll bring it in. Little double there from Nerds. He's really just somebody trying to draw attention away, but it's working. There's a move down Banana. Does he expect this? He could get caught in the sidelines, but it's crosshair's trained. Uh-oh. Crepar walking straight in towards it as Nerds delivers yet another. He's third of the round. 4 HP. Whoa. Confirm the kill, Thor. Confirm the kill. He doesn't. Korn. Another double from him, but Matties will see him off. Little expensive, and some Pyres and Nerds are left low. Around all the same for G2.
That one nearly got out of hand.
Yeah.
To be honest, you know, if Korn's able to get in there and confirm some of those kills, I think could have been very, very, very dangerous. But not to be. An exciting little moment, but it doesn't really have too much of an effect. A timeout coming in here. Not sure if that would have been maybe from G2 to just calm the waters slightly. Either way, you would assume Fisher College to just really put all of their chips into this next round.
Yeah.
Try and get back in the conversation here and keep things competitive, as it has, as you say, started to slip. Can see flashbacks of map 1.
I love it.
Oh, wow. It's some Pyres that actually found the kill as well. I didn't realize that. So, yeah, he's
little sigh of
done well to keep
well.
himself kind of calm in the craziest situation we've had. Probably all map there.
Just got to confirm that kill, unfortunately. I think for Thor, he dinks him. So he's like, oh, I've got it. And there's at the panic.
7 different targets, overwhelmed.
Deer and headlights as well. He's going to know where to look. Nerd opens up, top side off and on. Looks for a second and he's going to get it. Alex tries to swing in, he just can't trade. Thor's here with the AWP, and he does deliver on the first as Matties will fall, but his shots aren't quite connecting. He's under pressure now of a smoke, and if he tries to go through it, some Pyres' spam will see him off. B-side taken at pace by G2. Remaining double for Fisher College, a decision to be made. For Krepau and Korn, do we actually give this a go?
Game management. Thor's got to live there. Thor absolutely has to live. His teammate had evened it up into a 3 versus 3. He needs to be backing away.
Yeah.
He stuck around. He thought about pushing the smoke even. So these tiny little things you might feel making all of the difference. Pip to the post once again as the remaining 2 players are just going to take the save. G2 starting to stretch their lead here. Still not super dominant. Still always a chance, but G2 are, as we've mentioned, completing those rounds, getting it over the line. And indeed, just slightly more disciplined in places. Not feeling like they need heroes, you know, trusting in the process. And looking good while doing so. We'll see what these save weapons can do. Plenty of loss bonus built up that they will actually, I think, try and put together a buy here if they want. Maybe something down the middle if they really want to play conservatively. But could go for a buy.
Yeah. I mean, 2 saved, max loss, can drop over to his little bit of residual cash. I think you can kind of squeeze out something that isn't like a fully investment, but it's still decent. Yeah, that's kind of what we get, right? Get a double MP9 from the 2 saved. Just Thor goes towards the upgraded pistol, so it's an okay-ish investment on what is a non-full investment round. What do they do with it? They've got a fair decent amount of util as well here, Fisher College. Crep out. Creeping up towards that close window position as he wants to try and find them on the jump up. It's just where the Heavy God does make that move. Nerds again opens up this B site as he's done so many times, and Heavy God patience will pay off. Krepau just gets a little too giddy and has a little look around and loses head.
I like it though. I mean, it's good to see that Fisher College are at the very least thinking of these ideas and testing the water in rounds like this, see if they can get aggressive. Probably looking to soft save again, particularly this AK, but might be able to thread the needle through. And they have indeed made it past 1 guard dog, but not the next. Some Pyres with the AWP. He is begging for them to just walk into that angle again. The Korn knows there's someone not too far away. Can he find a bit of a kill here? No. I don't even get to really set it up.
That's the answer.
Yeah, no. 6 in a row then for G2 as they have found the groove. Fisher College, though, another big buy on the cards here. We'll see if they've got anything left in that gas tank.
Yeah, this is it. It's looking very akin to what we saw in towards Ancient, where it's when G2 start to open up in towards the map a little bit and they start to find a few of these rounds, they're just so difficult to stop. And Fisher College, they don't have the protocols to deny them of momentum and slow down this side. We didn't really get to see much of the C side from G2, but honestly, the way they're playing is very similar to their CT side Ancient. They're so puggy. Like they want to fight. They want to back themselves and their individuals. 3 rounds in a row now, we've seen Nerds, who's immediately taken top banana control and just relied on his aim drills. He's not even being flashed in towards those fights. 2 of the fights, he's been left alone. The previous round was the first one where he had actually a bit of support, but he wasn't flashed in towards the engagement. He was just quicker.
Krapau, speaking of.
4 blinds and bias.
Yeah, still able to take it. So, Fisher College, it seems, maybe talked about it in the timeout a little bit, wanting to get in the face, wanting to still play aggressive.
Yeah.
It's just not quite landing. Korn will make it back. Good nade on the cards here. We'll take Matthews in particular very, very low. Nealon finishes him off. Flash around the corner, see what he can do. He looks to escape, takes the leg, looking to be alive. But they will even up the numbers here.
The fact that he stays alive is huge. 40 seconds. As G2 needs to make a decision about where they actually want to finish. They do have time to cancel and head back towards B if they want. And Nerds is trying to draw attention here with that spam through the smoke. He's going to go join them. Moto smoke over. He got a double stack around that balcony position. Nealon's gone through it, pushing apartments. He's starting to wrap, but Korn will lose his head. Nealon's in the backlines here. This is not being accounted for, so he'll get 1. He makes it 2, and there might still be life in. Numbers favor Fisher in the post plant.
They're so late on the rotation, though, now. I don't know what keeps them on B for so long, especially both players. Maybe thinking, maybe wanting to really confirm that bomb. So it's a tough retake at the best of times, but you have not bought yourself a lot of that time. With the Nealon kills, he's going to go down eventually, tying up loose ends. They go charging through the motor smoke here. Nice nade to soften up, but it's just so awkward to get in.
Wow.
And Hunter will see it off. The B players, particularly both of them, quite late for me. G2, though, they keep it going. And again, they're able to finish the round. You know, there are moments from Fisher College. There's a hero in there. There's a nice 2-piece or 3 in that case, but they don't know what to do with it. And G2 are able to just keep going through their flowchart of what they planned for this round.
Yeah, credit to Nealon. His move's really good. The only unfortunate thing is Korn gets just deleted, essentially, right? It's, you know, a perfectly cleared angle. If he stays alive a little longer, different story. Nurks double opener towards B again, as he's done so many times. But Korn comes through for 3, and this gives surely Fisher College a 4th round on the board. We've spoken and sung Korn's praises plenty of times, but this is the moment. Now, Heavy God's left in a 1 versus 3, but I don't know where he is.
It's true. There's a good guess. There's a good guess that he's hanging around the apartments.
He's got plenty of time. He's got a decent belt of utility here. He's full HP. I'm not going to count him out, you know. We've already seen, what, 2 different 1v3s
it's
fall
true.
flat. We saw, was it Matty's have his moment, and then some Pius have his moment.
I think he was just spotted on the minimap there, judging by some of the movements in Banana. They've got another smoke. They definitely know about it now. They've actually got another smoke on top of what they've picked up, you know, 3 in total, I think, or 2 at least. So, gonna be tough to get in. And I mean, he can save, you know, doesn't affect his econ too much. There's that last smoke. And Krepau's managed to find one. It's not really going to be too useful at this point, but it's just very tough for him to get anything going. Nade is really good damage as well. So that's going to be that. There's no time to get all these kills and break into the bomb site and whatnot. He's looking to try and take some players down. Oh, could have gone for the knife, bro. I'm just saying. But either way, Heavy God will manage to net the save. And he makes it a little costly in the end. But Fisher College, 4th round, that is our kind of bare minimum point that we want every team, every side of every map to be hitting.
It's true. And it comes on the back of Korn as well. Really nice little 3-piece for him. And MP9 does so well. And just a nice thing to have, I think, for us, just proof that Fisher College can break the streak. You know, we saw it obviously towards map number 1. They get that first round, then it's just 13 on the bounce for G2. Proof to us and to themselves that when they are on a hot streak and they are snowballing, that we can slow them down. We can bite back a little bit. They can end the half 7-5. You absolutely take that. Very workable, especially if you get a pistol behind it. Well, that's the bias. You'll find the first break on the smoke is really nice. Not only a break on the smoke, but it's a flash behind it as well. Neelan is just absolutely lost in no man's land.
Oh, nice find from Korn.
The man, the myth.
Can you take one like through the wall, maybe? It's left really low either way, so they've got to shore up their position.
Oh,
some Piers. With a little whoopsie, I mean, desperate to try and get a trade back. They are so low. Absolutely crazy stuff. 25 HP between 3 players. That was a dangerous move doing maths that early in the morning, but all the same, I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah.
Either way, they're very low.
A nade.
Just get traded. Great smoke coming in. Flash is not good enough. It's going to be some Piers. Certainly could get it done. They're a little split here. He's going to tap onto that bomb. Let's not let this one slip, because 7-5 is actually a very recovered scoreline, a very workable scoreline. Molotov comes in. Some Piers has plenty of time to work with. Spots that barrel, takes the player down into the 1 versus 1. And he will indeed put the chills on this final player, takes it wide. It's a lovely move to make it all the way across, but he misses the shot, as does Korn. Intense here. Flash comes over.
15.
Still plenty of time. He's going to hard press those digits in, and Korn uses that to his advantage, gets around the corner, takes him out. And a 7-5 half is really not a bad spot for Fisher College.
Yeah, not at all. You take those. G2, they'll be annoyed to have squandered a few of these rounds. I think, you know, it's proof in the pudding that there is a little bit about this Fisher College side. They've actually got some moments. Now, let's be honest, even though 5 is good for Fisher College, G2 aren't worried. They're not going to be sitting here sweating or under really a lot of pressure. Yes, there'll still be maybe a bit of a thought process for them, probably post-match, saying, all right, it should have been a little bit cleaner. We gave them maybe too many opportunities. And the fact that we did have to clutch as much, I think, is huge. But either way,
I think
I'm
he
like
just did the thing.
Huh?
I think he just did the thing, though.
Oh, no.
I think he just did the thing.
Why it's 7-5?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone has a stat line with the band numbers.
Band for you, man. Up 6-7.
Okay. Well,
did you see the video of BMAS doing it?
Yeah, like at the hotel.
At the balcony, yeah.
Brilliant. That's
brilliant.
Funny. It's crazy that it's just like a universal language now, you know?
Yeah.
Terminally online, do that, and then you've got like a little recognizable sign.
No one's even got it as a score line. But
maybe he didn't. Maybe he just moved his hand, and I'm that brain rotted.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my goodness, you know.
There it is.
Synapse activation. Either way, we're into the pistol here. Fisher College not wasting any time, getting down middle. The flash is perfect. The shots to go with it are just as good, and they have been deleted. Mowed down. Not a chance. We even had 2 sets of Julies ready to go. They're not even needed. And Fisher College woken up rudely as G2 put themselves in a really good spot. Denying bomb plant as well. Should be able to get up to double digits. No problem, depending on what Fisher College want to do here, actually. I think they might save for the AKs.
Yikes. That is pretty wild. What a way to kind of start off as well for G2. We were just painting a bit of a prettier picture for Fisher College. 7-5's not bad. You get a strong start towards the half, and you might start to believe a little bit, and damn. Gets the door shot firmly in their face. They go for a bit of a quicker round, and G2 were not opposed to taking those fights. We know they like to play a bit buggy. We try to dive out here. from Heavy God Hunters here at range with the MP7. Not always the best for it. Get some support from suppliers. Pistol pulled out. Fallout last man. It's laboured, but eventually, fall. Only the one casualty for G2. They do not mind as they hit 9.
Okay, big telling round here, I think. If Fisher College can remain competitive, maybe they can close that gap. But if G2 take this one, I think we are starting to look at that 2-0, to be honest, as they're feeling pretty confident. CT side can be hard to break into. I think those are sort of the two things. We have this, like, controlling the game effect on the T side. It can feel a bit better. You decide where the fights go down. CT side, though, you can have this, I like to call it the brick wall effect, across the map, across the defense. Can you get through each and every player? Can you get through that setup? Can you get through the early nades on a map like Inferno? Big damage onto Thor. I'll send Neelan sniffing out, see if he can find an early kill here. Unfortunately not. He'll get a nade of his own down, though. Minimal damage actually onto Matty. I thought there was going to be more. Alex.
First of all, looks like he's going to take a move just on the edge of that smoke, and that was there ready for it. You see Thor taking that early HE, so he's down to half. Not the way that Fisher want this first gun round to go. Numbers disadvantage for this C side as they look to try and recover with 50 seconds on the clock. Bombs headed towards B, but a nicely timed molly will slow down the roll here. Needing the first contact. Looks like it might be dry as well, so the easiest fight of his life, Nerds.
Yeah, this looks really impenetrable now, to be honest with you. Nerds does go a little deep, but it's a trade-off of the 1-for-1 in the moment, but he gets a lot of info for that, I think. And they're able to work off of that. They can smoke it down. They can wait for the rotation. And Hunter will deliver. So it might look like Nerds is kind of sending it, but he's done his job.
Yeah.
He's got 2 kills, and then you get free reign once you do something like that to go and indeed look for a third. But at the very least, you get to trade some information for your teammates to work with. So double digits landing, no sweat off the brow just yet on this CT side. Fisher College lacking bomb plants. It's going to be a tough run.
Yeah, unfortunately, round of 16 is essentially just a throwaway here. It's half by for Fisher College. Bit of a hope and a prayer. They're like a bomb point around like this. A couple of contestation kills will be seen as generally pretty good. Anything outside of that, though, super unlikely. Feels like as they fumble around just outside of the T-spawn. Bit of attack pause about taking attack pause, just a bit of a conversation. Also, probably a cancel on those plans towards B. That does take an aid, but a re-smoking towards bottom runner keeps them locked out. It feels like it's forced them towards A.
It's only 3 here, and 2 towards long are now going to get smoked out. So they could find a window of timing here. Break on the smoke, unsuccessful. Players will go down. Double nade in the pit. Triple nade make that is very close to finding the kill. It certainly softens him up, but it's Hunter. There's always one, isn't there? Oh, to get through. I thought it was a flick across. It's the fire that gets it done. But all the same, Hunter looks good, and this is the thing. G2 on this CT side, it's like, right, we got rid of this guy, final boss. Oh, there's another final boss. They have 4 phases or whatever going on. And unfortunately, you just have to be playing a perfect game to take out each and every version of G2.
And I do also feel like, as well, in games like this, you really get to see Hunter at his best. Like, I think, obviously, when he's playing against kind of that top end of Tier 1, different story, but that's sort of the natural narrative we expect of an IGL. But, like, when he does play off against slightly, lower down the pack and all the sides, like, you really see him call around himself a little bit and play quite aggressive, and we know he's got the chops for it. Like, he's mechanically sharp enough. Obviously, he's just got other priorities now, being the leader, no longer this just part of the rifling kind of pack, so to say. Yeah, another 4-piece from him. He's got 2 this map. He had 1 in the previous, he had an ace in the previous. So he's having his rounds, he's having his moments. And this does really feel like, in the spot they're at now, at 11-5 of a rebuy back in for Fisher College, this is it. This is the do-or-die situation, the be-all and end-all, or chips to the middle of the fell, whatever little sentence you want to use, here and now, if they want a chance. And it starts well as Neelan finds a spam through the smoke.
Silent boost into the apartments as well, so starving some information across. Not necessarily anybody close enough to capitalize on that info if it was there. Gonna bolster up A here. They kind of go the opposite way that you might expect. Not spreading the resources, but instead leaning one way rather than the other. A lot of damage, but no kill as yet.
There you go.
Hunter will go down. It's 3 players on that T side that find themselves incredibly low. Pretty tight-knit setup as well, so Crossfire could go hard for this CT side. Heavy God looking to play the mini pit headshot angle. They're breaking in towards the site, but Magix has gone unchecked, unexpected.
Oh,
and
no.
between the two of them, they are able to take down 5. It is perfection. It is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you are Fisher College coach, I suppose. Yeah, probably a pretty awful position to be in, but also a fan of the team. But yeah, G2 looking really good for fans of Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike winning in that round.
Yeah, I know North Americans, I've been seeing a couple of tweets, they're staying up. I'm trying to think what time is it for them?
Depends where you
Past
are.
midnight if you're on East Coast?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that
if
right?
you're on East Coast, I would say.
Let's look, I've got the
If you're
world
West
clock.
Coast, it's late.
If you're in Philadelphia, it's 2:30 in the morning, which is East Coast. There you are, and then, what is it?
Dedication, certainly dedication. Hunter, dedicated to the attack. He's had a great few rounds, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Gonna keep it going as he finds the opener here in what could be the final round of this opening series here on the B stream. Heavy God, looking, thinking.
No.
Everybody else around him also finding success. He will chime in and leave 4 to do it all. He is incapable, unfortunately. No divine intervention from the aptly named Thor, but 2-0 coming in for G2. Very one-sided stuff. I mean, a little better from Fisher College. You called it as well, the 5 rounds, right?
I'm actually a genius.
So we were both pretty good. We were both pretty solid.
What did I
called
say?
map number 1, you called map number 2. So that's kind of crazy.
It's
Maybe
like
we
we
need to
know
be
our
careful
stuff.
with this power, but Fisher College definitely able to deliver a little bit more there, something to work from, something to learn from, etc., which is what we wanted for them. But G2, it is that regularly scheduled programming and just looking really, really solid, especially on that CT side. Could have been a different story if they started on CT side, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, they just always had someone in the corner able to bail them out, able to deliver the miracle moment. But all the same, a decent series. I don't know. It's tough to really like say. Did Fisher College, did they want a map? Like, is that realistic?
Yeah.
How hopeful are you as a team?
The way I would have put it, I think if they could have made a map close, that'd be
like
nice.
10 rounds?
Yeah. Get double digits or like, you know, even like a 13-9 doesn't actually look that bad, right? I think anything less, that's when we're entering into the realms of it wasn't super competitive. But yeah, 13-9, 13-10, something like that, I would have been like, you know what, honestly, that's decent. But at the same time, it's also G2. I think, you know, for these guys, obviously, they want to have these hopes. They're competitors. But if we're just being frank, and if they were being realistic with themselves, you know, maybe last night having, you know, as they're trying to go to sleep and whatnot and have a little think, they probably would have said, right, let's be realistic. This is, you know, a top team in the world where we are ultimately like a bit more of a tier 2 North American side who, you know, we're a collegiate team ultimately, right? This is kind of one of those where we probably expect this series to be a write-off regardless. But let's see later in towards this tournament, in the 0-1, maybe if it requires it the 0-2, if we can actually find maps and find closer affairs here and there. Stand-up player, no shocker, Hunter. I was talking about it. In games like this, when he's playing against kind of what is on paper lesser opponents, that's actually where Hunter, for me, really feels like he steps up to the plate. Like he just calls around himself, and he's more than sharp enough to deliver. Got an ace, multiple 4Ks as well. He individually was absolutely loving life in the server as well. But then also on top of that, in times of need, would call a couple of little like loose mid rounds, which bailed them out of you know, what was kind of slightly shakier situations.
Yeah, you can see in that second half as well as you get the sort of kill breakdown that it was very much all about Hunter. He was just chiming in an awful lot, which I think they needed. They needed a boost because it was a bit close going into that CT side. So yeah, they needed the captain to kind of step up and just be like, okay, we're all good from here. Might be a little close, but our CT side is really, really solid, and you know they're not going to have a chance. Watch this, you know, leading from the front ultimately.
Yeah, exactly that. But I think for Fisher College, lessons to be learned there, but more so in the sense of like this is what a tier 1 team can actually do, and probably a tier 1 team playing at like 75, 80%, to be completely honest as well. There were some nice moments. I want to highlight him again, Korn. I think individually looked sharp, especially in towards that second map. I do actually think he had some really nice moments. He was locked down a little bit at times on the A side, on the T side as well. I felt like he gave them a couple of opportunities. I thought Neelan looked the right as well at times. But outside of that, we needed a bit more consistency and we didn't get it. So for us who love an underdog story, the first game was not the one, but maybe our second of the day might pique your interest as well. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes as we get this second series underway. You don't want to miss it. There's a chance for an upset in this one. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back in, everybody. We are into our second series here pretty swiftly. If you didn't catch that first one, it was over quite fast, of course, the 2-0 going the way of G2. But we are now ready for our next matchup. We got the MongolZ against Magic. MongolZ, you absolutely are going to know, I hope. But Magic are a team that you might not necessarily have heard of just yet. You know, I think there may be a team coming up slowly, this VRS grind and everything. And they have a few names here. I think one in particular that you're probably going to bring up.
Well, there's two I'll bring up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, we'll get to it and talk about the team, but I think for what I'll say for this is a cool game for me, obviously, because we have obviously a bit of a connection to the Mongols. We were out in Mongolia with those guys a couple of years ago now. We were actually talking about it yesterday, and obviously they were so great towards us, right? So there's a bit, obviously, so much love towards the Mongols as an organization. But then Magic are a side that kind of similar to us have made their way through the tier 2 in towards now working or playing at tier 1 events. But this Mongol squad who there's a lot to love, right? Of course, they did lose that big ticket player of Senzu, who's now being dotted around a variety of different teams. It hasn't really clicked straight. He's obviously now playing with that BC game roster, but the CobraZera in Mazzinio's got the shades on as well, which I absolutely love to see as well. But it's about getting CobraZera to the level that we know he can play at. Now, CobraZera's a player that we've casted a fair decent amount when we've been out there, of course, coming through the Huns as well. He was that big name player on the Huns, despite being quite a quiet, quite reserved guy as a whole in the server. A lot to like about him, but as a whole, this Mongols roster, from at one point being, the greatest Asian team of all time and, a real statement of a roster, they've not looked great for a while.
No, it is true, and I mean, it's kind of interesting as well. CobraZera sort of gets picked up, and I think there's maybe a couple other names in there that, the Asian region experts might have said firepower-wise could have been better, so we're still yet to see why they maybe lent that way. On the other side of things, of course, we've got the Magic side, which I think is, again, a team, they are really, really printing them out of that CIS region and everything, just able to create so many strong individuals, great fundamentals, playing around the fraggers, this sort of thing. Which team is going to be the best? And this is one that's in there as a contender.
This is my dark horse team, like my #1 dark horse team in this tournament. Like, obviously, we've got a few teams that are like underdogs, teams that, that maybe could make a run to playoffs that weren't expected. This is my dark horse team. There's so much to like about this Magic side. For those who haven't caught them when they've played their best Counter-Strike, they are so fun to watch. Punchy, really aggressive, really pacey in the way they like to approach it. The names to look out for: Tenzi, who is destined to be tier 1 in the near future. We follow a lot of the tier 2. We know it a lot. Tenzi will be on a tier 1 team at some point in the future. He's so unbelievably good. Masval as well as the other one. Those two are incredible. I have Tenzi, I think I put him number 2 on my ones to watch list for this year. And Masval has an honorable mention because he's a little bit older. He's like 23. Those two are super sick. The other guy to mention, who I think maybe a few people might know of, is AW, because AW was dotted around on a few of those teams, and part of a couple of rosters that actually have played tier 1 tournaments in the past. So he's technically the more experienced
the 9
guy.
roster.
Yes, the one that didn't qualify. He was part of that. Unfortunately, that team that qualified but then didn't get the visas and whatnot. We do have the Veto running through. We got Mirage, we got Inferno, we got Ancient as well. Mirage picked in by Magic. No real shocker there in a sense, because they just like puggy maps. Like, you're going to look at a map like this, and this is their bread and butter. This is a very puggy side. This is your kind of like FPL mix, right? The side that really just like to fly in towards fights. We then got Inferno picked in as well, which is one that Magic don't play as much. They've only played it twice, kind of recently. But then you've got the Ancient as the side. Again, another map that is played so often within that online space as well. So looking at this, I think it could be kind of spicy. I think especially if it does go towards that decider, it's one in which Magic have been using a lot to punish some tier 2 teams. They've been playing some decent CS there as well. So we'll have to see. I think, Inferno potentially could even be a bit of a risk. It's obviously not played loads by Magic, but it's just a puggy map, right? And I think generally speaking, that for me inherently is a risk. I'd even make the argument, and this might be wild to say, I'd make the argument that Magic are mechanically sharper than Mongols, but Mongols are strategically stronger by quite a margin.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So far, we've kind of been right on where, our hearts are leaning on the predictions and whatnot. I think there is certainly scope in here. I can definitely see the Mongols as a team as well, sort of attitude-wise, culture-wise, that they might overlook this team a little bit. And, they are often a squad that has that little upset dotted in there right at the start of a tournament. So I could certainly see that happening. There's also a bit of scope for slow starts and things like this, you know, I don't think that they will have the same kind of room as a G2 that are like, oh, wait, we remember who we are and now we can just dominate. I think that Magic are going to make it harder for you to punch back and get back into a game if it doesn't start the right way. So, yeah, really got to put that best foot forward on the scariest map, you know, that could have come out in the form of Mirage here. So we're going to find out. We are straight into the action, of course. Magic on this T side, and I think a lot of people on the edge of their seat to see what they've got in that locker. Quick boost into the apartments here, though. Lovely idea from the Mongols. Really, really unorthodox against the grain for a CT pistol, and they are looking to disrupt as best as they possibly can. Ends up only being one, though, as they sort of dip 9-10 away. He will be completely overlooked. Misses out on that second opportunity, but he's dropped the bomb on the site, and they're very split, this T side. One down in the site, one in the apartments, one way back watching the underpass.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's all over the place right now.
Yeah, it really does. Techno finds one, but AW's there. He'll quickly lose his head. Now it's all on the shoulders of Masval. Recent form for him's been incredible, but this is a tough one to find. It's Cobra and Techno, both who have the ability to go toe-to-toe. So sharp, looking down. He doesn't capitalize on maybe an opportunity there as well. But Techno, he's a little angsty to fight as Masval's just trying to isolate desperately. He's not being given the fight, and eventually he will fall. There was a moment there that looked really dicey, but thankfully the Mongols trade effectively and they take that opening round.
Indeed, they do. And also able to deny the extra money for Magic, right? So, yeah, going to be in a tough spot for them as they will take the eco, go for the early AKs, and just hope to get their claws in, you know, hope to make the Mongols worry, but we have just seen domination. It could happen here again. It's similar-ish stories. I think that Magic's, like, floor is higher than Fisher College, unfortunately, but in terms of unfamiliar in LAN and things like this, you know, they're really going to play into this Magic matchup as well. But I don't know, sometimes you can just take these like CIS guys and copy and paste their setup and they generally do all right. So we'll see if that is the case. Quiet start into this one. USP out from Blitz as he's maybe looking to be the mule to get that that AWP as early as they possibly can.
I like as well for the Mongols, at least these opening 2 rounds, they're putting a lot of onus on sending bodies through that B apartments, right? Actually kind of proactively taking that space. Here's Tenzi. Nice shot with a deagle. Don't think it's worth the risk there for Mazzinho.
Yeah, but in comes the loot goblin of Blitz. He's like, I absolutely want that M4.
Yeah,
I
need
sacrifice my life. And he does get it, so huge bonus for Blitz himself. Looking good here. Tenzi still exists with that deagle, of course, but I don't think he's necessarily going to be able to find anything else. Spotted out ever so slightly there, I think.
Yeah, they're trying to find a couple of heads. It'd be nice to get, you know, that consolation kills, but outside of that, nothing that really you care too much about. The bomb on the back of Masval here. He's got nothing to work with. Block no armor. Should be easy, should be simple. You know, make sure that is the case. Nice work. Consolation kill. That's all it is. Nothing to really worry about. But this is the round where we really get a look into what Magic are all about. And again, for those who are maybe a little bit more unaware with this side, generally the names we throw out here for this side, Masval, Tenzi, kind of the 2 main ports of firepower as well. AW, just actually technically in terms of experience in a way. I will keep an eye on Moon too. When Moon gets going, especially with an AWP, I think he can look really good, but he's massively inconsistent. That's been my issue with this Magic side. Moon's consistency problems have been a bit of a worry for me. He has real high highs, but also real low lows. So if you get him on a good day, Magic can be fun, but 9-10 should win out this AWP head-to-head basically every day of the week.
Home tournament for Moon as well, so might be able to spur him forwards ever so slightly. This shot from 9-10 as he splits the difference, not quite sure which target to choose. I think he could have had either of them. He ends up with neither of them, so a little awkward.
Oh, spotted by Mazzinho.
Big nade damage here. With that earlier tag as well, Tenzi going to be finished off. Masval smoked at the worst possible time. Nade comes in, minimal damage on that one, but Blitz keeping his cool. to take another head, and Cobra Zero got the right idea on what's happening here over towards the Palace. Flash comes in for him. This fade will eventually go down from the earlier tag. There's some trades back. Still not over just yet. And this is the thing, it's always possible with a team like Magic. They have managed to turn this around. 3 versus 5 that, you know, goes 2 on 4 is a really, really good result, and they just take it. And this is what's going to happen. So many open fights, so much confidence. Round's never over. I can still win. And Magic play with that confidence so well.
Yeah, I'll reiterate my point. A couple of these guys towards Magic, I would make the argument, are sharper than a couple over towards the Mongols. But the Mongols have much better protocols, much better game plans. They are a much more solid side in terms of the calling department. Like, if you're putting IGL against IGL, right, of course, Blitz on one side, Fade 8 on the other side, you take Blitz every day of the week. You know, 4D chess, a bit of a tactical genius there. But it's just the fact that they can fall back on individuals. Can Maswell give us a round? Can AW find a moment? Can Tenzi or Moon start to deliver? And this is the thing with Magic. They are going to cause a couple of issues at this tournament. That's why, for me, they are my dark horse. They just have enough firepower to fall back on. It's really just like, I wonder with this side is, how much more can you get out of Fade as a caller?
Pretty nervy round here, as the Mongols, I think, have just been checked super early on.
Yeah.
And so playing further back, not wanting to give those earlier fights. Still confident for it in towards window. There's a boost up for Cobra Zero, and a light spot coming in for both of those aforementioned players. But nothing too substantial just yet. 50 seconds left on in the round. Magic have kind of got to get a move on here, as they've got that mid control, but what are they going to be able to do with it? Bomb coming in from ramp, which has just been freshly smoked off, will divert towards the Palace, but still not feeling super confident just yet. Blitz with a nice angle, but unfortunately the weaponry letting him down. They've managed to thin the herd, as it were, and no sight of the bomb just yet. Does get this CT side a little worried. Emphasis on little. Moon with a nice little bait and switch as he keeps it coming, and they've just got so much deep control of window in particular. Magic able to see it over the line, so very quickly, I think, turning some heads here are Magic.
That's it. And I hope that this tournament, they get to prove sort of the narrative that I'm trying to build about this side. That, like, I think a good, like, at least two players, like, I would say, like, an initial, like, Tenzi and Maswell, I think they are destined for tier 1. Like, they're good enough. Like, if a team, you know, we've kind of seen it in the past where teams have sort of taken punts on, you know, like a Flamus or, you know, like a Tanier. These kind of guys who have kind of made their step up, and people have been like, oh, I wonder where they've come from. That's what Maswell and Tenzi, for me, feel like they can be. But then you've got AW, I think also really does have his moments, maybe just not as often. But I hope they had to prove at this tournament just how good they actually can be, because I've really seen this side at its highest of highs, and they're really fun to watch. But they also do play a very tier 2 EU type of play, which is like, do nothing for a minute, wait, last 20 seconds, we pull off an execute. So you don't get it as often at this sort of top level. And I wonder how Mongols deal with it, because it's actually really frustrating to play against. Like, it's a minute 30 of like, we've actually got to make sure that we hold on to our utility, which I think a lot of teams struggle with.
Yeah, when you're losing to it as well.
Yeah.
And just little things like we saw in the Palace, they're very happy to send the first guy out.
Yeah.
And then his teammates just like baiting him. And there's no recourse to that, you know, and it works a lot. Late trading, you might call it, but I think most people are going to see it as baiting for sure.
Yeah.
But it works. When you're in those lower moments, 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, it works. Guessed a bit wrong here in this round. Not really expecting too much out from it anyway.
Yeah, it's a gamble, and they, you know, flip the coin wrong.
That is how it goes. They are still looking to go in. I honestly figured they might just hard save and deny kill bonuses and all that kind of thing, but still having a little look here. They've got some Deagles that they want to test out. AW runs out of ammo. It's about to be a super cool 3K for him, but unfortunately not going to be the case here. Might even go down. Tenzi bails him out. And so it should be a cost-free round in the end for the T side. It is indeed. So Magic going to take control of the game. Looking good while doing so. And now we have to bring up some of these things. You know, Mongols losing sight of the immediate game, trusting in their fundamentals, which might not be quite up to par. And it has suddenly gotten very close, hasn't it? I think, you know, people building confidence in the Magix side. An early timeout here from the MongolZ.
This is honestly what I like to see, though. It's just the realization of, okay, hang on a second, this side, they've got something about them, right? And I think, you know, obviously, all the expectations that Mara's and a lot of prep on towards Magic, and they do have a lot of tape, right? These guys play so much Tier 2 Counter-Strike, right? They're playing a lot online, but even with that, it's, you know, how do we put ourselves into positions of advantages, right? How do we find opportunities to really punish this Magic side? Because this is a team that are happy to sit back and do nothing. And you've got two ways you can go about it. You either play a default setup, you invite the pressure in, and then you just hope that you can kind of trade positively, because essentially, like, wherever you go, it's going to be like a 4v3 or a 5v3, depending on what the setup's looking like, right? Or do you do what MongolZ are doing in the opening 2 rounds, which is actually what I want them to do, get proactive. 2 rounds, they send players in towards B apartments, they go searching for information. This is what I want to see. I want to see people go poking and prodding in towards apartments, go looking in towards Palace, have a little push down mid, have a little push underpass as well. See what the reaction's like. That's maybe where you're going to find opportunities. This is a more basic round towards A.
Yeah, predictable stuff. It feels like from Magic that they're just immediately going fast after the pause, but they make it work time and time again. MongolZ feeling it slightly, but with that smoke coming in, it's surely got to be a save here, fellas. I know it's frustrating. I know it's annoying. This is the thing, man. You know, MongolZ as a team, as I said, like the culture of it, you know, nice guys or whatever, but I think in terms of the way that they approach the game sometimes, they're easily frustrated. They get emotional. They play their own game. They try and just rely on that a little too much, maybe. And it's also something, you know, you're talking about, oh, there's all this tape and everything for Magic. I think they're just going to bring a bit of a different game. You know, there's certainly got to be things and ideas that you don't need online necessarily, especially if you know there's a LAN coming up and things like this. So I think they will be like hiding things away, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And MongolZ already getting blindsided by quite a bit here. No, I agree. But also as well, that the thing that I'm seeing, at least on this Magic side, this is actually quite akin to when they play against sides that are a little bit lesser down than them within kind of the tier 2 or tier 3, or they play against like in games that don't really mean that much to them, like it's maybe not going to affect their VRS or not going to affect their tournament standings or whatever. They do just play super puggy and they kind of just fly into fights, right? But when they play against teams they care, this was sort of a little bit more of what they look like, right? They're a bit more reserved in their initial approach. They like to step back and kind of invite in a bit of pressure, and they like to leave things a little bit late. But you know, I know this, and if I know this, the MongolZ know this. It doesn't mean you can counter it, like, because if they're not going for information gathers, they are just hoping that they can trade well. That's basically all you can fall back on. All we're seeing is late round executions. You know, it's like, obviously not to the same level, but it's like very like, you know, PGL Stockholm Na'Vi kind of vibes, right? Sure. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real throwback. But, you know, really like late round, last 10 seconds, let's go for a hit here and just try and overwhelm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams in Magic's bracket, as we sort of started throwing in now, you know, with the VRS and everything that you can kind of talk about, help split up those tier 1, tier 2, tier 1.5. But, you know, you look around maybe 10 ranks up, 10 ranks down from where Magic are. They just turn the dial in a round. It's either 0 or 10, or maybe now it's 7. You know, really confusing to know what approach they're going to try and bring. It is getting scrappy here very quickly, though, as the MongolZ trying to take some early fights. Will lose another. AW works around his teammates. Kills. I don't know how I feel about this, though. The bomb is really leading the charge, and indeed he does call for some assistance to make sure he doesn't go down. Moon's out of round as he finds 2 very key frags to get that one going. MongolZ not looking good, man. No. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. You know, we've seen this 4 versus 2 in the super early round for Magic, and since then they have been in full control of proceedings here. It's open. It's lacking smokes. They're happy to take the fights. They test the water on that. Can we actually bring our puggy style to the game? Can we get away with that, knowing that we can fall back on the executes if needed? So far, the answer is yes. They're looking very good. MongolZ still trying to find a response. I'm so glad to see the Magic are playing to this level.
the real worry, and I've caught this out a few times online, they just sometimes don't step up in the way that we'd expect of them. They can't always find consistency across tournaments. This is good. They're starting out the gate strong here at Astana. And the individuals are looking sharp. 3 towards B. He's got a bold move to make. Svede's selling a bit of a ruse here as he's kind of trying to draw out a fight. The bomb's nowhere to be seen. It's still over towards spawn, but is it rotating over?
Getting that lineup. But yeah, where is that bomb going? It's angling towards A.
I think this is an A split here. A split with 2 players through connector.
Yeah.
And they go late.
Whether they can find that space, of course. And Smoke at top con to give them the room.
Something that we're seeing quite a lot. Magic are keeping hold of their utility where MongolZ are using this really early. Look how much util this T-side have got.
Yeah. Contact flashes, though. Not necessarily going to need to go all that deep. Tenzi keeps it coming. Looking absolutely fantastic. And indeed, they don't need that utility necessarily as they break in. Down, Techno will go. So even like saves and things are starting to look challenging for the Mongols. Uh-oh. This really could get bad.
Tenzi tier 1 within a year. I'm saying it. Asphalt should join him too, to be honest. But this is looking really bad for the Mongols, but really good for Magic. This is becoming a very interesting Mirage here. And Magic are doing so well to give themselves some breathing room. Their map pick, but they're starting off the series strong. And it's just a worry that Inferno is one of those maps that's kind of akin in terms of the way it's approached to that of a Mirage. And if you can't outpug this side on Mirage, are you going to be able to do it on Inferno?
Well, yeah. And do they get under your skin by then, really? Not much to write home about here for Mongols. These are the types of rounds that can often get you started. And something that I would think they really, really built their identity on was winning a lot of unlikely force buys. Also on that T side, but certainly could be doable here. Cobra Zero, Molotov'd off. Starting very, very slow. Magic, I don't think they want to let a round like this slip away, and you can feel that with the way they are playing things here. Back to T-spawn, back towards A. Kind of a double pump of an execute here, I think, is what's on the cards. But we'll see. In close proximity, it's ultimately 4 players for the CT side, and Cobra Zero starts to shore up his position over here as well. So Mongols are prepared for this one.
Yeah, this could be a bloodbath. I think for Magic, they were sort of hoping that really they could draw players away from this side, that the fake execution was going to draw them towards B. But it might make a difference. Tenzi, he'll open up things well. Mazzini 0 for 2. 9-10 was in there as well, but AW and Masfal going to give them something to work with. But it's all on the shoulders of Masfal. 14 points of HP. 15 seconds to spam through the box, can't quite connect. And neither can his shots. It looked a little dicey. The double pump execute, it didn't draw the Mongols away from the A site. If anything, it drew them to it. They stayed there and they had the play. And that is also as well the downside of these late round executions that Magic like to throw in. If they don't come to plan, you are left in a really awkward spot. And that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight is obviously a benefit here, but the problem with a round like that is that the Mongols are on a lower buy. There's no pressure. They're not expected to win.
Yeah.
So they're not going to react to the carrot and stick, as it were. They're not going to over-rotate. And so you just kind of misread the situation. If you are Magic, probably would have got a bit more out of it if they just sent it on an execute, you know, even if it is later on in the round. And it's tough. I said those are the types of rounds that Mongols like winning. And, of course, can just reset the nature of the game. So Magic have to be very careful, I think, that the Mongols don't turn this into anything. But it certainly feels like it could be possible. Heavy upgrades, you know, the AK, the AWP in play. Really, really looking good for the CT side at large. And a great boon into the coffers as well. So all these things looking very good.
Real freeze-off from both sides here. so tentative, so nervy in ways. But Masval will find one, and he just falls away. I like that. It's a smoking towards Paz. He goes just before it plumes. It's a wild move by Blitz, and he'll lose his life, and so will Cobra. So this is it. These freeze calls, their Magic's territory, it's their turf, and it's where they do their best work. That's a statement of a round. Flawless from Magic. Yes, you may have kind of found us in a bit of a slip up in the one prior, but we'll bite back, and my God, do they sink their teeth into that one. They've guaranteed a lead now on the T side, and again, they continue to look really strong on this Mirage. I'm really impressed.
Yeah. Absolute mess from MongolZ as well. They're really looking uncomfortable.
Like, what is that double play into mid as well? Dive out a window, dive out a short with
I'd love to
no
see
flash.
The low lights. You know what I mean? We're obviously not going to get them because it's just not replay material. But like, it's yeah, I don't know what Blitz flying down. He's sort of shooting the wall a little bit and stuff. Like, it just looks very, very dodgy.
You need 9-10 from A site, but he's playing CT, holding towards ramp, right? You need him to kind of move up in towards triple. And essentially, like, either palm tree flash if you're going to go deep out that way, or shallow flash over connector to send them out. But that doesn't happen, so they both dive out and they're just dead immediately. It's like, all right, round done then.
Really, really uncomfortable. And you've just won that force buy as well, so
yeah,
you know, you'd expect you to be better in some looser situations. Maybe that's what they're trying to create, but perhaps a bit too loose. Fighting fire with fire. And it is the MongolZ getting burned in the 3rd degree. But we'll find out. Techno does get a mistimed jump peak. He manages to make it back, and a lot of damage dished out here. So these particular trades in towards B going to be tough. The AWP, though, is still in the conversation. 9-10 been spotted moving out. He's missed tracked, but the quickscope is indeed quick enough. Caught with nade in hand, though. The panic, the timing beats are off. Masval with a big find. Dink for dink, but the AK comes out on top, and it's going to be Blitz here. Feeling capable in the 1 versus 2. In towards the shelf angle here. Impenetrable, and Masval will see it off. Magic looking really, really quite good. And the MongolZ again caught. And this is another thing that you see from like the tier 2. We saw it with like the AWPers. Just, I like to call it like syncopated, which is a bit of a musical term, you know, that you're sort of like offbeat, doesn't quite make sense. 9-10, he looks in here, he's like, right, the peak should be coming. If there's someone there, it doesn't come, okay, there's no one there. And then there's a peak, you know? So they're able to play in their mind. They know the conventional approach and the conventional beats of a round and at a moment, and they work against that. It's kind of like anti-instinct at times for Magic. Another thing that these CIS players are just so good at.
MongolZ are on a 4-beat, Magic on a 3, right?
There you go.
They do a little bit different, you know what I mean? They like to kind of throw out a little bit of a curveball, a little bit of a change-up.
Sometimes it feels they might be on one of those wacky ones, you know, like 16, 18.
Do you know what?
Whatever,
Okay, put it this way. If we're doing music terms, right? You know, the MongolZ like an orchestra, Magic are like jazz. Right? It's you know, it's very kind of loose in the way they like to go about it. And also, kind of the thing that makes Magic kind of fun, as we're seeing here, like, they are just backing themselves as individuals. They're like, okay, I'll get mine.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I've got it. I back myself. You know, Moon in that fight, like, if he dies, he throws away the round. He's like, I'm winning this. And he does.
And it's a very interesting thing that I think you have to know the rules in order to break them.
Yes.
You know, and then work around all of that. And Magic, again, teams of their ilk are really, really good at doing that. Because there's so many teams like them that on a baseline play similar Counter-Strike. So it's like, how do we break that up? How do we actually win rounds against teams like us almost? That you could, in a way, the MongolZ maybe at one time were considered a similar kind of approach. Early damage onto Tenzi here.
Oh my God, look.
25 seconds.
They're pulling away.
Panic rotate. I think there's tiny bits of utility that go over A. Masval's even sold his life for it. But indeed, they'll find the bomb plant. Now, whether they hold on to it is another story. There's so many smokes. But they are starting to dissipate a little here for that CT side to start working their way in. Just not winning out the fights at this point is the tough thing. Still not a bad looking 3 versus 2. But before I even get the words out, Moon claps one, AW gets the next. My God, Magic is absolutely clinical here.
What a move as well, because they do the initial execute and then No one moves. They don't hear anything. They've obviously got a player playing below the window. He has no steps. So for him, he's like, they're not here. It's a fake. This is 2 players throwing 2 sets of smoke. The other 3 are towards A. So you can see they panic and they rotate and they start bombing it towards that A site with about 24 seconds on the clock. And the 3 guys in apartments just stroll on out. No one's there. They clear their corners and no one's home. Love that. Really, really fun move. And again, a little bit of a kind of a showing of what this Magix side have got. It's quite loose. It very easily can fall apart as well. Even just one player towards B playing, you know, Get Right or Jail throws that round completely up in the air, but it doesn't, and ends up being quite nice. And I'm surprised as well the Mongols don't learn their lesson, because we saw the round that they won to get their 3rd. It was a double pump execute towards A, where they just stayed on the side. They didn't move. They didn't nibble. They didn't bite. They waited, and then they came back in. That time, the execute comes through, and they completely hightail it, and like, oh, it's got to be a fake.
Yeah, looks really nice as well as they get it going. And they are feeling good. The vibe's high.
Yeah. Too right.
In love with the jerseys as well. Some great colours on the jerseys, I have to say. Magix, great name. You know, I see a good future for this team.
Yes. A win here is really good for their VRS. I think we had a little graphic that came up earlier. Something like they go from in the 40s to in the 30s. Basically. A good spot to be in. Fade 8 under pressure, but they're diving into his not-so-loving arms as the Doolies go for 3.
9-10 will manage to trade one back here from the ramp. Now Bomb going to bail and look to maybe head towards B, just a complete reapproach. Obviously, a redesign of the round for Mongol is going to be needed. This was what feels like one of their last chances to get this game going.
Yeah.
To really get into this map. They're going to split up slightly. It's a nice little dig mission, though, coming in from Masval to ultimately confirm the round. But Spade 8, great round from him, of course. The Julie's getting all the work done. And they played right into their hands. Again, we talk about homework, we talk about preparation for your opponent. Seems like Magic did it all. It's not only Julie's position, but that smoke, of course. And the Mongols still tried to go for it, which 9-3 you might call, I guess, a fine line between stupidity and bravery is what I might say. If you can read between the lines, you might understand what I'm getting at. All the same, Magic hitting double digits and looking to close this one out. Relatively pacey, got to be careful. Some good tags landing at the start of the round, but their stronger weaponry able to see it off. Techno on the tag. Wait a minute. Hold up. As he has made this round look very, very doable, and Masval actually finds himself fully alone.
That's the first time we've seen this game where Magic have got, like, wildly overconfident. They've just overfought there.
I mean, Techno's hit some crazy shots.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
Let's be real.
That third one in particular is the one that really was huge. The second he's kind of down below. It's an awkward angle to fight one when you're on top of short. But for Masval, decisions they made here. Does he actually give this a go? Personally, I would. I'd give it a look in. That's the perfect retake little care package there as well. Right. M4 and a smoke down. Nice little spot there by the observers.
Just needs that kit. I think it's the problem. And, you know, it's...
Do they have one is the question, really.
Predictable that one player is obviously on the site, but where is this other guy? You know, where is he lurking? Where is he playing from? So he'll go for an upgrade. He might get that smoke for us, but unfortunately, the round not going to happen. A little gift comes his way to get some kill bonus going in. But yeah, I don't think there was a kit drop, to be honest.
I'm not sure either.
So Mongols with what could be a pretty big find. They have to turn this diamond into a really big opportunity now, into a gap close. And we'll see now if Magic can just hold on. These are the kinds of moments where the only way you can build up the experience of being sort of chased and losing out a map on LAN and whatnot is to experience it for real. So you just have to be very, very careful with how they see this one over the line.
Pop shots with the scout as well. He's hoping for a little fortune, but not coming his way just yet. The buyback in isn't bad for Magic. Like they obviously have to kind of force by themselves. That's a bold move by Spade. Loses life. Need behind it too, but doesn't go deep enough to really trouble Masval here. Who keeps an aggressive stance. And by his position being kind of aggressive, it does allow Magic, despite the numbers disadvantage, to still hold decent presence towards mid-May.
That is true. Oh, in connector in particular, they might think it's a bit clearer than it should be, and quick reaction from Blitz. And M4 probably sees that one off. Not quite the case here, so going to be a solid man advantage for the Mongols to capitalize on.
This is bold.
Got to be bold. And around like this, trying to create some space, maybe find just one kill. Tenzi's in a good spot, but the majority of that attacking side is coming his way here, so feels kind of unwinnable with there being no real opportunity to find a kill in towards middle. Bomb has been planted. I think it is just going to be over. They've got a little tiny crossfire here, but not the scariest in the world, as Cobra even sees off the attacking player of that, you know, the trap set, but not quite sprung. So looking good. Mongols, flawless round here. It's the start of a long trail to even things up, but it started quite nicely.
Yeah, long trail, but you have the right steps. Okay, up to 5. The 6th should come pretty naturally as well. Is it going to be money to fall back on before Magic hits towards this next? So, Scout on M4 saved is about as good as it gets. And really, for Svedek, Tenzi, AW, the guys who dropped in towards that round, number 15, just then, they don't have the funds to fall back on anything. And for Moon and Maswell, they don't want to buy up or drop up anything as well, because if they die in this round, then they don't have any money in towards the next. So I think this will essentially just be a full save around the M4 and Scout. If those two can get a couple of kills, that'd be nice. And the way you win a round like this as well, while it's very unlikely, is you've got to try and facilitate Masval and Moon. And there's one or two ways you can go about this. Either for Svedek, Tenzi, and AW, they are cannon fodder. They just draw the crosshairs off, and then Masval and Moon trade, most likely Masval, right? So they're kind of human flashbangs. Or the flip side is, and we see this a bit more in the tier 2, which is you actually use the rifle as the first point of contact. So Masval will get aggressive. He'll either push ramp or push palace or push apartments, whatever it is, push mid maybe, gets a kill to drop over a gun to one of those pistols, and then they get a bit of fortune there. That's the two ways you approach it, really, to try and win a round like this. We'll see what Magic opt for.
I like this idea, the little double swing.
Option 2, right? Masval takes first contact, gets a gun, and now that's recoverable.
Yeah.
They don't know it yet, but it is recoverable at some point.
Yeah, for sure. An advantage. Get that M4 moving. Hit a different spot here.
Yeah, and he'll be really fluid in a round like this, right? He'll continue moving, right? He basically will just react to everything. Any bit of, you know, utility or information that they gain, that's where he'll head.
Moves up towards short. Oh, Cobra's here, though, looking good on the entries. And that M4 goes down. The gun not necessarily recovered, unfortunately, in the apartments. So they'll still try and give this one a go, but Scout and 2 USBs not really all that threatening. And Moon's actually very far away. Trying to use his range to his advantage, and there you go. Decent job. These other players, 2 of them are tagged up heavily enough to go down in one shot, so could be dangerous. And Moon is actually threading his way through here to potentially threaten the bomb site itself. They think that they would have seen him doing this. So just have to be aware, just have to be careful. Not really enough time for him, unfortunately. He'd have to go charging in and give his element of surprise away. So it will be a 6 for the Mongols. And again, pretty clean. Not too costly. Just waiting to see what Magic have got in store once they can stabilize that econ.
Terrorists win.
It started all right. Maswell gets his kill. They just don't go and recover that gun. I feel like if they had maybe just taken the risk of sending one of the pistols in, see if you can scoop it up and fall back, you put yourself in a bit of a nicer spot. This second kill by Cobra is really important, though. You catch Masval, and that just gives you the space to scale up in towards B. The Mongols It's taken a while, but they're starting to click a little better. I mean, when they're on the T side and they're the ones controlling the tempo and the pace of this game, they feel a lot more comfortable. Magix, you see, is catching off guard a bit more.
A lot of early nades here. Yeah, it's going to stop them going for an advanced position, though, so kind of a nice idea, I think, from the Mongols there. Angling towards B, the bomb not quite with them just yet. Mid-control, though, is softly conceded. So curious to see, like, what is the plan here? They're actually pulling away as the apartments get smoked off, and now fancying their chances towards mid, maybe. It's going to be a straight execute, and I mean, still have utility remaining here, of course, for the Mongols. Magix just have to hold the line. They've got so much mid-control, but that leaves them pretty far away from the bomb sites here, Neo, so I do worry.
This could be a bloodbath towards A. It is, I mean, all these players are so close to each other on the Magix side that they might just instantly react to this. So Mongols, I think this opening fight is going to be really quite perfect. You can give yourself a numbers advantage, you put yourself at such a big step forward in this round. The util's excellent as well. Blocked out key positions, the double nade is great, Blitz. Amazinho combine well, bomb goes down, Mongols done very well in this round. The only thing they have to be careful of is this flank brewing by Spade.
Yeah, but I think he's going to put it on a simmer, really. Don't like it.
If it's a 5v4, he gives that a look all day.
Yeah, for sure. You've also, look, you've got like most of your players coming in through the tightest choke point. It's a little bit of a mismanagement. Flank needed to be faster, or you needed someone else from B to head up CT. That's the big thing, that you've lost just so much control over there. But they tried to cheese it a little bit, all playing towards Con. And this is again where that approach of being slightly against the grain in your ideas, it's like, okay, the conventional idea is to do this. We're going to do the unconventional one. Yeah. It can kind of catch you off. Definitely done so in that round, and they are stuck. How do you get this car out of the mud here? And again, that's another difficult question to answer for a team that's just never really been in this position.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can see Mongols are believing that it's like, okay, swap onto the T side, we'll be fine. You know, like starting to build up that belief in themselves.
Yeah, agreed. 3-round game. Magix are still 3 rounds away. Missed window smoke.
Should be one of those things, you know, like footballers, they get a yellow card or a red card and you kind of like dock their pay for a week.
Yeah.
I think a missed smoke.
Missed window smoke?
Yeah. Should be...
what, docking their pay?
Yeah. Like a, I don't know,
I think
$200 fine or
yeah,
whatever.
I think it's more like in football clubs, we would normally have like fines for like a variety of things. Like if you're late to training, 10 quid, right? Or, you know,
sense.
like if you... I mean, yellows, you'd have to pay like 50 quid for
it's
yellow.
Also because you can like miss games and stuff, right?
Yeah,
so
but you have to pay to the FA, not to like the club.
Oh, right. Okay.
So club fines for like random stuff, and I think that's a good one.
Yeah.
Miss smoke, club fine, you know, 100 quid goes into like the team meal at an event or whatnot. Right, break on the smoke. Sveni's kind of split the net here. Did he get spotted now? And now he's known about. He's still somehow in this smoke though.
They go for the bomb plant. I was going to say, he's caught on a reload. He goes crazy. Had to do something.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to be watching you like a hawk. It is Moon, who's halfway moving away. And the magic breaking down. The tricks are being revealed.
Yeah.
As Mongols are figuring them out here. Timeout coming in from that Magic side. Try and see if they have anything else up their sleeve. Which is, of course, where that little phrase comes from.
You know, unlike Harry Potter, there's only so many times you can spam Expelliarmus, right? You know, you got to start having a little bit more in the strat book. And unfortunately for Magic, they've just not offered up really enough here in the second. It's been kind of textbook, a little bit too easy to read, a little bit flat as well with the Mongols. The variation that's come through on this team side has been kind of nice. There's a bit more to fall back on. And this is a side that, you know, it's taken them a while in this map, but they are really awake now. And despite the scoreline still favoring Magic, it's Mongols who lead in terms of momentum. They feel like the side that are easier to back at the moment, just because Magic, from such a wealth of a lead in the first half, have offered up so little on their CT side. It is really concerning. Only the 1 round so far. Shoulder spotted. Yeah, too easy. Mass foul. I don't think he realizes that all you need to do is tag up a hand, and 9-10 has got the mechanics to punish. As Moon goes for a left eye peek on that window position, you're always losing that. These are things that you don't get punished for in Tier 2, but at this level, you will.
Not looking good. Magic trying to desperately patch up some of the holes here as they go for a push down the ramp, which they will get away with. How useful is this? It's a long route to get anywhere influential. And you're 5-on-3, it's like, okay, they're not coming A, but what use is that? You know, you can't really do too much with that. And guess what? If they're not coming A, probably going B, and you've got no one on B. Blitz just demolishes them. If we catch that one in the replays, that looks fast. All the same. Mayday to save the AWP, and this is crashing down around them, man. Really not looking good for Magic, and if it couldn't get any worse, the timing is dreadful to save that up.
Yeah, that's tough. That is really tough. This looks so good now for MongolZ. And yeah, we keep saying it, but Magic just really are not offering up enough at all. There's just not really...
There's losing, and then there's just not being in the game.
Yeah,
right?
They're, you know, on the CT side, they are really going out of a whimper here. And the T side was so fun, but it's they're in complete control, right? They are dictating how and when certain things happen, not what we've got here where they're reacting to it. And the reactions are poor. Double MP9, a few upgraded pistols. Of a wing and a prayer, really, to try and get around like this over the board. Small amount of utility. We got 2 smokes. That's it. They're essentially gambling A here as well.
Could work out for them. It really could. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so heavily stacked on top of each other. I'm a bit worried here. This could be really devastating. 5-7 in that corner. They don't quite match up, do they? It's not in harmony as it was on that T side. As they will just be absolutely walked over. Not even 1 kill with that setup. I know you've got the weaker weaponry, but...
Might not be 1 kill at all.
Yeah, well, true. Masval remains alone here. He's being watched. Down he will go, and it is indeed devastating, but maybe the opposite way that I was expecting. I thought, you know, 5-7 for 1, MP9 trades off of him, something like this. But just absolutely nothing. Magic with the timeouts. They are panicking. The ship taking on water. They are quickly sinking. I think they're discovering that nobody knows how to get this one going again.
Yeah.
Really, really struggling.
Not got enough buckets to beat it out, right?
And played enough Sea of Thieves.
I've actually never played it. I've heard good things, though.
That's all right.
There's a new one at the moment, which apparently is like a...
Yeah.
Whatever it's called, who knows?
Wild Run or something.
Yeah, apparently it's pretty good.
Pirates are cool.
Pirates are cool.
They're remastering that Black Flag as well.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
I enjoyed that back in the day.
Ah, man. On the open seas, and they all start singing the sea shanties.
Yeah.
Nearly messed that one up. But, yeah, that was a good time. So I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully they have an extensive catalogue of shanties this time around. But no plain sailing here.
No, we've hit a little snag here. We are at a tech issue. I can't even really tell.
Now, we love this game, don't we? Like, figuring out what the tech issue is.
It's definitely Magic, for sure. You can see, yeah, okay, here we go. Trying to figure something out. What is the issue? I kind of always put into tiers, right? You've got, like, like, the first sort of, like, level is just, like, a tech pause, like we've got now, is what it is. Second level is when headsets are off. That's like, oh, we're in trouble, right? Something a little bit more serious here. A few admins over and whatnot. The severe levels, when you see players standing up, you're like, okay, this game is not getting started anytime soon. Thankfully, we're just at level 1 right now, which is fine.
It's like DEF CON, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which I can't remember. It's the lower number on DEF CON is worse.
Yeah, maybe I should
Like
do it that way
DEF
as
CON
well.
5 is like...
That's all right.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
when it goes DEF CON 1, it's, you know, the world's ending or whatever.
The world's ending, there we go. So
I
yeah,
think.
we're at DEF CON
Don't work in the
5,
US
I guess,
government
technically,
myself.
but mine's like a 3-tier system. So
Okay.
DEF CON 3.
Okay, there you go.
We've got confirmation.
Confirmation.
There we go. DEF CON 1 is the biggest. There we go. So yeah, we're at DEF CON.
Important info.
We're at DEF CON 3 right now. It's not that bad. A little bit of a tech issue. Headsets are still on. If I see a headset, so a few of them start coming off, that's DEF CON 2. That's like, oh, okay, a couple of alarm bells, you know, sending the troops, i.e. the admins, to go fix it.
Indeed.
And then DEF CON 1, it's like, all right, guys, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, no one can help. Yeah, DEF CON 1's like break time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yes,
there you
exactly.
go. It looks all good. I think maybe like a game crash, and then you've got to get back in, and, you know, phones are closely guarded, and Steam guards and all this are needed, you know, whatever it is. So just a little bit of a process, but hopefully not going to be waiting too long on this one. Yeah, looking very, very good for the MongolZ, though, as we are just having a little look. It's a very keen run after winning that force buy. They are yet to lose a round and getting very dominant. You know, the rifles have just not impressed at all.
Oh, yeah, exactly that. You know, where we're at the moment, you know, all tied square at kind of 10 apiece, but it's just the fact that it's been this 7-round run, right? It's this, you know, kind of, well, not only just 7 rounds, it's kind of the way these 7 rounds have been won. Like, they're not close. A lot of them are really, really lopsided. And we did see moments like that from Magic as well in towards the first half, and that probably makes it even more damning. It's the fact that not only is it kind of an issue of, yes, you're losing rounds, a lot of them, and you're losing them quite one-sidedly, but you're like 9-3 up. You're flying off that first half. You look so, so good, and you're a shadow of your former self. There is really not a lot on offer. On the flip side as well, you got Mazinho playing quite well, 9-10, Techno, Cobra, they're all involved in the kills, which is what you want to see, right? And Blitz kind of pulling up the rear, but that's to be expected. On the other side, you know, you got AW's not looked super, super sharp. Moon's had moments here and there. It's Tenzi, Masval, and Svade who's been really doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but we kind of want more, especially something like an AW. But even like for Moon, 9-10's looks super sharp. He needs to make life uncomfortable for him, but he's not been doing that.
It's just really hard to like turn around and be like, where do you look?
Yeah.
You don't have a player that you can turn to in times of need. Might not even need to be the captain, but, you know, we often look at those veterans, at those older guys, to kind of just give you a bit of a pep talk, or I remember this one time, or whatever. And then as a team, you can't necessarily draw on much experience either, whereas the MongolZ have got spades and spades of it. So, yeah, you have to be really, really, really careful for Magic. And I think maybe the time for being careful is now over. You actually have to panic. You actually have to get a bit desperate and try and get back on the board. Often happens here, though, when things even up. Perfect time for a tech pause, you might say.
Yeah.
And indeed, Magic might be able to flip things on its head.
Yeah, I guess, like, you know, you can naturally sort of ice out your opponents. And we talk about this a lot when we get tech pauses. You know, they're much more common online. And when you do get the tech pauses, you're not allowed to talk and whatnot. But how do players deal with when they just have to sit there? Some players are very good at like visualizing and, you know, staying quite locked in and quite clued into what's going on. Other players start to drift, I think, a little bit, and they start to kind of check out a little bit, and that can obviously cause a few issues. So it's how players deal with it when you can't talk and you just got to sit there. You're one with your own thoughts, and well, I know for plenty of people, it can be kind of scary. You're like, what do I think about here? How do I make this work? We're back live, and Blitz will open up proceedings. It's trade 8. On the flip side, who falls? Bomb planted. Masval can't do anything to deny, and 9-10's making worries all the more worse. Tenzi, Masval, and Moon got a decision to be made here of do they want to give this one a proper look in. Masval only 1 for 1. It might be a soft save.
Think about clicking heads, Neo. Of course. That's what you paid for. That's what you were born for at this level. Headshot machines, Blitz with a really nice find to just keep them occupied. Just keep them drawn towards him and maybe apprehensive to fully send it, knowing that there could be a flank at any time. So he's really done well. Save not quite going to happen for the AWP. M4 should be okay, though, by the looks of things. All the same, it really doesn't matter, you know what I mean? Like, buys and econ and all this kind of conversation is generally nuanced. We don't need nuance here.
Yeah.
That tells you what's been going on. 8 in a row.
Yeah, you don't need nuance when it's 8 on the bounce. Yeah.
And also very, very dominant.
Yeah.
You know. So, Magic just need some sort of
divine intervention.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to lean towards it. The Mongols have maybe stolen it away. They just need like a pocket round or a hero. And I don't know. It feels at this point it's more Mongols losing a round rather than Magic pulling one out of thin air.
Yeah. I think you're right. I really do feel like this is where you need a contingency plan of like a pocket round to call of like, right, let's push ramp here, you know, or let's split the aggression, let's push ramp, let's push palace, see if we can do something that's a little bit different that catches them off guard. Maybe like a mid-crunch. I like the idea because it's worked. You need a round to flip the script just to force Mongols to take a beat, take a breather. That's what we've got here in round number 22. They've gone for a mid-crunch and it's worked. Left all on the shoulders now, Mazzinho. First fight is a little labor, but he'll get there in the end as AW will drop. But still surely impossible to recover this C4.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just about like taking some damage and taking some guns away. Triple swing coming in from the Magic side of things. So now it does get interesting. 11-11, breaking the deadlock just in the nick of time. Immediate timeout, you would imagine, from the Mongol side. Indeed it is. Their last one here of regulation, but could be knocking that overtime in pretty early on into the B-Stream life cycle here. And it certainly feels like a game kind of deserving of it. The Mongols, though, you do feel that they had such an ascendancy that they should have been able to close things out.
Yeah.
They still can, of course. So, is there anything else for Magic? Lovely little round from them. Can they deliver in the same sort of way here into round number 23? Will be going the distance for this one.
Whether you call it a curse or a blessing, we always have a lot of overtimes. It's very akin for us. I feel like we get quite...
More recently,
yeah,
we've done well.
Quite a few decent. We had like a 5 overtime, not even that long ago. Like a 4 as well, like last week. It was... That's some long ones. And I do feel like this one's got an OT brewing in it as well. Map 1 OT as well for this series. Makes up for the very lopsided opening series of the day as well.
Yeah. Mongols blindsided by this team for sure. They've done really well to bring it back this close, especially after losing the pistol in this second half. You kind of start to think it's over before it even gets going. Not the case. Special round here as they go bursting in. Cobra's gone deep as well to try and take matters into his own hands, and they have indeed called a bit of a freeze to just see what he can do. He will clear out B all by himself, and yet they still dedicate on to this A bomb site. So not sure how I feel about this. It's a different game over here, and indeed the CT side looking pretty good on the retake. Masval will be left relatively low. It's straight onto the bomb, though. They got to get him off. Masval just going in for the whole blitz, moves fast, and he will indeed take it down. Beautiful movement. Panic setting in, alarm bells ringing, but performing under the pressure to net number 12. I thought he had that.
Yeah, thank God Blitz can bunny hop. That honestly made such a big difference. If he failed the bunny hop, doesn't get round the corner in time. I think I might even see it here.
Wow, perfection. Actual perfection.
As close as it gets. God, bails them out. I mean, the nade, I don't know, but I think the nade would have gone off too late. So, in the end, well done. Map point, Mongols on Magic's map pick. And from 9-3 at the half, what a run. And what an oversight as well from Moon. He doesn't realize that from the booster angle, he's completely exposed.
Great time for all this. You know what I mean? Like, Mongols, they've clearly got a few saved rounds. For moments like this where it's like, do or die, and things that we just haven't quite seen from them, maybe getting a little boost heavy will cost them the second time around. Connector going to be a dangerous spot over here. Cobra Zero, though, looking good on a spray transfer. at relative range as well. Spade trying to find just one more. AW is kind of out of the round because of how low he is. Mazinho does go down, and all of a sudden it opens back up. CobraZera incredibly low. Blitz can maybe survive a fight if things go his way. The late boost into the window, though.
I like this.
They expect this. The bomb is now isolated. And it's really just all a question of timing. And in particular, AW in the corner. Does he get checked?
Oh, my.
Oh,
no. He doesn't actually see his hand. AW should get blitz here, despite the low HP on him. And he does. That's it. That's the round. There's absolutely nothing Cobra can do. He's just too far away. 12 seconds. He's dead to rights. He's also hurt now as well, so there's absolutely no chance he can make a difference here. What an oversight. We're going into overtime. They don't even give Cobra the fight. That is an oversight. He just doesn't fully clear connector. If he got that connector kill, I think he then doubles back to join up with his IGL, but it's quite a bold call, I will say, about Magix, because you both are playing isolated. Like, either of you lose an angle, that round's done. You're losing by virtue of the numbers game, but AW in a really unorthodox position, like deep apartments and playing on the close angle here, just no way it's going to be properly cleared or in time with a left eye peek, and of course saw that connector position which doesn't get checked properly. So we go again, overtime required.
Indeed. I think we wanted it from this map, as both teams have really put the work in to take us the distance. And now a big reset for that CT side is often so beneficial, particularly from a financial standpoint, but you just see it sometimes. We say like the release of the pressure valve,
yeah.
And I think that particularly for a CT side, it's just one less thing to worry about, that it's like, oh, if I go for this peak and I might go down. It's all almost on a subconscious level.
Yeah.
And they are way more confident to take the open fights, and indeed they're winning them 5 versus 3 to kick off proceedings. Is it going to be enough? I think the answer is yes. Moon nearly 2 for 1. He will indeed find 2 by himself. Mazinho dealt with swiftly. So Magic first to 13 and looking good while doing so.
Yeah, great way to start off this OT as well. When we get that great reset of OT, you know, you were touching on it. Like, it's not really so much about the econ side of things. It's just the mental state. And I think you get that sigh of relief of, okay, like, it's not the end of the world. We've now got a chance here. And, well, it's a really good way to start things off. If Magic get 2 out of 3 on this CT side, heading in towards the second half, I might back them for the map. Coming in towards overtime, I would probably still have led MongolZ way. Just finding that first CT round does change things a little bit. And 9-10 also going to get tagged up very low to start off this second round of overtime. Spade, I love the move. Good chance as well, it gets overlooked, and he does have Tenzia support and AW in towards window as that smoke fades.
Yeah, real lack of control here, it feels like. Spade 8 moving round at the perfect time.
Love that.
Able to find that kill, but you've lost control of mid. A is like a question mark. It's fog of war, dangerous. So your only real option is B. And I think that Magic know that as well. So they have bolstered things up over here. Gives a little bit of scope to maybe get aggressive. Masval thinking about it. He's going to be joined up a little bit. They're going to go for the boost, so it's nice and silent. To get across, Masval, business end of an AK, maybe with his name on, but the trade is there. And again, keeping them at bay. 9-10 is tagged down very low in this round, so not looking good. It was on CobraZera, and he can't really get anything done. Might be able to take a kill or 2, but in the OT, it does not matter that much. You've got to be converting the rounds, which Magic are doing.
If they can get 2 out of 3 rounds, well, they've done that, and now there's a chance for it to go 3 for 3, which would be wild, because we saw just how good Magic were on their T side. Yes, it's been a long time since then, and things have drastically changed, but that would help. MongolZ going to call for a timeout. You can understand why Mara wants to get on the mic here, though, right? After having such a good T side for the most part, right? You know, it was 8 in a row for them on that T side. To fall so flat here, in the overtime, kind of when it matters most. Difficult to watch. After a really good response and a fight back, to go out of a whimper in overtime would be damning. Put all that effort into recovering it as well, or for it to not be enough. But let's see, 1 round on the T side, a strong start towards your CT, and those pressures get alleviated. You lose all 3 on your T side though, and for me, Mirage is done.
Pretty dodgy here on the buy as well, which is sort of wild to see. Not something that you do often see.
It's true.
Just up into the window. Yeah, they got their eyes on that. And not necessarily working it out either, but 9-10 comes bursting in. There's aggression all over the place. MongolZ not wasting any time in going for these fights. Cobra moves up to an AK here now in the 3 versus 3. Not loads of utility left for Magix, actually. We do have a couple smokes that could be well placed, but nothing attacking, nothing aggressive to do some damage or force a player out of a position. Crazy that Svade gets away with that, but he does.
So bold, that move.
3 versus 2. 9-10. Caught round the corner. The MongolZ are losing it here. Low time on that bomb. Cobra going to try and get into proceedings here. He finds one, but no more coming for him. And Magix with a successful retake to make it 3 in a row. And now 3 rounds, of course, that they can close this one out. MongolZ have their work cut out.
Yeah, they've got to go 3 for 3 themselves on this CT side, but they only got 3 rounds across the entirety of the half. Magix, obviously the same story for them, hence why we're in OT, but out the gates looked immediately so much stronger than what we saw in regulation. Like we said, it's been a while, but the T side from Magix was really, really good. They've got a nice couple of variations in the tempo and the pace that they like to bring to the table. And the MongolZ struggled to deal with it. They struggled to really read into what they were trying to throw. That's a bold move, and Moon gets a freebie on Blitz. Who now has to call from the grave?
Yeah, I mean, head loss is what we like to say. MongolZ, I think, might just have indeed overcome or given in to the frustration.
Yeah, like tilted themselves into submission, basically.
Not happening here. Still doable, though, in a 5 versus 4. That smoke doesn't look too good on the mini-map, guys. Could be wrong. I think that's one of those famous roof smokes, maybe. Either way. Yeah,
it is. I thought it was
like well, it's not even a roof smoke. It's just a little. It's like a atmospheric.
Smoke. Yeah.
You know.
And they put dry ice around fake trees to make it look.
Then the villain walks out on stage or whatever. Either way, looking to try and confirm it here. Maybe flustered by the fact that their con smoke has not quite worked out. They'll lose 1 to begin. Zenio, a little low, does get finished off. It's a big find on Cobra, I feel, gives them the man advantage back. The bomb still has been dropped, 30 seconds left. They seem ultimately unbothered. Techno gets a freebie walking by him, and the next looks so good. A bomb to recover, an AWP to get through, and MongolZ may well have bought themselves enough time to get this one just about made it across. Surely trading he is. So we will go again here. A couple more rounds required to take it to another OT.
Baffled that AW doesn't give that a look, right? Doesn't even bother to clear ticket. So gets caught in the back lines, and behind that, Techno then gets a second. AW, if he clears ticket, even if he like finds a bit of damage, like, doesn't get the kill, but like, you know, tags him once, or even if he doesn't even need to tag him, just the information that that's where he is, the player on towards Balk doesn't die. Or probably doesn't even move, to be honest. They just plant and he stays up there. Instead, Techno gets a double on that, flips the script. So MongolZ aren't dead just yet, despite how weird and wonderful it looked. With Massfile's antics, it wasn't enough. W sending towards mid. Nothing spotted thus far.
Magix really far away from the action for the time being.
It's quite normal for them from what we've got. Kind of like
of course.
They just like
they fall back on.
Yeah, they are more than happy to do nothing in the first like minute of play.
Yeah. Re-smoke's coming in. Same from the CT side. Oh man, Zinio in the danger zone. Another smoke comes round though. They maybe were not expecting that. So really slowed down here, Magic, and they just have to dedicate in towards A. The smoke's starting to dissipate. You know, it's perfect timely. Smoke from Zinio here. He's on the edge as well, waiting for them to burst through. Looking good. Will be traded out, but it's Blitz who's actually standing strong, finding multiple, keeping the dream alive. 30 seconds to get that bomb down is not a lot of time at all. Tagged up 9-10 will fall. 3 versus 2. Doesn't look doable. Moon will just save his AWP, really. As they're getting a taste of their own medicine here, the Mongols looking to take us to another OT.
Yeah, they just leave it way too late again, right? You know, we kind of said it. These late round moves that they're going for, when they work, they're really fun to watch. When they don't work, they're really ugly, and that's what it is there. Moon will just save. That's about as good as he can get. And it will be another one of these situations where it's map point, but it's also simultaneously another OT point. You know, I think it's hard done by not to get a second there. AW is good for the trade, but it's just a numbers game. Really well done from the Mongols. They don't overface, they don't overfight. They wait for the fight to come to them, and they've got the ability, they've got the chops to be able to trade properly. 15-14 Magic. It's still their map point. Mongols are breathing down their necks. 1 round away to take it to a second OT and completely reset things once again.
Yeah, tense stuff, man. Very tense stuff for sure. And like I say, pretty much directly, Magic getting a taste of their own medicine. They are also down onto not an ideal buy, so little things on the econ management for this T side. I suppose it's the lack of bomb plants, really, that does just make an effect, that extra little boost. 9-10. Keen find through that smoke. That might just be all you need at this stage. He's going to find another, in fact. That definitely is all you need, you would say. So by all accounts, should be going again here. Tenzi eats a nade as well. Ooh, they've just seen each other. Passing in the hallway. Tenzi will fall. It is just being hammered home at this point. So looking pretty likely here, folks, if we go again.
Yeah, agreed. Something tells me AW's not got a 1v5 in the locker, I think. He hasn't even got one. Cobra will see it off. It starts with a double from 9-10 that really seals that round, but a very lackluster T side from both sides, which is surprising because in regulation it was the other way. It was the CT sides that were letting them down. Nice work from the Mongols. The pressure doesn't get to them of them being, you know, nothing on offering towards that first half of the OT, and then they have to go flawless themselves. Sometimes that can, I think, really cause teams to struggle a lot, and I think maybe the pressure overwhelms them. The Mongols just don't seem phased. They come in towards it as confident as ever, playing to the level that we expect out from them, and we go once again, Magic. That's now twice you've had opportunity squandered for this side to close out the map.
This is where it can kind of devolve a little bit as well, the Counter-Strike.
For sure.
See if there's anything left for these two teams, or if it is going to be just straight mud brawl. You know, I just always think of that 2 babies fighting meme.
Yeah.
Could very much be the case here, as this one pans out. Great flash. However, Blitz is still alive. He's right there.
Oh my God.
He's right there. AW will find him last bullet in the magazine as well to get that done. Though biting off a bit more. No, biting off just enough. And he will keep the round going. Lovely finds. He's chimed in on every single kill, getting the assist on Moon's frag as well. It's going to be 9-10 that remains. And AW will come through with the 4K, slimly missing out on that ace. Magic with a statement as they finally get that T round.
Yeah, really nicely done. It's still so hard to predict as well because it's chopping and changing. There's no consistency. It's like regulation, Both sides immaculate T sides, really lackluster CT sides. OT number 1, both sides immaculate CT sides, no T sides. And then now, Magix start well on their T side after looking so rough. Like, where was that kind of round in the first OT? It's loose, and I think, like you said, it's sort of devolving into a bare-knuckle brawl here.
Which is good. I mean, there's still some technicality involved with that, of course, but once in a while, there's... What the hell was that? We cut to this guy, he's inside of smoke, and he just got the kill. Like, what are you talking about?
I also think as well, for a bare-knuckle brawl, this is a lot more comfortable and a lot more usual for Tier 2 teams, because it happens so often. The amount of mixes that you end up facing off against in random online tournaments, where it is just going to be a complete pug fest, compared to, of course, the Mongols, who are used to, you know, the push and pull of these top-level teams. And, you know, they will come towards this tournament with at least base-level prep for, you know, your Spirits and your MOUZs and your Auroras, Falcons, etc., right? These teams that have got unbelievable amounts of depth to them. And Magic are just sort of call on the fly, and it's working.
Tough here, though. They find the first kill, and they just absolutely want to hammer it home, as they will wind that clock down. Could work against them. Flash comes in. It's unlucky. It's a little tad early. Only by maybe 4 or 5 seconds. They'll start bursting out now. Blitzed in a good spot to deal. 9-10 as well. No real stress for him on this long-range angle. Trying to get him to bait out a shot, but just not happening. Will keep them coming. 9-10 looking strong in towards CT. Can't quite see it over the line, but there's not enough time to get that bomb down. He will fall. AW finds 2. It's nice. Goes down after time. That could have an impact as well, mind you, but just not enough time. Magic, despite a 5-on-4, and I think we're definitely just sat there that it's like, this is really overplaying it, guys. Like, just go for that execute. Go for that idea. Use the numbers. But they allow the time to make up for the lack of man advantage. Another enemy that you have to deal with.
Yeah, it can simultaneously be your best friend or your worst foe, really, all right? And I think that's kind of what ends up happening for Magic quite a few times when we're seeing them losing like that. They're trying to utilize it to their advantage, and it works against them. Magic there, though. We spoke about this a bit when it was working, that they're so individually based. Like, they back themselves to win out aim duels, but at times they back themselves too much, and we kind of seen it here. Very quickly, things have crumbled. There's multiple fights taken on multiple fronts. There's no trades. Spacing's poor. There's no one there to be able to kind of to immediately respond, and that is the difference. Mongols do have that on offer. Zinio goes searching, and AW will drop in, but even still, 2 versus 3 where AW's got 1 foot in the grave.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was going to say, this is the opposite of the previous round, where it's like they go too fast rather than too slow. Trying to put a quick fix on this one, but all of a sudden, opportunities have presented themselves. They have capitalized.
Look at this minimap, man. This is
know,
so weird.
Insane game state.
This is such a... There is 4 individuals here. Neither of them are playing together. And there's 4 opportunities for 4 different fights to happen depending on who moves first.
But a lesson learned from earlier rounds in that they will join together before they get that bomb moving.
That's smart.
They are therefore able to trade things out. If push comes to shove, Techno, unlikely angle, could really play this well. He's heard them both. Oh! And the leg against the orb. Great finds from him, as they will just squeak out the lead, but well done in that round. Likely to win it. It's that one in the middle that they were kind of unlikely to win, and yet they managed to get. And that's really, really going to suck, I think, for the Magic side of things, that you just can't get the rounds that you're expected, that you know you can convert, and it will get into your head. Fatigue sets in, annoyance sets in, emotions running rampant, and it is a lot. This is the time where the good, the great, the legacy teams are really split down the middle. So we'll see here a timeout coming in from MongolZ, despite being in the lead here.
Yeah.
They absolutely respect their opponent now and want to get this closed out.
And I love it, right? I feel like, you know, this is something that we talk about a hell of a lot, especially when we do these B streams, where we're kind of talking about, you see a lot, especially within the tier 2, where basically all timeouts are from kind of positions of weakness, really. You know, we are struggling, therefore we need to call a timeout to try and ice them out. The difference when you start moving into more...
Also like proper weakness, you know, like, they evened it up to 10-10, even though we were 10-4 ahead or whatever.
Exactly, and I think the difference is you see at the tier 1 level, and even at the tier 1.5, the amount of times you see teams do it from positions of strength, trying to shore up the spot they're in. It's nice to see, but what will they do with it? They found this first round of OT absolutely changed things. 18-16, that pressure surely then gets to Magic. Here's a case of can they? Teknobi spoke out as he's moving slowly but surely through the B apps. The Mongols aren't committed.
Pretty nervy here. Pushing towards the palace. He's not going to give you full information, but it gives you bits. Got to keep that going. Got to confirm whether they're in towards ramp or not. But as they go a bit further, they'll start to shore up their position on B. Look at this, though, Cobra Zero. What is he getting away with all the way down short, and really could do something with this. Flash comes in. That might give him away a little bit, but he will start the ball rolling.
Oh, into that.
Missed shots. Getting caught in the open, potentially. Or are they? Moon covered from behind. Masval keeps the kills coming. And he's also got some support to work with, but Blitz now going to start to activate. So many different angles to check. A bomb to recover as well. It's not looking good. All going to be down to Cobra Zero here, who was the first part of this attack. He's just not been able to really deliver. And the flank is behind him to see it off. Magic with a great round to find, despite a real lack of control and idea of what was going on. They respond very well.
And the question is now, can either of these sides go back to back? Can they get 2 on the bounce? Because Magic have tied it up, 17 apiece. The magic number we're looking for is 19. We need a bit of consistency, which has eluded both of these sides all the way throughout. Yes, in regulation there was those nice streaks, but into OT it's been very chop and changey and really kind of flipping all the time. It's so hard to sit here and make a prediction about where this one's going to swing. But it's really important that Magic did tie this game up. I think if MongolZ hit 18, I think the pressure would have got to them. There's too much weight on the shoulders. Flash into mid, Cobra, giving this control. There's no response from Magic, which is information into itself that no one's here. But now they've got to go find out where are they.
Yeah, but I think the thing is as well, you've got to remember MongolZ took a timeout before coming into this T half. They opt to hit B, which has actually not seen a lot of attention. It doesn't on this map, but it really feels like it's been the unlikely bomb site most of the time. Blitz going to take a heavy tag, maybe through a smoke, but they're B hit. They are feeling confident in. Moon moves fast. He's down 1. Blitz finished off as well through the smoke, so bomb going to go down, but at what cost? Mazzinho's incredibly low as well. Really need a hero to step up here for the MongolZ, and it's just not happening. 9-10 in the clutch against 3. They're all coming in from the same angle. It really is doable. He's heard the first, he finds the second, but bit too far around that corner. Magic will take 18. They are set to absolutely get this one over the line now, in my opinion.
They made life too easy for Moon there. 4 different 1v1s for him when no one trades. And I know he had a support from a rifle into his door, but life's been made very easy for Moon to isolate there, and that's what we want to see coming through. 18-17, 2 on the bounce. Start off this half, 1 more to see it off for Magic. Yeah, Moon's done very, very well. He's had moments of being... yeah, he's had moments of being a little bit quiet, and this is the thing I spoke about coming in towards this game. The problem with Moon is ceiling's so high, but he's inconsistent, and he goes missing at times. And we have seen him go missing, but not there. This is bold. Double push in towards Palace, and it works against Magic, but Moon, he's still here causing issues, but he doesn't expect Blitz.
2 remaining for the CT side to see this one off at this point. Yeah, he's lacking a gun. Just managed to make it through the murder hole in towards jungle, though, so that could be beneficial for him in times to come. Maybe not, though. He's left all alone. He's going to get his hands onto an AWP here. Does manage to find one. Crazy clutch required. He's got a smoke. He's got, like, no information to work with, though. A hop, skip, and a jump to assume there's one in towards that ramp area, but 2 feels unlikely, and down he will go. We go again. The 3rd overtime going to be needed here.
We're making up for it, really, after the 13-1.
I didn't know how good we had it.
How good we had it.
Yeah.
PGL getting the money's worth right now.
For sure, really, for sure.
With this triple OT. But this is kind of, I think, also outside of kind of all the points that we've spoken about, like, just credit to Magic. Like, you know, it was the narrative that we brought in for Fisher College saying, like, I'd like to see them make a map competitive, right? To take a series, feels unlikely. And Magic are a similar-ish vein in the sense that I think they're a bit more, well, definitely a stronger dark horse, but, like, they've made a map competitive against a top-level side. And yes, there's the MongolZ side that are struggling a bit this year, but ultimately it's still pretty important. Blitz open things up, but Tenzi's there for one. 9-10, quick on the trade, the back and forth, the push and pull. There's 9-10 who goes back to back. That gives the advantage. And Magic are left all on the shoulders of Maswell and Tenzi, the 2 stars that are highlighted.
Yeah, incredible pace from the Mongols. Great to use it in a round like this when it's like right at the kickoff of the OT, so you still have time and space to recover things. Still got to see it over the line, though. And never a done deal in this game, it would seem.
Oh, absolutely.
Taking their time to get that bomb over to A.
No round is confirmed until it's on the scoreboard itself, because the amount of times it's fallen apart right at those last seconds. Tenzi's got a good read here. Or so I say. He's going to play up towards top con. Doesn't want to play on the site itself, and Maswell catches Blitz lurking, however. Smoke down, plant inside of it. Tenzi can't deny, and the question is, does he wait for support, or does he go a little early? His barrel's been spotted towards top stairs. They know about him, they also technically know about Maswell. It's just a question of where does he rotate in from?
Not an easy one to answer at this stage. Smoke goes down, flash on the back of it. Try and get the body block in here, and I think they're just going to go for the ninja, really. It's good timing with the flash and whatnot. Break onto the smoke, though. Surely he goes down. It's a little close, but they see it over the line. Mongols have done well staying calm in those post-plant positions where, you know, it feels like ultimately they are the ones that have the most to lose. 19 coming in here. It's hard to follow. First to 22, of course. For maybe those of you who are listeners rather than watchers.
Here for the CS podcast of
well, you know,
MongolZ Magic.
People be working and stuff.
Yeah.
Don't want your boss to know.
A little bit of second monitor action.
Yeah,
I can get behind it.
But you might not be so lucky, you know? Might only have one.
Yeah, that's it. You have to tab in and out.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us. Blitz. Nice way to start things. He just catches Mood off guard. Again, this is the thing the Mongols are throwing in. A couple of slightly pacier starts to the round, and Magic are getting caught pants around their ankles a little bit, half asleep, however you want to put it. They're a little bit shocked by some of these moves that the Mongols are making, because it's not the team, it's just a random individual here or there.
Oh, that's a good find, though. Felt like Blitz had the drop. Speaking of drops, the boost in towards ladder. Super effective. Still all to play for, though. Tenzi going to go down. Messinio with a wild move out and throw of the Molotov. Full sell. Have they bought it? Masval looks very ready to be here. He's got support over here as well to bounce off of. 9-10 dealt with. Magic, you said kind of dejected, but they are gifted one there.
Yeah. Didn't start well, but the response is great. This is such a weird game state that we're in, though. Because, you know, we're getting to the point where it's pretty safe to make the assumption that both sides have ran out of the strat book. Like, for the captains on both respective sides. At this point, everything is mid-rounding. Like, it's maybe reacting to, they did this in this last round, or, you know, this is maybe a tendency of theirs, but fundamentally, there's going to be very little in terms of, like, calling out a spawn, like, this is the round we want. It's more like, let's default and react, and that's how both sides are playing right now, which is why we're seeing so many information plays. So many times where they're going to go send somebody looking. Blitz often likes to do it himself, which is very common for IGLs. You know, people like Karrigan like to do it as well, where you send yourself in towards the fight, you get one, maybe get traded, but you get a bit of an information of like, this is what their setup's looking like. This is the numbers I've sort of gathered by the util thrown, by the fights I've taken. This is what we should do. And that's kind of what we're getting here. It's very loose. It's very kind of funny in its own way, right? Because nothing is kind of going to plan. It's how good are you at reacting to it. With all tied square, 19 apiece. Missed jump. Initial thing that doesn't go to plan. What does Moon now do to try and change it up? It looks like he might go for the short angle.
Smoke towards the palace. Just one over here for MongolZ, as they're trying to keep themselves together. Really great start into this particular bout of the OT, but it's not quite panned out as planned. So it feels like a very, very key round here to just be that team in the ascendancy. Re-smokes into the window. It's going to be a B hit once again for the MongolZ. Seems like they are enjoying this B bomb site in the overtime. Moon, however, on this AWP is here, is looking good. And it is predictable. Molotov is clean. Moon goes down. Masval got to be careful. They hear the molly ticking. They think he's way closer, I guess, and he's able to come away with 3. A misread of the info and the noise. And they go bursting through the smoke as well. MongolZ have handed him that 3K.
And he has a little inspect in there as well, just to flex on us a little bit. Like, peep the skin. Boom, there's the 3rd kill. You love to see it.
So you got to be careful with that inspect. You get it moved away, you know?
Yeah.
It's still on F as you like pressing D, I think.
Yeah, look, inspect.
Yeah, it's as he's moving to the side.
Do you know as well, it used to be a thing. Yeah, they're loving it. It used to be a thing that back on Go, I was one of the people who did the same thing. I, for a period, had it on clear decals on inspect as well.
Right, okay.
Very, very common from the pro scene where a lot of people had it on sort of clear decals. I remember, I was like, I swear it was somebody on, I want to say maybe like Afro or something, but somebody on like Double Pony, I'm pretty sure, had like, somebody did a stat like how much they're inspecting in games, and theirs was crazy, and everyone was like, what is this guy doing? Like, you know, what, and he just came out with like, yeah, it's my clear decals, like, that's why. But it's something I did for a while, but no excuse anymore. That's just, you know, you got to move it away.
I feel like it's just unbind it for a pro game, honestly.
Yeah. There's a few you just don't need.
A lot faster here from Magix. He will execute straight in. Mazzinho at the back end of triple, though. Feels like he's in a good spot to take many fights. Con coming slow. Is it going to be needed even? I think he's just gone down there as well. They will find the trade on the site players. But still looking good for the MongolZ as they've got that man advantage. They've got plenty of information to now work from. HP advantage as well to boot. AW moves across. He's been heard, but he still finds success. And he still gets away. 35 seconds. I don't think you necessarily have the time to be shifting to B. 9-10 goes looking. Molotov to split them up, slow them down. Force them to move in. Nearly for Masval. It's all going to be on AW here as he has been the hero to bail them out. Looking for some higher ground. Struggling to get there. Thankfully, 9-10 nowhere near. And AW gets that headshot. 9-10 swaps up to the M4, but it is not enough. Absolutely wild stuff as AW finds a crazy kill.
Wow.
A crazy clutch. Now looking down the barrel of the map itself.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That shot.
And that's what he was going for that higher ground. He predicted jungle and he was like, this is the angle I'm looking for.
I see the reaction.
Brilliant.
Map point again to Magix. They've had multiple of these and they've squandered all of them. Is this finally going to be the one? It starts well. Tenzi will open up proceedings as Techno goes down. Cobra takes a hell of a lot of damage as well in towards B-App, so P-Buy is trained on this, but Moon will fall to the hands of Blitz, and still that response. Mongols aren't done just yet.
Oh,
perfect
wow.
hit.
Yeah,
as
max,
he's jumping
max
up.
damage pretty much. And then he bails on the idea of going in. I think that's fair enough. Cobra Zero with the AWP here. Aggressive angle for him. He is losing his teammate, though, as they maybe start to think more and more about the A-bomb site in this case. So Magix saving their B hit for a rainy day. I think it might just have worked out for them as well.
Bogdan's low there as well.
Yeah, he's going to be comfortable in theory. Still finds the kill. Drops back and now has to play it quite well. Molotov will buy time for those supporting elements to come into play. The cavalry arriving, and it could get very messy in here. Cobra Zero keeps it coming. They feed the AWP. It's all going to be down to AW. Another clutch required from him to close out the map. This one would be even crazier, but Cobra gets him done. Flexing onto that AWP, and you can see why.
Yeah, they just don't capitalize on the advantage there. That's really quite poor from Magix. Like, you get the opener, you feel like you're in a decent little spot there as well. You've got good amounts of information, and then it just falls so flat, which has been so common. This is what Magix are doing, and it's happened so many times. They hit map point, and they crumble. And this is a point that we've been trying to bring into our cast a little bit. We got kind of taught it by a producer that we worked with, called the hair effect, right? And this is it. It is one of those things. You're in a position of kind of strength. You're right at the finish line, and you can't see it over the line, whether it's nerves or overconfidence, being overzealous in terms of how you approach some of these rounds. Whatever it may be, it affects the Tier 2 sides much more than it affects Tier 1 teams. And unfortunately, this is what's happened to Magix right now, and it's happened a few times in this map. They get to map point, and they just can't see it over the line.
Well, here we go. I mean, all to play for. As, you know, you flip that coin again if you go to another overtime. Who knows what to expect. And fatigue seriously starting to set in, right? I think you just need a moment to stand up, if nothing else. It is not looking likely. Cobra Zero to open us up. Magix maybe need to change their name, as they are really not delivering the unbelievable. Might just be going here again. 5 versus 4. Not all doom and gloom, though. Certainly could do something with this. Spade 8 with the riot here. Molotov comes in. Blitz forced into an awkward spot. Will go down just about. It's still close. They've evened it back up now with about 50 seconds left on that clock.
Massol's lurks had really good efficiency, and there it is, bounces again. But immediate trade on Massini, yo. Head on a swivel from him. Leaves it all down to Spade 8. He's hurt as well. He's a known quantity. Missed shots. Can he punish? Yes. 30 seconds, or just about. 1 versus 2. Captain Fantastic requires a quad kill in this one. Bomb can be recovered, but where is this second man? Now he knows. I don't think it's going to make a difference. And it's the Mongols who tie it up again. If it's Magix who hit map point, you can write it off that we're going to another OT. For the Mongols, that's where there's an opportunity. But Magix, the second they get to a position of advantage, they just crumble. And this has happened so many times now. They're so good at fighting when it isn't the pressure of closing out rounds. But you see there, like, it's some nice rounds, some nice moves. They get to 21. I'm like, this is sick from Magix. And then the second they hit map point, they are a completely different team. Like, those last 2 rounds, they were just 5 different guys running around and hoping that they get multi-kills.
It is true. And we are now looking to the opposite side. The Mongols trying to see this one over. And like I say, all these emotional battles, trying to stay cool, high highs, low lows. You know, we had a crazy Magix clutch to, well, I suppose, ultimately keep them in it in the long run. But can they keep that going? Same for the Mongols. You just feel like they would perhaps have cooler heads prevailing here. Blitz in the window. are boosting into him. They've got to be very, very careful.
Ooh, Swede, he's holding it.
Yeah, he's waiting for it, and he will indeed find the kill. Blitz not able to get his crosshair there fast enough. Suddenly, you've got a player in the back lines that could be very, very problematic. CobraZero on this secondary orb has really started to deliver for the Mongols. 9-10 on the primary, also able to keep his name in the hat. Vizinho perhaps seeing it over the line here. AW is low. He does get a couple. Surely not long for this world.
No.
He says. AW with another clutch on the cards. Techno, though, is just coming in from the least expected angle, it would seem. Maybe spotting his barrel there.
Barrel,
yeah, confirming that he's still up there. Will easily take him down. That's unlucky for AW, but the Mongol's going to get it.
Yeah, not a bad effort. It's just the fact that his barrel betrays him. AW was hoping to go for the standard rotate. Coming in through CT, and he might have a bit of a sort of a head glitch angle, sort of what we saw him do with that top wood position, fighting towards jungle a ways ago now. Mongols draw first blood in this new batch of overtime. This time, first 25. The game that never ends here.
I hope not. For my sanity. We're right at the brink of it, I think. And I do feel another overtime after this. Maybe this one as well. It surely just has to get crazy, you know? It surely just has to be through the kitchen sink at these rounds.
Well,
the big change up for the Mongols is, you know, the double up setup, right?
It's going huge. Cobra
beyond
so
that,
comfy.
what else have you got?
I will say, you know, it's a long game, but we're not at like Nip Amcal vibes. You know what I mean? Like that was scrappy and weird. This still has,
I think,
a bit of rhyme and reason behind it.
Yeah. And Mirage is a map that players are sort of going to enjoy.
Yeah.
Feel natural. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever get anything like that again, obviously.
I say unfortunately, I say fortunately.
Well, yeah, that is true. But it's Vertigo. You don't like playing Vertigo, and then you got the crazy overtimes on that map. But here, the Counter-Strike keeps coming, and it looks pretty clean. Even trades across the board, back and forth and back and forth. It's AW again, though, who is the player to find the unlikely kills. Techno teaching him a lesson, leaving it all down to Masval. Quick find for the 1 versus 1 now. Comes in, going to be put in an awkward spot, and Masval sees him off. Some great 1v1 angles from this Magix side, as they are looking more and more legit, despite how tense these rounds are getting.
Yeah, it's really nice from Masval. Really, really nice. So we're tied, 22 apiece. Final round of this. Half can go a hell of a long way. Bit of breathing room would be lovely for either side. Let's see. Just a pistol for Techno. I'm keeping an eye on that. And
yeah, really getting to them here. We are on 10k.
But also, I was also just to mention, Utah's a little limited. They got 1 kit. If Mazzino dies somewhere weird, that's going to be a really rough recovery. So just keep an eye on that. Mazzino's got the only kit. Techno's not got a gun.
Yeah, number 3 on your mini-map. Also, I have to say, I'm happy we're keeping, as a commentator, the numbers. We've seen this thing in, like,
with
tier
the faces.
2 with the faces.
Yeah.
It's a bit,
and just even worse,
you know, what is this,
sometimes you get the
mini-map
faces.
for ants, you know?
The faces where they don't have a picture, they don't have a HLTV picture, and then we're just looking at it just like, wow.
But in a way, that's easier. If you've got 2 players that look similar, one's flanking or whatever, I'm not quite sure who to call out. And be like, yep, you know, AW's flanking or something like that. Either way, just getting that out there into the ether, maybe go back to numbers, as it's a bit easier. Blitz. Double spray down for him. Ooh. Going through the motions here on the Mongols' side. That bomb has spilled at their feet. Spade, look, it's a good lurking position. 9-10 also. Yeah, he's found himself into a good one, but it's low time is what I was going to be getting at. It will deal with him in good time. Techno finding 2 on that 5-7. One at range, one up close. Mongols. Workable, but I don't want to really put all my chips in, man. Like, I don't know what to say. It could still continue. It could flip back towards Magic. You just don't know what to expect when we're this deep into a map.
No, it's true, but I do feel like it's so much easier to back the Mongols to close out a map than Magic to close out a map right now, just because of how many times Magic have squandered it.
That's fair. No, that's a fair point, though.
Just mainly because of that. I just feel like the amount of times we've seen Magic hit map point and they've just turned into a different team. But at least for the Mongols, the levels kept the same. So a bit more of like a barometer of what to expect out from them. Ooh. There is a player, Delpan. How quick is the flick from Moon? If Cobra pokes his shoulder around the corner, he's not moving at all. And there it is. It's labored, but it'll get there in the end. Moon couldn't flick to find. So Cobra will open up proceedings. Man advantage. The Mongols in a situation we're coming towards the half. Round advantage as well.
Yeah. And these are the rounds you have to convert at this stage of the game. They're going to have spotted, a couple tempting them in. And indeed, nice Mongols will eat. Masval going to be the only one left. 1 versus 4. He will give it a look here. And the Mongols hitting that map point in what could be heartbreaking fashion here. Magic, do they have it in them? Do they have the spirit to get the 2 in a row, take us to another overtime? That's not what they wanted. I think they wanted to even things up before letting it get to 24. Yeah. It's going to be tough to string it together. It's a lot to ask of, like, you know, on a physical level, man.
Yeah.
Been sat for so long and not quite used to the chair, not quite used to the setup. Going to make a big old difference to remaining comfortable here. So 2 in a row required. Mongols just need to see this over the line now.
Alrighty. 2 in a row. Magic were in a similar spot. Previous OT squandered it. Mongols do one better, or are they going to join them in that ranks of this inability to close maps? In this map that'll never end, it feels very tentative. Magic are not doing anything too audacious. They've learned a few of their lessons, but I think also maybe, again, that like pressure of this situation. You kind of spoke about it a little bit earlier. You just don't want to be that first domino to drop.
Yeah. Mongols leaning B. Not sure how fond of this I am. It feels like the B bomb site is just messy for both teams, really, but trying to make it work. Smoke, kind of an RNG game there. They get the nade down as well, misses the timing on it. They will manage to just get that play across. It might be communicated to the B players, but not in good enough time. Cobra Zero with a nice find. Masval goes down easily. It's still got Spade 8 here, and despite all that, is he able to hold it? I thought surely he'd get traded. He does eventually, but not before the damage comes in. 9-10 caught. The bomb hitting the deck, and it's all going to be on to Blitz. The captain to clutch.
25.
A bomb to recover. And he's missing info on one player here, isn't he? Crosses in and finds the kill on Moon. Caught sleeping. Tenzi not so much. And Magic keep the dream alive. It is the hope that dies last.
Yeah, that is a sigh of relief from Magic. My, oh my, that was dicey. And despite the initial setup being right, that nearly falls apart. A couple of nice shots, and even 9-10 giving them a bit of life. Blitz right at that tail end, but not to be. Mongols call for a timeout. Again, of course, every overtime you get an extra timeout you can utilize, but Amara's taking good use of them. Really trying to get, you know, himself, Blitz, Techno, all kind of guys who would be voices in this side, quite vocal. What are the ideas we can drum up? One or two ways it goes now. Mongols close out the map, or we go again. Which at this point, we're very close to being in for a penny, in for a pound.
Something different, though. Getting straight up short here, not wasting any time. Completely against the norm, and it might just work out for them as well. See what their general defense is. Are they still awake? Are they still in the game?
A's open.
The answer might be no. Indeed, they didn't even dedicate all their resources into that, so they will find the A-bomb site. They will leave Masval in the clutch, and another Miracle round going to be needed here. This time you say, surely not. How many of them can Magic actually pluck out of thin air? Asval, one to watch, but can he get this done? Hardly any time. Doesn't have a kit as well. He's got to recover one of those from somewhere, if there even is one. In good proximity, he will fall in the end. And the Mongols manage to take it. Goodness me, it is hard fought, but they will take it over the line. And of course, I mentioned it for a while because it maybe didn't feel like it, the pick of Magic. So, you know, really going to be quite a boon for them moving into the latter stages of this series. But Magic proving that they can match, and we could potentially have a third map on our docket here, but we'll find out. I mean, yeah, a wild map in the end. And a really great showing from the Mongols. You have to remember, as you're going to see here on the highlights, with that comeback that they managed to mount. That's probably the biggest standout. It does get lost in the sauce of, you know, the triple OT and whatnot, but yeah, it really was a good map from Mongols at times.
And I think it's one of those as well, you've got to look at it. There's a couple of real, I think for me, that the key talking points is it's a 9-3 squander, fumble from Magic. That's the thing that's killer. You should never be losing a map from 9-3 up in the first half, no matter what is happening.
And they won the pistol.
Yeah, and it's 9-3 on your T side as well, on a CT side of the map. You should never be losing a map like that. But then, I think it was like, in the end, it was like 4 separate map points that they had, and they weren't able to see over the line. But for Magic, you know, they're the things that are going to keep you up at night, right? How did we lose a 9-3? How did we lose a 10-3 essentially with that pistol? But then also, how were we unable to close out the amount of map points that we had and let Mongols back into it every single time? Like, credit to the Mongol side for never backing down, right? This is a team that obviously we know the mental fortitude over there is rock solid, but if you run through some of these highlights, you can just see how scrappy, how ugly it got at times. And we kind of thought maybe in a bare knuckle brawl that potentially that would be Magic's advantage, something they're a little bit more used to, but the Mongols, they were happy to get down and dirty and start swinging and in the end see it over the line. I don't know what this means now for this series. For Magic, you've put so much effort into that. Your map pick, as you just mentioned, and lost it. Is that going to tilt you? Because, you know, the battle of fatigue is obviously that big talking point towards that tail end, and you can see the Mongols had a little bit extra left in the tank. Now it's Inferno, the Mongols pick, and they've won that really tough fighting map number 1. For Magic, there's a world in which kind of mentally you might boom a little bit.
No, it is very true, and I mean a map as well that you can't quite lean on those same kinds of protocols, those same kinds of natural feelings and whatnot from just, you know, so much Mirage played and whatnot, allowing individuals to get out there and find space on the A-bomb site, you know, with no smokes down, fully contacting. Inferno is tougher, it can be more predictable, you know, you have to play around the saves and whatnot. Yeah, it looks a little crazy here.
Grass.
Indeed, we had to, you know, we were nearly running out of space, it would seem. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a wacky map in the end, but you have to bear in mind that Mongols have dug very, very deep.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe in regulation, it felt like sort of figuring things out, just didn't give themselves enough runway to get it over the line. And I think in the end, a very good showing from them. We'll see in the grander context, of course. But yeah, it's a difficult one now for Magic to bounce back from. I think that's the big conversation.
Absolutely. I just worry that this team at mental boom, right? This 10 to 15 minute break in between the maps is going to be huge for them. So we're going to have to see. For now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, it is the Mongols map pick. It's Inferno coming up next. And after that map number 1, you do not want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Joining us here in Astana is the Mongols. I think it's your favorite players, favorite team. That's how I would describe these guys. I've got Blitz with me here, the IGL of the team, going through it all. Blitz, you had a bit of time off since Bucharest. Last tournament you guys played, you got 3rd place there. I want to just start by asking you, how do you feel so far with Mongol's performance this year in 2026 overall?
In this year, maybe we did not make it good because we just reached all the playoffs and no trophies, and maybe it's not good, but not bad. We just made it to so many playoffs. It's not bad.
Do you feel like, say, Krakow, I know you guys did not practice before that tournament so much. It was like a harder one to go through. Cluj-Napoca, there was some very good teams there. But Bucharest, PGL Bucharest, that was an event where it looked like you could be a team that could win the whole event. What was missing? Why was this not possible for Mongols to go further?
We lost to Put. Maybe I just overthinked them, but yeah, it was my mistake. I just played default Counter-Strike, but they not. Maybe it's maybe IGL difference.
Okay, so you're taking it on yourself about not reading the game?
Yeah. I just played bad and I just read bad, I call bad.
What do you think right now, inside the Mongols, you guys have the biggest problem with that is stopping you from being able to lift the trophy or make grand finals again?
We made some changes. It's about a chef and our doctor. It's a new member of team. Okay. And they also come here with us.
Wow.
And they are helping our food and also our health.
Awesome.
Yeah, we just made a little bit things, and they are helping us so much. We are so comfortable here.
Now, what are your expectations for this event? You should make playoffs, you should have a chance to lift trophy, or where's your confidence at?
In this event, maybe we will reach the playoffs easily, I think. And I think we must reach the playoffs. And trophy chances, I think 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, 50% is good for us, I think, right now. Right now, there is so many good teams. And yeah.
All right, well, we'll have to see how it goes for you guys. Blitz, thank you very much for the insight. It's really cool that you have some new support staff here as well helping you. And good luck in Astana. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back into the MongolZ versus Magix. Certainly a lot of magic on that first map, I think it is safe to say. And then it got very messy and, you know, maybe all the cards spilled on the floor. But it was a very, very, very wild map. I think Magix will be kicking themselves in a number of different ways. They started off very well in that first half. They picked up the pistol into the second. And then MongolZ were able to close the gap off the back of a force buy. Then into the overtime, it felt like Magix had moments where they could have closed it out. Still couldn't do it. So, yeah, unfortunately playing with their food a little bit too much, and it does cost them in the end as the MongolZ nick it away.
We've got this Inferno coming up next as well, and you actually look towards this map. For the MongolZ, there's some decent wins recently as well. They beat 3D Max a couple of times. They beat MOUZ as well, which actually a fairly decent one. Where flip side, it's not the worst map in the world for Magix, but it's obviously you've always got to take it with a pinch of salt. It's at the caliber of teams they're playing and winning. It's like they were beating like at that HLC LAN. They beat it was like Drama. I'm pretty sure they took down, and then they beat the likes of Gentlemates a couple of times. One of which was like a triple overtime as well. They did beat TDK, which is Axal's team, with like Nafany in there. But then lost 100 Thieves on LAN as well. So it's like, you know, you get this kind of back and forth where it's like you've got some decent wins. I think Gentlemates is fairly respectable. TDK is actually not a bad team by any means. They lost 100 Thieves. There's obviously definitely a ceiling there on this map. But I will still say there is a world that's going to be a close map once again. Maybe not as close as Mirage was in the depths of the overtimes and whatnot, but I still think that really Magix can compete here. It's not a terrible map in the pool for them. So for the MongolZ, we've really got to see their A game. And we've seen some decent moments from them, but it's not always been the cleanest as well. So we'll have to see how this one pans out.
Got a feel for each other by now as well. I think Magix, it's really all a question of how they are able to bounce back. How does that sort of engine room look in terms of pep talks, in terms of bringing things up in between maps and whatnot? Is it going to be a capitulation if they lose first 5 or 6 rounds and it's like, okay, just not our day, not our map? You know, that's a lot to really ask. You would hope that it's a bit easier to get in that mind frame on LAN, but maybe you've used all your energy in that sense, in an emotional sense, on map number 1, right? So we're going to find out if Magix are made of sterner stuff. I think it's kind of safe to say here.
Yeah, this is the big test. I think really kind of coming off the back of such a close fought map but losing. Like, you know, we kind of talk about it a lot. Like, is it worse to have a map like that where you go the distance and some and then lose, or like Fisher College earlier, it was like 13-1? I'd actually make the argument it's better to be 13-1. As weird as that is to say, because you just forget about it immediately. Like, we never got into it. Okay, whatever, reset. This is map 1 for us, right? It's like in football, you know, when a team scores, you say, right, it's 0-0. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing. You just reset, like, just forget about it. It is what it is. We need to kind of still approach the game plan the way we would approach it no matter what's going on, right?
Yeah.
And that's, I think, for me, where I would lean. You put so much time and effort into that map only to lose it. That's where it can be like, you know, kind of lingering maybe in the back of your mind. But like, if I just did something a little bit different in this round, if I just played this slightly quicker, slightly slower, we could have actually won that one, and we would be a map up going in towards their map pick. And, you know, maybe they're the favorites, we could take it to 3 maps, this, that, and the other. But now they're on the back foot, going in towards the MongolZ map pick. So it is a bit of a tough thing to be had here. So Magix, this is, like you said, let's see if they made us stand stuff.
Yeah, and I'm definitely very curious. I think it will be another good affair. I just feel like the MongolZ now should be able to put this one to bed a little more decisively. Just waiting to get into the map.
Yeah.
A little bit of a tech issue, unfortunately. Before we get going, which is certainly a pain, I'm sure, for everybody involved, as we're looking to get through it. Looking good, though, as Magix, I think it was on their side. They all have the headsets on, high fives and whatnot. Looking and feeling good.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. Really going to be telling. But I do also feel like MongolZ have to get this cleaned up in a 2-0. That first map does come too close when you're looking at the grander context. This is a team that we would put in that conversation. Maybe, you know, alongside someone like G2, where it's like they could be winning. Are they necessarily the front runners? No, but they could win this tournament. So you have to be able to get through a team like Magix without too many problems. So 2-0 would be a great way to indeed make that statement. We've kicked off with a bit of early damage in the banana, but not too much to write home about just yet.
Yeah, decoy as well and towards half wall. Cheeky little trick, but just to check if anybody is, well, tucked up close. They're not. All 5 are heading towards Banana, but there's 3 on that CT side, ready to meet them in towards B as they dive on through. They're taking that control as well in towards CT. Mazinho and 910 get the trades back on from AW. Mass foul, and 910 will find Spade as well. Numbers advantage, bomb goes down. This is a great spot to be in as Mazinho gets another. They know where Moon is as well because of the pop shots he was taking. This is done. 1 versus 3. He has no chance.
Yeah, and so well found. You see on the kill feed 2 CT kills come in really fast as they start to hit B. You're like, that kind of should be enough, you know? Like, that feels like such an advantage. You got rotation, you got flank. But MongolZ, as they often do, just able to keep that resilience, able to find the rest of the kills. And they look very good while doing so. Great pistol to just pick up where you left off. And a turnaround from the first map in the sense that they're maybe able now to be the team that is that driving force, which they lacked on Mirage. They had to get back into it. They had to play on the back foot. And you saw what happened. I think if it was, to begin with, more like a 7-5 or an 8-4 even, there probably is no overtime, actually. So, yeah, just giving themselves some more early room on Inferno.
Oh! What a shot from Moon. See you next round, Techno. That is a crazy shot. Need a couple more of them to maybe bail them out of this round, just financially speaking. Of course, they couldn't bring lows to the table. They'll get tested again, and it's a risk. They're swinging in towards his side. They're trying to put pressure on towards the scout. That first shot was nice from Moon, but how will he deal when he has to slightly shotgun scout a little bit? You see the panic sets in. They know that they can capitalize upon his face. And a flying Mac 10 from Mazinho. They'll all but secure the side and basically the round with it.
Yeah, they were chased through the smoke a little, but they make it through relatively unscathed, get that bomb down, forcing the save out from the remaining Magic boys. As they will try and work from here. Should be able to save into the next one and you know, make it a little bit risky. Mac 10 picked up, so
you take
an upgraded pistol for somebody. So it's not going to be too bad of an on-paper defense.
Oh, hang on.
Or maybe even better if he can get his hands onto a rifle. Was he seen there? Don't think so.
Maybe not. He also has a good amount of Utah in his back pocket too.
Terrorists win.
Oh, okay, a little dicey. I was wondering whether he actually gets checked.
An overstep.
There's somebody going to swing in towards him, or is he going to get a little bit giddy for the fight? But not to be. So, a Mac 10, like you mentioned, upgraded pistol can be dropped across as well. So it's a second attempt at the force buy here for Magic. But it is a 2-0 start. It should be a 3-0 for the MongolZ. And then it makes the next gun round very important for obviously for Magic to kickstart things, but it's a bonus buy for the MongolZ. So it's not even a necessity to win it. It's more a case of can we make it expensive because we keep them financially under a lot of pressure the way we've got them now. As long as MongolZ make this round relatively clean, 2 casualties max, they'll be chilling.
Yeah, start focusing on that rifle round, and if you win that one, all of a sudden you've probably got yourself up to like 5-0.
Yeah.
It's only 1 or 2 good, clean rifle rounds that they're going to need to make this half look one-sided.
A lot of Utah. Takes up Banana control. I like the idea by AW, but unfortunately, the execution just not quite there. Downhill 4. They're trying to capitalize with re-aggression, but it's just not going to plan. Cobra will find Moon, and in doing so, 5 versus 3 ensues. You can assume as well now from a spot like this that it should be absolutely impossible to squander. 5 versus 3, they've got the better firepower, and they do the due diligence as they clear the corners. Down goes Tenzi. That's the A site open for the taking. The remaining 2, Spade and Asphalt. There's a decision to be made here. I would actually not be going to fight, despite maybe having the rebuys in towards the next round, just because you know there's at least a Mac 10 running around. You don't know how many Mac 10s. I just don't think you want to give kill bonus away. There you go.
Well, indeed, it's kill bonus that goes the way of Masval. We'll take another one down, though, on that T side. This is one of the things, though, in the grander context, as things start to look good for the Mongols. You've had a great first map. It's a lot of fun to watch. It's very back and forth. You could have won it. You could have taken it. You've given them a lot to work with in terms of rounds. You've shown some of your immediate weaknesses. But you've also woken the Mongols up. That's maybe not quite what you wanted from Magic, in the sense that it's like they have to respect you now. They have to play a slightly more disciplined game than perhaps they were expecting. You know, you look at this on the schedule, on the early matchup that you're given by PGL and whatnot, and you're like, well, Magic, who are they really? You know, it can be easy to overlook them, and Mongols very nearly did that. G2 didn't do it earlier in their matchup, but Mongols very nearly did on that first map. But yeah, this is the knock-on effect now, is that the Mongols seem to have really woken up. Some big nade damage, though, to kick off this round, so how awake are they really? We're about to find out.
Okay. Well, 3 towards B for Magic. It's loosely where the bomb feels like it wants to head. There's a minute on the clock, so they can cancel and reassess the situation, but the way they're setting up, and especially the way they're posturing, they might just commit here off the back of the util. Nade. Nicely placed. Techno and 9-10. And even Cobra taking sizable amounts of damage to Tags and HEs. Re-smoke as well, front sight. I think with the util coming their way, I'd be tempted by a cancel here, but they're going to commit through this smoke. This could be really dicey, but in NACOM, Molotov will force Fade out at the very least. He's now in the open in no man's land, but they're going to call upon him. Hang on a second, AW's doing it all alone. He goes for 4, and it's all on the shoulders of 9-10 as AWP, as AW gets all 5. That is monstrous from him. Locks down the B site, and the Mongols are left reeling.
Honestly, you see that smoke come in on the choke? I think it's a save. Not even a cancel. I don't know that they necessarily would have had the time to set up for A, but it's not the Mongols' way. What do we say? Live by the sword, die by the sword. And they most certainly died. AW capitalizes. Wonderful round for him and a big old morale boost.
Yeah.
As they find that first rifle round, Mongols. Yeah, it sucks, but I think you have to take the save as that smoke comes in.
I agree.
And they will, of course, you know, be wishing that they'd done that. Nonetheless, they still have the cash available to buy back up, thankfully. Well, it could have been heard by one of the short players.
Yeah.
Silent boost. Not so silent.
The thing is, no one wants to save in a spot like that because I think it looks bad, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, and it's early on in the game, you know, you can still take some risks.
But it's one of those, I feel like, you know, for any person, you feel like, it's maybe like an ego thing, like, oh, I can't.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? I can't be doing that.
It just depends on what's in your DNA as a team. Are you aggressive? Are you savers? Lovely little contact move going in here. 10Z will get one, as does Masval, but they're both traded out quite quickly.
This is a lot better. Real punchy round that comes through. Oh, 2 versus 3 in this post bomb. Aiding towards library. A moto smoke with a sizable gap on that left-hand side. Is Fede going to try and utilize it? And he nearly does. It's dicey, but he's been spammed down. Single-digit HP for him. So I feel like Spade 8 and AW might just call this one off. A save for them, which is Inferno through and through. And the Mongols get a nice response to once again shore up this lead to a 3-round advantage.
Yeah, just absolutely perfect on the response, isn't it? To be honest with you, they switch things up, but still able to play to their code.
Yeah.
Terrorists win. Contact flashes. So Magic. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? That's worst case scenario. Only 2 players saving. Now you are in a position of like, okay, I guess we have to buy, but you're going to spend a lot of money to do so. really puts a lot of weight on this next round. Your 4-1 could be 5-1, then you're ecoing, you know, so it really is tough. It's nice to be in a position where it's like, okay, we've strung them together, we've closed the gap, and we're making them sweat. Mongols go, maybe we shouldn't have rushed that smoke in 25 seconds. Let's just move on, whatever. And it's not really all that deep. But if you string two together, it's like, ooh, maybe they've figured us out. We have to change things up in a big way. Pull out one of our more secretive rounds. Nice nade damage on both sides. Oh, AW lucky to be alive. Will be finished off easily, even by a blinded up Blitz. And they want to stick around. I thought they would back off after finding man advantage, but no, Blitz wants a bit more. A bigger piece of the pie, and indeed he will get it. So clean advantage now for this T side.
I like this. Re-aggression from Moon. Starting to make a little bit of a move. It's Cobra, open up things in towards short. Tenzi drops, but the question is, do they know about Moon? Can they actually get in the back lines? And to be honest, is it going to make a difference?
They're just shooting a lot better here, the Mongols, it feels like. Moon will manage to find one of the key kills. One more, and maybe we start to believe, but it's still directly a 3 versus 1 on this B bomb site. Does not feel like enough around that fountain. It's a difficult spot to make work. I think it's really good if you've got a teammate to work around, but he doesn't, of course. Lots of damage, but no kills. And it will be on Mr. Moon. They know about him vaguely. Know that he's probably not anywhere near that B-bomb site. CobraZero looking for him and might just find him here on the timing. No, not going to be the case. At least confirms that the round is absolutely theirs.
Upgrades to an AK. I wonder whether he gets given the luxury of keeping it alive, because you can see they're already making a move to suffocate him. And there's still enough time on that C4 that they can get towards a position of fighting here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it looks like he'll be okay. They were wrapping him. He just sticks around the A side itself. The Mongols, they are looking pretty clean at the moment, though. This T side looking kind of nice, but this has been the narrative for this series. You know, you look back towards map number 1, and it was wild and wacky, but it was kind of all about the T sides. I swear both sides got 9 rounds on. So this is sort of par for the course, at least at the moment. I guess the real ask for me is, do we get a slightly cleaner CT side out from the Mongols? We know Magic are going to have a few tricks up their sleeve here and there, as we saw in towards Mirage. And Mongols, they struggled to deal with them. So this for me feels like, at the moment, yes, it's really good for the Mongols, but this is sort of what we have come to expect from this series. Both sides look a lot more comfortable on their T side. And Magic, they were so lackluster plenty of times on the CT that I'm not actually too alarmed just yet.
Longer way to get back into things. Magic actually down the middle, so somewhat uncharacteristic passive choice. Some might say smart. But we'll see what they've got up their sleeve on this one. They do have heavy nade presence. Oh, I think, not sure if it was a T or a CT one that blew that open. They will manage to trade it back, though, as things are kept now in favor of Magic. Okay. With a crazy find. CobraZero is on 23 HP, so pretty damn good look for the CT side. The one big problem is they've got all their resources over on A. They're trying to deal with that as Moon has moved through the smoke here to try and get this flank going. Mouzinho is watching for it. All going to be on the timing here, and Mouzinho takes him down. Smart. Not sure if there was a little shadow or leg spotted. But of course, this B-bomb site, even with low buy and whatnot, is a hard one to crack. Plenty of smokes coming in to just slow down that T side and make them second guess.
And they've got the time to do this as well. 55 seconds on the clock. They are moving back to A. There's 2 players here. This could still be a little dicey. Xeno leading the charge. He's got the HP to work with, him and 910. Does Tenzi even get cleared into his boiler? The timing is pretty mad.
He's off down mid. Yeah, he's guessed completely wrong. Maybe the entire team at large 5-7 always dangerous at that range, but not able to deliver here. AW will give it another go.
Yeah, and I just think, I mean, kind of, do you even give it a go? I think if I'm him, I'm not even looking towards the site. Is there a gun I can just scoop up, right? Is there anything down for me? I don't know that there is. There's a lot of bodies, a lot of corpses around.
Yeah, but I think so many nades going off, they might have all just been like blasted
That's
away.
what I mean, yeah, they're like random parts of the map.
Yeah.
He'll get flanked out by 9-10 and AW will end up falling. He was actually giving it a look in, but didn't have
They're
a
buying
kit.
anyway. If it's not an AK, that's kind of the only thing, you know, can't buy AK Classic, of course.
Exactly. Didn't have a kit. He, you know, didn't have really anything like to lose in a sense. So you're like, why not, right? And in a kind of like quote unquote kind of best case scenario sort of thing, like let's say assuming he doesn't win the round, he might still go 1-for-1, which makes it even more expensive, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even hate the idea about having a look there, but doesn't pay off. Is what it is. MongolZ win a round that they should be winning because of that lesser buy. This is the important one. Another rebuy for Magix. It has to work. They don't find this one here, and we're getting into a real troublesome territory.
Early utility out. Just try and force a response, really. Hard to tell. Looks like the bomb wants to lean towards A. That's where they're going to try and create their first kill, but nothing really coming, and it can be dangerous. You show early presence. As you see, there's a 4-man rotation over. They've got banana control as well. So actually, pretty good game state for Magix, I was going to say. Smoke's not the end of the world. Still kind of does its job, but
you smoke banana, but it's more shallow, basically.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm just giving up the banana control. Yep.
Job done, but not the strongest.
They smoke me off, guys.
Yeah. My favorite when you team flash. Ah, yeah, they flash.
Yeah. But now we know. Do you know what I mean? It's harder to get away with it.
Moon. You'll find one. Nice little double setup here. The crossfire is pretty solid. There's Fade 8. Will drop blitz. Tekno's got contact, and now he's starting to rev up the pace a little bit as he's diving through towards his beat side. He clears the close corner. The crossfire again on the slate here. So difficult to deal with. A player in towards Coffins, a player who was in second orange, now moving in towards first. It's all on 9-10, and as he goes to plant, they'll move through the smoke, and he's dead to right. Magix, nice round from them, and it comes from 2 separate crossfires, which both have really, really good efficacy.
Yeah, I mean, close. Certainly close for him. If I don't know, he had like another half second to just get that AK up in time.
Even so, they get into the traded. There's no way. If one guy runs to water, one guy runs to banana, there's no way. You're not Zywoo, pal. You ain't got that transfer on you. It's a good second round for Magix, and it's one that you can definitely build upon. Use a little bit of a springboard.
Well, they have to, I think.
Yes.
You know, if it goes to another situation of just one round, and then you get returned on, and MongolZ find 2 or 3 more before you're able to get another round, you know, it's really not going to be a good look. So absolutely got to convert this and turn this half into something salvageable, and then maybe serviceable. Early nade damage, early kill on AW, and they are looking to press the attack here as well at top end of banana. Asphalt does get away with it. They've kind of conditioned the MongolZ a little bit to maybe expect 3 players. Little did they know, I think if they just fully got the accelerator going, they would have broken into B there. Not going to be the case, but they will take that first kill and try and run with it.
Off the initial move as well from the MongolZ, they go quiet. Feign presence as they're trying to draw out Magix into a fight, but also draw out utility. We drop some molly on towards the corner. That does give them the ability to move up through short now. Long slugs to come through as well, which will absolutely help. If they actually commit towards this A move, it's going to be great for them. 9-10 keeps his teammate alive, but MOUZ is here and he's going to deliver. I can't believe it. How is he not traded? Molly down. He might fall to the flames, and he does. It's a 1 versus 2. Tenzi's on the A site. They know this, so they are bombing it towards this B site.
Wow, they are insanely lucky here, guys. 9-10 bailing them out in banana, finding both of those kills, making sure to get the trade that was going on over there. But yeah, Moon could have been absolutely devastating if he's a bit healthier and can take a fight like inside that molly.
Or even just get out through it, right? The issue is that he knows with like 30 points of HP, I can't run through this molly. I've just got to just hope and pray here. If he had like 60 points of HP, he gets out and then resets and who knows. That's so close.
Yeah, the reset is enough as well. Just nothing coming in the end. Blitz looking nice and clean. Crazy. But yeah, not much that can be done in that game state. And as we talked about, here it is, the bounce back immediately from the Mongols.
Yeah, it's flash in the pan. That's
right
it.
back to square one. I mean, 2 rounds is just, it's not enough, is it, guys? You know, we all know that. It really is not enough to work with. Where's Techno going? Then he gets caught in the smoke in the molly. Doesn't quite know what day of the week it is. Maybe expecting some kind of a half buy here. Just about have the econ to put it together, but I think they've maybe miscalculated ever so slightly. Some pretty aggressive facing here. It is a weak gun round as they go. Weak reaction there from Tenzi, but the reaction's still pretty good. So Magic able to also do some bouncing themselves. Pretty springy few rounds here, as the Mongols going to let one slip through their fingers. Still only 3 rounds. Give me one more. Maybe I start to think about it. If you can get it up to 5, would be a hell of a recovery, but we're yet to see things like that.
Yeah, I do think as well for Techno, I think he realizes like a second late that like that nade is bounced off the wall, so he's got to be sandbagged. I think he's like so trained on corner wall.
Yeah. And
they'd realize, or maybe even got calmed over, like that was sat as sandbags. That wasn't a deep nade. Fade 8. We'll find the last. Doesn't opt to scoop up the AWP, to be fair. He keeps all of the FAMAS. Interesting. I feel like double AWP is something that actually the Mongols use super effectively in towards Mirage. That was their real key change-up. We kind of spoke about it quite a lot. Like, when you run out of the strat book, how do you actually find other ways to win? For the Mongols, getting K27 towards that secondary AWP was so good. Because 9-10 was already having an absolute stormer of a map. But he looked really solid. But they don't opt to do it themselves. I guess maybe as well, partly for Fade 8. He probably realizes that money's running a little bit thin. So he's like, right, I'm probably better off having something that is essentially a rifle of any sort, even if it is a less than premium one.
Could have gone to an M4 here.
Yeah.
To be fair, but, you know, they love a bonus. Especially CT sides. Not wasting any time, the Mongols. Oh, this could be deadly. Are pretty good. They're able to find the man advantage. Fade 8 goes down in towards CT. A lot of control gain. Blitz comes back. We're into a 2 versus 2. Mazzinho softened up. That's kind of the only thing that really is worth noting at this stage. Moon in from Banana on that AWP. Full belt of utility for both these players, pretty much. They do have a kit as well to work with. Doubled up in new box. Not going to be able to get the Molotov out. Maybe second time of asking, but the AWP just wants to contact in. He does have that molly. Does he expect a second player there? Was he seen? Was he noticed? Was he heard? It doesn't look like it, and Mazzinho finds the timing. Mongols with a huge steal. That's a low buy that goes their way.
Yeah, that's a round seemingly out of nowhere. And for Magic, that's such a poor one to lose, or such a tilter of a round to lose. Like, you'll put yourself into a spot where we can recover this half. We can get up towards, like, you know, a 7-5, which is workable. We were kind of drawing this narrative for Fisher College in that map number 2. Like, a 7-5 is doable. A couple of things still got to go right, but ultimately it's a nice-ish spot to be in. But not to be, and we can get our third 9-3 half in a row, potentially. Mooney's so lucky to be alive. Save for AW. How are these people not in the grave?
I feel like Mongols might know that as well from some of the fights. It's like these guys have,
both of them, I think. Yeah, that's confirmed damage.
K27's Mach 10 has made its way out in brackets. What are they going to do with him? A little flash towards short, but not much spotted at this point. Full smoke's coming in, so it looks like they will try and dedicate towards the A-bomb site. 4 players for the CT side. Half decent flash, but not quite good enough. Fade 8 in the right place at the right time. But the bomb heavily bailed off, I guess, as they don't find success. So they will try and very quickly pivot towards B as best they can. Techno's in relatively deep here. AW as well has to give it up because of his low HP. Deep CT smoke. It's all looking very good for MongolZ. 4 versus 2. It's not out of the question here, guys. They will be coming in. They will be playing a bit thick and fast. There's no kit, it would seem. So all these factors working against Magic, and of course the HP to finish things off. AW, though, his patience pays off, and Spade8's had a nice round, landing some good shots. 8-4.
Yeah.
Is it enough? You know, it remains in that question mark point of whether Magic are going to be able to turn things around in the second half.
Generally speaking as well, statistically, this map is pretty even. It's like 52% CT sided, something along those lines. So, yeah, it's difficult. Definitely really, really hard to kind of fathom still for me. I'm still leaning MongolZ taking this within 2, but I think that will alleviate this is maybe something along the lines of, like, you get a pistol, you get a force buy, competitive first gun round. Then maybe we can start to believe. But I think with how this first half's gone, MongolZ are still in the driver's seat, winning the sales, whatever you want to call it, and it's up to now Magic to dig deep, find a second wind. It's not out of the realms of possibility, but it's still statistically sort of against them, and I think that's the kind of killer thing. And I feel like we're not seeing maybe enough, at least for me yet, out of Magic, where it's like enough to grasp onto. Like, it's a lot of individual moments here and there. MongolZ looks a little bit more like a team. 9-10 still looking really solid, but generally it feels quite team-based. Like, they're calling really well, they're playing really well in that sense.
Yeah, and it's tough. I feel like MongolZ are the kind of team, because they play a bit messy, a bit scrappy and whatnot. There are going to be enough slip-ups that teams will be able to get rounds against them unless they are just so much better, which, as we've seen, is just not necessarily the case against Magic. Masval spinning around. He plays super high sense, this guy, as well.
Yeah.
I'm noticing.
I do feel like, though,
in places.
Yeah, no, Masval is really high sense, but I also feel like this, surely he's got to up his DPI.
Oh, yeah, for that. Yeah,
like, it's crazy how much he spins. But you can see, like, how, like, stuttery his aim is. That isn't, though.
But apparently a lot of the new gens do.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, the days of, like, Nico having an EDPI of, like, I think 800 was about average, you know.
Yeah, I think his...
that feels a bit low now. Some of them even a bit lower than that.
There was someone we
700
recently that had, like, an EDPI like 500. I remember when it was so low. Because I was saying, like, this guy's aiming with his whole arm.
Yeah.
There's some pretty low ones. But, yeah, you're right. A lot of these youngsters... super high. I don't even know what my EDPI is.
Tough to...
I don't know. It's like a calculator, right?
Yeah. Mine's a little... It's just, you know, times them together.
I'm 801.
Okay, well, you'd be 2, because I think it works off of 400 DPI being, like, the base number.
There you go. 800 DPI, 1 cent.
I'm like...
Is that right?
Maybe you'd be 400, I guess? I don't know, whatever. It's average. Yours is average, for sure. Either way, we're in towards this A-bomb site. Zinio finding that first head, 9-10, looking to hold the line, clean on the first. He's got a couple more to play with here as well. Ooh. They will take him down. Has he bought enough time? 20 seconds to get that bomb planted. These blocks are going to have to pop off, and they very nearly do. Not quite, though. Just the initial finds from the CT side enough to get them done. And the pistol going the way of the MongolZ is really not what Magic wanted here, to just, as we talked about, get that reset, clean slate in the second half. You know, it's a different game, but no, it is more of that first half as MongolZ remain in control.
Yeah, it's a little scary there, definitely for a moment, but I think, yeah, ultimately, in the end, those couple of kills right at the start is what alleviates the pressure as that round starts to proceed. 9-4. We do go for the force here, Magic. I don't love this. It kind of reeks of desperation. I don't mind if you're forcing behind a bomb plant. When you're forcing just for the sake of forcing, that, for me, feels like you're really desperate. I'd give up around it, give up the 10th, and then try and go for the run back. But maybe I speak too soon. An opener from Masval, a laboured 9-10, who definitely should have got 2 there.
Yeah, really doable round now, actually. Another moto smoke coming in. We've got a man sort of trapped in banana. Techno does find that kill pretty quick, though. He's going to be able to join the rest of the party. And they will just kind of send it to try and get this one done. There's no kit available. They really do just have to move in fast. Nade is decent idea, but there's not quite a player in towards pit itself. Over faces though, maybe getting a little overzealous, feeling like they have to force the issue, and they will indeed all go down. Where is that bomb? Little panicked, but in that default spot. MongolZ kind of saving the day. To be honest, that felt pretty dicey, but I will say Magix overstepping, overcooking, we might say.
They definitely made life harder for themselves. They just overfight. I think, you know, your best friend in a spot like that, especially in a 3 versus 3 post plant, it's the clock, it's the time, right? And I think that's what they were really, what they should have been kind of coming back on, but they were hoping that they could win a name duel, which would, you know, throw a bit of a spanner in the works. MongolZ do very, very well. A lot of sides would not even give that retake a go, so credit to them for going in. Inferno, it's so save heavy, we know this. But a lot of teams in a 3 versus 3 where you've got like a moto smoke down as well, that's it. Like there's no way you give this a look in. And top level teams would just say, yeah, this is a write-off. No matter, even though we know it's like mainly Tech 9s on the other side and whatever you dropped. Credit for them having a look in, 9-10. I'll open things up. It's not a bad attempt at the force buy, despite my critiques, but it's still a lost one. It does hurt what should be the full buy here.
Yeah, this is really looking good. A fantastic start from the Mongols once again. And Magix, you know, you can't play the same sort of half. You can't be late to wake up. You don't have time. Not a luxury in this second half. Contact in is a little dangerous. 9-10 trades his teammate instantaneously, but they are left in a scary spot, to be fair. Asphalt unable to trade as they just drop back on that Mongol side and really keeping them at bay. I think they're unsure. Where is that bomb? Nice idea here from Magix. Bit of a leap out of the Mongols' book as they try and confuse things. Head towards B. Oh, Techno. Flash comes in. It's a little dodgy, but he does manage to make it work. They're quite blind. That's all you need. The bomb will go down. Masval, his position relatively well known where he's going to be coming from here. It does make me worry. It's still not quite in the realms of, oh, there's no time. So they just have to be careful. Cobra does well to deliver, but it's close. If he'd have gone down, which he was only really 1 or 2 bullets away from, round is definitely on. Not the case, though. Magix coming close. MongolZ seeing it over the line.
Yeah.
Still some messy rounds in here, but looking to take clean 2-0 if things continue like this.
Yeah, it's close, but it really is getting to do or die territory, unfortunately, for Magix. And then an awkward spot when, you know, the enemy hits 11, you've got a horrible choice to make of, do we force by here and just force by out the rest of this game, or do we take a step back, but in theory, give them that point? They're going for option 2, which is actually a bit more of a rarity. We see quite commonly, especially within like the online space, teams forced by this round every time, right? They always go for this because they don't want to play 4 OT. Magix, they think that's their best option. And let's see if that is the right call. Doesn't start well as Fade 8 will fall. A lot of damage, Moon gonna fall to the flames. Uh-oh. Whether he was blind or whatnot, he doesn't make the move out of the fire, and down he'll go into an early casket, and so will this banana control as Techno gets aggressive for his third, and Tenzi's all that's left. 1 versus 5, not a chance in hell for him. Even at 1 point is a luxury that he cannot get close to. Constellation kills will be as good as it gets. It's 2. Not quite the third. Damage though. We'll give him that. We'll give him that.
For him,
yeah.
I don't know, in the grander scheme, unfortunately, it's just not really all that impactful.
Map and series point.
Yeah, looking very, very good, the Mongols here on this map. And as we maybe predicted, again, keeping it up for an entire series is the real test, the real difficulty. Magix have been able to do that.
Yeah.
Started slow. That's hard after the first map. Then you get a rifle round and you lose the follow-up. That's hard after the first. You know, everything just compounds and compounds and compounds into what we're seeing here, which could be pure domination. Maybe not, though. The Mongols wanting to get it done a little quick, looking for some highlight moments of their own. And, well, they've created space for their opponents to get back in. The nade is good. I think comes a little late that Mazzinho had dinked him up. Whereabouts was he? Very, very chaotic in the comms, but 9-10.
What?
He's just a one-man army right now. He's found 3 kills in really quite aggressive parameters as well.
He's 17 and 8.
CQB. He might be looking for 18, but it might go the way of Blitz. Depends how he looks. Moon's got a full belt. He's got that bomb, importantly, and he's got a lot of advantage to work with. Smoke will come in. That confirms his location. Rotation around. Molotov in the wrong place, and Blitz is just hidden. Perfect spot. No, come on
don't
now. Come on now. And he let him turn around as well. My goodness gracious. That's very cheeky from Blitz, but he was absolutely dead to rights. It's going to be that 2-0 with a 13-4 to finish.
And fun fact for you, Blitz is the most knife kills of any professional
well, I can
at
see
the
why.
tier 1 level. There you go.
That is
and he's adding more to the
no
tally.
respect.
Yeah.
Absolutely no respect, bro. Middle of the map, funny moment, kind of dominating, fair. But we've seen some rounds from MongolZ. I feel like we've cast them where they've tried to go for knives. It's like, why? What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, and then they like lose the situation. So it's kind of a crazy like devil on their shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. But not here. This is a really, really good map from them. Inferno was closed very, very comfortably. And I just think as well, you look at this and come back kind of the sentiments that we were bringing off the back of that Mirage, that I felt like Magix had put everything in towards that first map. All their energy, all their ideas, all the belief maybe as well in towards that first map. And the fact that it fell, you know, so short but so close, right, is the thing that kills them. It's that battle of kind of fatigue, and unfortunately they lose it. And it's not only just fatigue in terms of like physical fatigue, it's mental fatigue, right? It's a tough thing to really kind of try and, you know, hype yourself back up heading in towards your opponent's map pick after such a tough loss like that. Credit to the Mongols. They decide just show their class, show why they are that cutting-edge team and a couple of steps above. And I'm pretty sure VRS-wise, by winning that, they moved from like 7th to 4th. So it's a pretty decent win to be had for the Mongols overall. But a 13-4, really good. Another barn burner of a map from 9-10. He absolutely has to be the MVP off the back of that. Both maps, he was flying. Mazzinho had his moments as well, to credit to him, and same for kind of Techno too. But yeah, 9-10, that's just 2 maps in a row where he is just has a stunning showing.
It's a good first step from the Mongols, honestly. It's not a great one, right? If they'd managed to find first map cleanly, second map cleanly, then we can be like, okay, they put Magix to bed. That's one of the kind of dark horses. Watch out for this team. And obviously the Mongols didn't really watch out for this team, and they had to fight tooth and nail for map number 1. Got a bit of a rude awakening to kick off their Astana campaign, but they do well to bounce back. And indeed, it's something to really, really work with, I think, moving forwards into the rest of the Swiss. Of course, it has to be 9-10 here that we highlight, as he has a really fantastic showing on Inferno in particular. But yeah, you can really see, again, just in the important portion of rounds, maybe when there was a little bit of bouncing back from the side of Magix towards that tail end, threatening the idea of, ooh, could they get like a 7-5 at one point? You know, it was on the cards, but he does really well to be their hero individual player. Yeah, I mean, I'm not massively impressed, but I think it is what we expected, that they take the 2-0, that kind of thing.
Opening game
and
of a tournament
competitive
as well,
one.
right,
Yeah, and I think
bit of
these big
leeway.
teams,
exactly. So I think they take a bit of time to warm up. So I'm going to give Mongols a bit of leeway. I think definitely, you know, not the most comfortable. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not coming in towards this and saying that they should be lifting the trophy here. I don't see them as like a favorite by any means, but I'm going to give them a bit of leeway. Like, opening game, it kind of has some shaky moments, you know, and they kind of like a bit of times where you just need a bit of a wake-up call ultimately, but they get 2-0 ultimately, and that's all they're going to care about. They're like, yeah, we did our job. Yes, okay, cool. You know, a million overtimes. We're like, yeah, we got to win though. We want to know. That's all that matters, right? Closer to playoffs. Only the second game of the day though. We've got plenty more CS along. We've got the Spirit, Team Spirit taking on the Huns, which I don't know. It could be kind of interesting. The Huns kind of have some hitters, but Team Spirit, they're also a little bit weak times, but they should be fine there. PARIVISION 9Z could be quite interesting, though. That one, for me, feels like it could be kind of spicy, because PARIVISION, I don't know, we haven't seen them be as clean-cut as they were to the start of the year, so maybe 9Z feel like there's a gap there that they can expose.
Yeah, for sure, and it does definitely feel like, you know, PARIVISION opened up the year with, you might argue, some like gimmicky style and calls and whatnot, some decent individuals and whatnot, but very quickly it feels like the bigger teams at least have sort of figured them out. That it's like, okay, we got to get the JAME file back out, like, you know, dust it off and everything. So yeah, we'll see what happens in that particular series, but that could be a pretty interesting one to round out the day.
Yeah, it really could be. It really could be. But for myself, Neoka, and Scriv, we are kind of done for the day as well. It's a very early start, but an early finish, which means nap time for us. We're going to be throwing it over towards Anders and Vince to round out the rest of the day here on the B stream. So thank you from us. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Spirit are the reigning champions of PGL Astana. Last time around though, Magix was not the IGL, it was the old Spirit, and now he's taken over, you're now in charge. So I wanted to first find out from you, how are you balancing being the IGL and captain of the team, as well as the person who, when I look at Spirit, you always having some fun, joking around. When you won in Astana last time, you were making Donk smile for us, even though he didn't look so happy he won. How is that for you, and how does that change? Because can you be the same way Magix has always been as an IGL and captain, or do you sometimes have to be harsher and more rough?
Of course you can't be the same person as you've been doing before, because it's definitely a change of, role model, of whatever, of the way you present yourself to the people, and the group of people that you're in, and it's a different thing. But overall, I find it okay, because I'm not an edgy, depressive anime kid. I feel like that sometimes I'm a kind of bright person and a bright voice sometimes. So this is better. This is way better, because we're not depressed.
It is good that you're not depressed. Looking at the system that Hallie has for the team, the way Spirit plays, how much influence are you able to have on that? Because you've been a player in this system. If you now, as an IGL, as the captain, say, I want to try this, I want to make this change, are you allowed to do that? Do you get the choice of it? Or is it more, you need to kind of follow these rules?
I can do, if I have idea or I want to change or try something, I can do anything. Absolutely anything. Because if you have an idea on the way how you're playing the round, or a different round, or some idea for a duo of players on the side or whatever, it doesn't mean that you're breaking some structure or whatever, and you're basically, I'm basically able to do anything.
Do you feel like this version of Spirit, with you leading it, are now title contenders? Or you need to understand with more events and consistency?
I feel like that you're basically capable of winning any tournament, because it can be different sometimes, and it's always a different storyline usually, because you can have a good practice before tournament, or you can have bad practice before the tournament, and it doesn't really matter, because I've played a lot of tournaments with before which we had extremely good practice and we sucked, and we had a tournament where we have been going in and we were saying like, oh, if we make the playoffs, it's good, and we were winning them, and when you're going to the tournament, you must catch the vibe, you must win the first game against Fizzy, and then you're playing much better. But you just need a team to be functioning like during tournament. If you play a couple of matches, it's getting better, because you traveled somewhere, you're getting used to everything around you, and you're playing the game again much better.
Yeah. What are finally your expectations for the whole tournament? Do you see this now as we should be grand finals, we should be winning it back-to-back years, or do you just want to be in playoffs again?
I feel like everyone wants to win the tournament, because it's been a long time before Rio since we made the finals, and we finally made the finals somewhere. It was cool, and if we as a group of people understand that and feel that making the playoffs, making the finals is a great pleasure, we should understand that winning the finals is also might be a great pleasure.
A great pleasure, and let's see if it will be yours at the end. Let's see if you can do the back-to-back. We'll do it as a player into doing it as the first for your IGL. It'd be a nice cherry on top of it all. Thank you very much, Magix, and good luck in the tournament, mate.
Thanks.
All right. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is day one of the PGL Astana. We're on the B stream. I'm Anders. With me is Vince. Vince, how are you doing on this fine morning?
I'm doing great, Anders. I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to plenty of great Counter-Strike, a tournament that I think it's safe to say is one of the most hyped in quite some time with no Vitality or Na'Vi. The door is wide open for a lot of these other squads, and so I can't wait to get into this one because realistically, probably in most people's picks, like the top 3 teams they expect to maybe win the whole thing.
That is a good point. We keep asking the same questions for all of these tournaments. Who can bring down Vitality? We don't have to worry about that this time, which I guess is kind of a luxury. You're right. Spirit, though, I mean, they're a team that weirdly looked better once Hallie wasn't there, and now, you know, like, you got to wonder, like, how is this going to play out for them? They have, you know, one of the best players we've almost ever seen in Donk, so they might be one of the teams that can really run deep. But I don't think it's going to be easy. I think it'll be a tough competition for them no matter what. So I'm really looking forward to it. They're going to be playing the Huns early on. Do you have any really strong opinions about the Huns? I feel like I've casted them a couple of times, but I'm not, you know, I don't feel super strongly about them.
If by strong opinions you mean like kind of big sort of takes, I would say they're one of the weakest teams at this event. I know it's maybe starting on a bit of a downer, but I just think it is the truth. Even in their own region, obviously, in the, Asia, they're struggling. They're losing against Tyloo, Next Void, which is another Mongolian team. Like, they've just been struggling, basically. So, yeah, I mean, they're down at what? I think it's like 110th in the world on HLTV. There is a big discrepancy between these two teams, Anders. Like, I think coming into this, for obvious reasons, Spirit are the massive favorites.
Yeah, it looks like we'll get to the Veto eventually, but it feels like they could be playing at least some maps that they're both going to be good on. But I just don't know if that helps the Huns that much when you think about sort of the competition that they're playing, like the win rates for Spirit. They are going to be different. They are going to be in something else. So I'm a bit worried for them as well. But I do hope that I get to see the cleaner version of Spirit, the one that we saw last time around, where Tinir was finally playing good Counter-Strike again. Like, that's been so long since I've seen that. They actually looked like they were having fun. I want to see that version of Spirit back, not just for this game, but for the whole tournament, because I think we deserve that. We can't have Donk kind of locked and prisoned in this team. If he's going to be with Spirit forever, which it almost feels like, then the rest of the team has to play well. I feel like that they owe us that much. But we do have the Veto coming up here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Dust 2 and maybe even an Overpass. I know you love that map. Oh yeah, there we go. Dust 2 is up.
I do, yeah. I mean, the opening bans are nothing surprising. Inferno, Spirit just simply never play it. And Anubis is the Huns permaban. So as you say, they're going to handshake, I think, on Dust 2. Ancient, actually, the second map, which is interesting. It is a map that the Huns have played a lot. Obviously, when it comes to Spirit, they've also got some very big wins on Ancient. And I just think the problem here is, I get where you're going with the narrative, and there's like, hey, maybe there's a way that the Huns can get on some comfortable maps. The issue is that so is Spirit, and you are not at Spirit's level for the most part. So I don't know if that does help them or if it actually kind of wrecks them even more.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that aspect of it too. Third map, if we get there, it's going to be Mirage. We probably all agree at this stage that it would have to be some sort of catastrophe for Spirit if it actually ends up on a third map. Like, I really can't see that happening easily. Both the two opening maps, like Dust 2 at one point, I think Spirit was the best Dust 2 team in the world. Now, admittedly, in my opinion, that was back when they had Chopper IGLing. They were so hard to read. I feel like since then, their Dust 2 has been less impressive, but they should still win it. And then Ancient, obviously, also very, very good map for Spirit at the moment. So, yeah, I don't know. They got their work cut out for them, Huns. What's a good? Let's assume that this is going to be almost impossible to win for the Huns. Then what's a good victory here? Like, how many rounds are we talking? What do they need to prove to make you say, you know what, this is a respectable effort for the Huns?
I think if they can take it into like double-digit territory, like if they lose like 13-10 or get it close, take us to an OT or something, that's a very respectable kind of standing. And to be fair, like I'm kind of building this up as though the Huns are like one of the weakest teams at the event and really shouldn't have a chance, and let's be honest, they shouldn't. But on the other side, Spirit have been a little bit shaky themselves. Like Magix, I think the jury is still out on him as an IGL. It's not as if he's necessarily had a lot of reps, a lot of time in the IGLing role. Interesting interview as well with Banks there with him, where it's like he's had to also change his dynamic and how he fits in with the team. Before he was kind of the laughy, trolley, sort of jokey kind of one. Well, when you're the IGL, you can't keep that mentality. You actually have to be stern. You have to be almost like an older brother figure at some point. You have to be an authority figure, right? So I'm very curious to see how that's going to also pan out as this team progresses. But as you said, man, like you have the firepower, you have the pieces. This, for all intents and purposes, should be Spirit 2-0ing, but who knows?
Well, we're going to find out right now. We're not going to delay any further. Let's get right into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome here. It's day one at PGL Astana, and we're on Dust 2 to begin with. Huns starting on the T side, Team Spirit on the CT side. You know what, Tanir? He didn't really want more than that. He took a look around the corner and said, that's it, I've had enough of that. Going to fall back to the car. They do have a Molotov for it, though, so they actually could burn him out of this. Doesn't seem like they're throwing it just yet, so I don't know why. I feel like that's such an important part of it. They kind of check it, but Shiro's going to be there, popping up and getting some great kills, and all they get is Tanir early on. And they even had some of the utility that they would have needed. They had the smoke for the cross, and if they had just Molotov that car position, I think they could have put Shiro in a little bit of trouble there.
Yeah, that is very true, and that could have blown up in the entire dynamic of that approach as well. Get more eyes set over onto the CT push, up onto the actual catwalk itself as well. But either way, Spirit, as you say, very convincingly come out, score, instantly goes in for the scout. He's going to be peering down middle with that one. See the shot just whiz past the head of Zontix. And Donkey's going to be joining him over on the B side of the map. So they have actually invested a little bit into this round, have the Huns, but they've also already lost 9 in the process. As Zontix alongside Donk, I think they double nade stacked on the B tunnels there.
Yeah.
Score has made moves up onto catwalk, so maybe there's a way for him to try and claim a kill.
Ooh, he wanted to run him down. He thought that was going to be the only player because he did tack him with the scout. So you know what? For Score, I don't really blame him for wanting to hunt that down. Not going to be possible. They will lose Donk early on, though, and you probably want more than just the one kill here. If you get another one, you start to feel like, okay, we actually did some significant damage to the CT side. All we really had was the scout coming into it. Interesting kind of situation as well, buying up on one player and hoping to make that work. We'll see if Bartek, he's going to pick up the scout again. Again, I think if they get one more kill here, then it sort of justifies the scout, and they're going to be able to do some damage in the next round. So I don't hate this approach. It's kind of trying to tinker a little bit with the economy, seeing if you get something done. Magix, though, I think in an almost unbeatable position here. Remember, they don't have the armor either on the T side, so they're going to get shut down very quickly here. Nothing you can do with the scout at this point. Controller's going to be on his own, and it will be Magix to take him down there. So a couple of kills with the MP9. That's pretty good work. And Spirit with a 2-0 start.
Yes, a very comfortable, convincing 2-0 start. Just the 2 frags in total, as there was a grenade kill in the last round as well, as you can see there. 2-0 to Spirit. Early doors, and you did touch on a really important point as well, I think, for Spirit's prospects, is later on, obviously with the Swiss system, you're expecting them to bump into, like, you know, maybe a Falcons, maybe a FURIA, a team of that stature. I think Tanir is going to be a very big piece of this, because he's looked super sharp lately. After a bit of a disappointing start to his Spirit tenure, great kill, though, from a Zerolite, that Donk answers straight back, and in doing so, picks up the AWP.
Oh, wait a minute here. For 9, if he could find the opening, Son takes a dangerous jump to fall back. He needs the backup, and it's not going to be there in time. Donk is running into the middle. He's got the AWP in hand, but they're already on the bomb site. Son takes. I don't love that position for him. It seems weird to me if you're going to be soloing B like that. You're so far back in the site. You've got no way to even call for backup until it's too late. And the jump back to kind of look over the box, like, fair play, you're going to get the information, but if they're really there, there's nothing you could do with the information except to say, oh, I'm already in trouble, like, it's already too late. So I just don't love that position for Suntix at all, and it's actually might have cost them the round there. They did get the Sterilite, like you said, but at the end of it, they're going to have to back out of there, so Spirit will have to concede the round.
The only good sign, or I guess silver lining above, is that they are able to hold on to the 3 weapons, including an AK and an AWP. So they can go straight back into that next one. But maybe some early jitters, as you say, some positioning not quite on the same page. And that will be punished. Ontix, a player that, since he did rejoined, Spirit has been struggling a little bit in terms of his statistics, but he's always been the kind of player, to be fair, Anders, that's been more of a supportive element. Always said he didn't want to be the center of attention. He's fine being carried by Donk. Like, he's gone on record and said this a number of times, so that's not necessarily an issue. The issue is if he gets picked off on a map like Dust 2 out on B, you leave your team incredibly vulnerable, so that can't happen again anytime soon.
Yeah, I agree with your characterization of the kind of character that Sontix is. And I always think it's important to have those people in a team. So I have a lot of patience for Sontix in general. I don't expect him to be the one picking up like the main brunt of the work. That's going to be for me, Tania, Shiro, and Donk there. So I'm happy to have Sontix be more of a background figure. I actually think it's kind of important. But yeah, that position, maybe we can revisit that in the future. This time it's Shiro on the AWP. That's it should be. He's by the car, but the flashes are really good. And look at the speed here. They are straight up attacking this position before Shiro's even ready for it. More flashes around the corner will force him all the way back to the bottom of pits, and they still have controls in the middle. He's waiting there with admittedly low health, but he's got the AK to cover anyone coming up the catwalk. So right now, they actually know everything, the Huns. The bomb is planted. This is a really cool round. They know where the retake's going to be coming from and everything.
Multiple softened targets, though. Controls down at 8. Waiting for those smokes to start to fade, and he's going to decide to just go through up on middle instead, try and wrap around the CTs. They know multiple are clumped down in the CT spawn. They need to start spreading their wings out on long. Tinia's going to be leading the charge as Nades and Flash is going to receive this peek in. Nades are good, and the follow-up damage is there. Shiro and Donk both chipping in as well, leaving just Score alone, but he gets decapitated, and Donk gets on the site just in time for the defuse. A beautiful retake.
That is so well done. And you know what? I don't even think the Huns made any really terrible mistakes here. Controls even realized, like you said, he realized he had to do something more than just kind of holding the middle, which is already, I think, doing a lot in the round. But he realized he had to go for the backstab, and a great replay here. Appreciate that from the production. It's Donk catching Controls running up behind him. If he hadn't done that, I think the round is probably over for Spirit almost immediately. So honestly, the Huns, I think, doing almost everything right. They had the early pace. They flashed out Shiro from the position. They got the bomb planted. Like, everything was working out for them. Unfortunately, the firepower there on Spirit on the retake was immaculate, and that puts them in a very strong position here. See if Sontix's going to think better of it here. He's still a bit far back, but now it doesn't matter as much. He did have Donk there, although he's going to get blown up. Sontix catching him as they're coming out the smoke. Runs out of bullets eventually, and now he needs the backup. Flash is already in the air coming over the wall, but 9 takes him down. Nice work otherwise from the mid position there. They were trying to set another kill up for Sontix.
I say I'm impressed with how much damage the Huns are able to do with so little. Sure, they probably don't hold on to the site here. There's tons of utility left for Team Spirit. HE being tossed in, 9, down at just 8 HP. Score is healthy, though. They're going to have to outweight this smoke. Bomb has just been planted, though, but it's already ticking down to around half of the timer. Molotov also comes in. But when are Team Spirit going to start to retake?
9 is so low on health right now. They're throwing in all the grenades before they even do anything here. Smoke in the corner, but a headshot from Score will take down Tania. And now Shiro is thinking about it. What is he going to do here? Not anything at all. He was hoping for a reaction coming through the door, but it'll be the window instead. 9, he started the round and he ended it as well. That opening kill on Donk was worth its weight in gold.
So the Huns making a real fight at this, Anders. I was concerned for them, I've got to say, when that was 2-0. Sure, you're not expecting it to just go into a 13-0 kind of territory, but I was thinking, how much fight is there in the Huns? Because, you know, realistically, for the last significant period of time, they've been playing Asian CS against teams that you probably haven't even heard of and struggling. The last time they played against any EU opposition, you'd have to go back like 3 or 4 months at least. And yet here they are again, just pushing down the pedal, not showing any signs of relenting, but they have to contend with the destroyer himself with Donk. Molotov out, decides to peek in, gets the kill, but he will fall prey to the Molotov.
What a mad idea for Donk to peek the window. Over on long, there's some drama as well, but we'll see if Serralite can start by holding the window. They know that Controls is here, which is why he walked straight into the shot. He was being hunted by Tania the whole time. So, again, I don't hate the idea for Controls. It's actually a really cool plan to try and see if he could have flanked them before they got the bomb down. Unfortunately, he'd already been heard. He was being hunted for a good maybe 20 seconds. Tania walking up the middle there. So now it's Serralite and 9. if they can walk away with the win in this round, that would be something. That might actually bring them back, I think, in this half. Otherwise, I think Spirit will shake off the loss here and just kind of move on from it. Good spray down with the AK, and now he's tucked back into the corner, but it's being held by Shiro. He knows that they're in there. Magix, he's worried about another player. Oh, wait a minute. That's smoke. He doesn't have the kit, though, and he goes down Sterilite again with another headshot. Leaves 9 in the back corner, but all he has to do is duck down. There's just no time here. I don't think there was a kit on the side either, so everyone is going to go up with the bomb of the Huns. They are shocking us at the beginning.
Shiro must just be stunned or had a brain fart because, like, you don't have a kit. You're stuck in window. You've got an AWP. You've got to hold on to that, man. Why is he sticking around and dying? That's such an odd decision. As soon as his teammate Magix dies, you'd think, right, he's out of there. He's pulling the plug. He's saving the open CT spawn.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, probably could have made that call, and now they're back to, look at this, SMGs and a scout, and the FAMAS, the best weapon. Although Shiro, he gets him with the wallbang through the door. What's happening? Bartak's gone down. That's a bit of an unfortunate start given what's on the other side here. Come on, the Huns, don't do this. If they lose this kind of a round, again, I think Spirit will just shake off the early troubles here, and they will just return to great form. So I don't want to see them throw. They've really worked hard, Huns, to get into this position.
It just turns out Shiro has 5 billion IQ, and he can read the future. He's like, I don't need the AWP. I'm just going to smack you in the head with the scout instead. It's fine. Don't worry about me. I actually prefer the extra mobility and the extra bullets it brings to the table. Bartak on the receiving end of that. There's still a minute left on the clock, and Spirit, who have forced into this round, don't have much utility to really contend with this. Just flashes, basically. Low firepower. So even though the Huns have lost the first player, for all intents and purposes, there is every chance they can still bounce back into this round.
It's one of those rounds, though, where Spirit have thrown Donk over towards the A-bomb side, which is always a bit of a worry when you're playing this team on Dust 2, is that sometimes there'll be a round like this where Donk isn't where he's supposed to be, and it can be very hard to deal with. Tenier, I think, nicely backing off into the corner. That you know, probably should have at least one kill. And like I said, Donk is here, but now he's alone. They've isolated him, and they're coming up long as well. Surely the grenades will get the job done indeed. The HE right on top of his head is 9 to pick him up there. Shiro can't land another shot. It's all up to Sontix now. At least he's escaped finally from the B-bomb site. He's got the first shot, and because Sterilite is low, this is kind of a winnable round. 9 just has to live, just buy time. You don't really have to fight this. There's no real pressure immediately. Scout is kind of out of the way now, and it's down to the Deagle as he's crouching forward and looking for the headshot over the box, see if he can find a way to inch his way to a kill, or they peek at the same time. It's good communication from the Huns, and they make good of it. They put in all that work. They got the economy down for Spirit, forced them into a force buy, and now Spirit have to be a lot more careful. What a great first half for the Huns. I'm so excited because you said it already. Like we said, this is probably going to be a 2-0 for Spirit, and sometimes, you know, the community, they'll get mad about this. They get mad about a lot of things, to be honest, but they'll get mad about this, about people saying, wow, you said you already write them off, you have no faith in them. Maybe that's true, but at the same time, if we're wrong about this, it's the best thing ever. I love being wrong about these kind of things, so I hope that we are, and I hope the Huns will keep playing like this. Spirit definitely looks shook at the moment, and it's Score out long, slaughtering them.
He was fully flashed, and he just got a triple spray down. Score, wow. Okay, well, Magix is coming straight back, though. The Molotov's going to finish him off, so a little bit of damage into a lack of investment round, but it is Donk left alive. He's got a bit of Kevlar as well. If he can get his hands on one of these rifles, anything is possible. Up to 9 kills already, but he's second-guessing himself. I'm not sure if maybe he put a player down up on middle and he's looking to try and retrieve the weapon here. But he is slowly but surely edging his way around the back, and he's going to be meeting them on long sooner rather than later, which is where 2 bodies are, but they've tossed them both up. Nicely done from the Observer to show us that information. 1 AK up on the blue bins. But we know Donk doesn't necessarily need a rifle to make your day suffer significantly, and he is anticipating this peak to come in. For the time being, nothing's going to happen. Hear the footsteps now. He's giving his position away. Good shot, though, from Donk. Nails Zeralt. And in doing so, has now opened up business on long, and Bartak is the next player to get splattered, but he has no idea where 9 is. He must be quaking in his boots, realizing that if he shows a pixel, he may be a dead man. The timing, though, is going to go against Donk, but that is one hell of an effort.
He's such a freak of nature. It's amazing to see. And actually, you learn something else in that moment. Like, even though he loses the last fight to 9, I think it was, something about the psychology of how he's playing it, you see that he makes a decision at one point, Donk, to say, I can't check every corner. I'm going to assume he's not at the car and in, like, that's something that a lot of pro players will do, because the alternative you have to remember is that you try to check like 10 different corners getting into the A bomb site. That's probably not going to be winnable ever. So actually, it could be a very good idea to say, if he's in these corners, I'm probably dead. But if he's, you know, anywhere like Gandalf, Goose, or maybe Short, I have a chance. Like, I that's within my field of view. I can do it. Like, and you can see the dog actively makes it. It's not that he forgets. It's not that he's forgotten that someone could be hiding by the car. It's definitely a decision that he's making in his brain there. So very cool stuff. Obviously, the deal shots. You said it. Like, he doesn't need a lot to make your day difficult. So still, nonetheless, it's 5-3 in favor of the Huns, Vince. This is great.
This is exactly what we were hoping for, right? We don't want to see stomps. We don't want to see a team get absolutely destroyed. They're making Spirit sweat right now. Magix, in the meanwhile, can hear the footsteps where he throws down the instant incendiary. Tanir trading out for that one kill. Shiro peering in. Smoke clears, and he deals with Skull, but they know that Long is being aggressed on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Molotov, not really the smoke that you want. I guess it makes sure that Shiro isn't exactly at the corner. But if you know Shiro, you know that he's not really going to be doing that anyway. He's much more of a defensive AWPer. So unlikely that he's going to be there trying to take the peak. Oh, they waited too long, and Donk got too bored. So he's like, I'm just going to swing before you can do anything. It does almost feel like he just didn't want to wait. Normally you'd say, okay, you got a 3v2 in favor of the CT side there. Just wait and let them get a bit closer and try and plant the bomb. When they're planting the bomb, they're sort of almost playing a 1v3, but no patience for that on the Donk side, which is fair.
I just love it as well, though, because, you know, we were discussing this the other day when we were casting, like, Tier 2 CS, and if a team comes in, like, kind of anxious or nervous, it's almost better to just play aggressive and take the fights. But in Donk's case, it's kind of like you just want to unleash him. If you know that there is a potential for these constant long hits, which the Huns have maybe made this a little bit predictable now, then just saying to Donk, go kill them, is a legit strategy you can go for, and more often than not, it is going to work out for you. However, the Huns may feel like they are too predictable at this point, so I'm going to be curious to see what they come up with in their next rifle round. In the time being, though, this is a pretty straightforward round for Shiro, fully flashed, but still nails the shot, and the Huns can't do much about this. Tanir might get backstabbed, though. No, he does check his angles. All right, he's all right.
Yeah, Donk go kill is a pretty good strategy. You have to say. He's 13-5 right now, and it just kind of looks like another day in the office for him. He's in there. I'm seeing people in the chat as well. Shout out to you guys. As people are saying he should go to an international roster and all the rest of it. I mean, it is an interesting conversation, because obviously when Spirit were looking at their best, that's not something you want to really think about. But you know, once they start to look weak, you have to think, well, you might be wasting some of your best years in this team, and that seems like a bit of a shame. So I don't know if I necessarily agree that he has to leave right now, but it's a conversation that's going to keep coming up unless Spirit can kind of return to this great form that they've been having otherwise.
Yeah, I suppose I mean, he already has won a major with Spirit, of course, and had a lot of success with Spirit, but sure. I do see the point. I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably a case of let's see how Magix does his IGL. If this doesn't work out, then maybe that's a future option. He can speak fluent English, we know that. Obviously, any team on the planet would happily pick him up, but there is also a financial element of it, because Spirit's not going to let him go for a small amount, that's for sure. You have to break the bank to get Donk.
Oh, no question about it. Well, yeah, it's an interesting kind of conversation. The funds are low now on the side of the Huns, and even though it's been an impressive first half, you have to remember who they're up against. So 5 rounds, I think it's pretty impressive. I think if they could get up to 7, it becomes such a more interesting conversation for us. I'm still worried that 5 is plenty enough for Spirit on the CT side, and that their T side is going to be fairly scary to be up against. So yeah, I need the Huns to do more, even though, like I said, I've really been impressed with them Scores up to 8 kills. Serralite to 9, both at 6. I feel like they've really been putting in the work, and they have these rounds that they throw in on the T side, the Huns, where they're way faster. They're trying to catch off, maybe especially Shiro, or sometimes it's been Sontix over at the B bomb side. They try and catch them off guard. Now they're actually stealing a page out of the Spirit playbook. They do the crisscross smoke, and they're going to go for a split on the B bomb side. Let's see how this works out. There is a double setup, and one of them is Donk with that AK, but he's very exposed to the middle, and he goes down. What is Sontix doing to help in this moment? Can you answer me this question, Vince? What's Sontix's position? How is he helping Donk?
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much that you can really do to protect him at that point, is there, or defend that positioning. However, they are still in this round. In actual fact, they have the HP advantage. Zerolite's down to 22, Score not faring too much better off. And Magix and Shiro both healthy, looking to now stampede back on the site again. They're going to go in dry and quietly, not throwing any grenades to precede this peak. And Magix leading by himself, spearheading the operation, getting that retake in, and Spirit leads 6-5.
Now that is a lesson in why somebody has to be jiggling or peeking the door if there's no smoke or anything up there. The fact that they just walked in, great read from Magix. Didn't even really need the aim in that one. It was just down to the fact that, you know, nobody knew that they were coming through. And maybe it's part of the health there on the Huns. They didn't feel like anyone was healthy enough to really take the fight. I still have to wonder what Sontix... Like, he's not covering middle. He's not even really... I mean, he's covering the same position, I suppose, towards the upper B position as Donk is doing. But why? Like, he's doing it further back. No matter what, Donk was always going to die. And then the best case scenario there is that Sontix kills more people as they come through upper dark. But that just seems like... I'm really confused about some of the Sontix positioning in the first half here. They're still doing all right, but I feel like they could be even better if he found a better way to play that B bomb site.
B definitely is the weakness right now. It's where the Huns have had the vast majority of their success. When they've tried pushing up Catwalk and Long, they've just ran into a brick wall, and often that's been named Donk. But I do agree. However, playing devil's advocate or giving them the benefit of the doubt, he had 2 players that were stuck behind CT smoke. I wonder if Magix just calls, just stay alive. Just play as a linchpin for us to try and springboard off. The flashes though up middle. So aggressive again from Spirit, and they get the 2-for-1 trade they were looking for.
That's so cool. I love the aggression on the CT side. It's one of my favorite things on Dust 2. Don't get to see it nearly enough. Sontix puts to the test again. They volunteer. Oh, Shiro's going to catch the kill. He was down to the pistol there. So it's a 7-5 first half in favor of Spirit there. And even Sontix got to shine a little bit. I've been on him a little bit, but I appreciate that. So very, very nicely done. It's going to be still a good first half of Spirit, you've got to say.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that, all things considered. I mean, there'll be a couple of disappointments. Obviously, they won the pistol round. They went 2-0. And then there was this bounce back from the Huns. They got 4 out of 5 rounds when it came to rifles. But ultimately, you again just look at the absolute monster that is Donk. He finishes the half with 14 kills, 95 ADR, 5 multi-kill rounds on top of it, and so many of them were instrumental. You know, you're thinking not just in terms of like winning rounds, that Deagle round where he put down 2 players and took rifles away, that actually had like reverberating consequences for the economy of the Huns as well. So, yeah, he really did have a fantastic half. Shiro was also pretty solid with the AWP, as you'd expect. A lot of ADR. He comes in with just shy of 100. So overall, I think Spirit will be relatively happy with that, but a bit disappointed with how they started the half off.
Yeah, well, I noticed I was catching some strays for criticizing Sontix in that 1B split there. People saying, well, what about Donk standing in the open? And you know what? That's fair. I'll take the L on that one. I do think we could criticize Donk a little bit for being as open, so you guys might be onto something. Here we go. The second half is coming up. Spirit now on the T side, and the Huns on the CT side. Serralite, a lot of bullets, no connections. Donk, he is right back in the action. Doesn't even have the dualies. He just had the Glock, and he's running them down. 2 kills to begin with. Score is going to go down. He's now stolen the USP. He can even get the dualies. Switch another set of guns. Try and use all the guns you can in the pistol round. He's just cycling through them and hitting the headshots.
Yeah, juggling those weapons as he moves up to 17 kills. And he's going to look to try and lead the charge alongside Zontix. They're just slowing the pace down a tad, and now they're going to be pushing in together. Control as with all of the weight of this round on his shoulders does at least pick off Shiro, but now he's also being just overwhelmed from multiple angles. Knows the players on middle. That's going to keep a little bit of doubts in the back of his mind, and that opens up enough space for Spirit to get the bomb down.
Yeah, I don't think you can even dream of doing this. Magix here. He's down to 2 bullets. I have no idea why that's necessary. Yeah, he's just... It almost feels like he is trolling at that point in time. He had plenty of time to reload. Dualies to pick back up again, but I would say just walk away with them now. You actually can, you know, justify getting the dualies into the next round, especially on a map like Dust 2. So I don't think it's worth fighting for this. You're not going to be able to win this round. And Spirit winning the pistol is just overall bad news for the Huns, unfortunately. Oh, you hate to see it here, but they're going to get a couple of kills in the pistol round on the CT side. Another couple would have been really cool just for the added bonus if you're going to be buying scouts, which I don't even mind if they try and do that. Yeah, tough position for the Huns. In spite of a really brave effort on the first half, I think is still good for Spirit, and the fact that they win the pistol here is kind of devastating.
Yeah, I'm curious what their idea is going to be going forward, what their approach is going to be. Do you actually throw in a couple of scouts, like you said, some deagles? Do you play for that next rifle round? And it seems like it's going to be the latter rather than the former. Okay. Almost nothing invested, just the one flashbang for controllers.
Yeah, they did only get 2 kills as well, so you know, maybe a couple more and you feel like, okay, we've got a chance here. For the MAC-10, jumping around that corner, Magix. If he's learned anything from Chopper, surely it'll be the SMG use as the IGL. Suntix will take care of the rest. He's up to 13, so making my criticism of him earlier maybe look even more ridiculous. I did have a request as well, Vince, from the chat. I don't know if you probably can't help with this, but if there are any mods listening, Teacups wants to be unbanned from the A chat because he wants to be able to hate on Nico, I believe. And he's been banned from there, so that's devastating. Obviously, they've taken that away from him. I sympathize, you know.
At least he's open and honest about it, I guess. Like, he could have played coy, like, I was banned for no reason.
No.
Yeah, he was very straightforward.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Well, Tania, he's got a pick as well.
It looked like Shiro's blocking him, saying, no, go back out long. Like, I'm not gonna let you escape. Oh, no. That's not ideal. 9 sticking around and getting slowed down with the bullets. So this is the first rifle round, and unfortunately, it just doesn't work out here. 3 versus 5, and honestly, if you're the Huns, you almost have to just stack a bomb site and save, or if you want to be super crazy, you stack somewhere and you go fight. I feel like anything spread out here is going to lose you the round every single time.
The concern, though, is that Spirit have so much time left on the clock, and they got tons of cash surplus as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Magix is going to just allow them to slowly constrict out and try and deny any weapons possible. He's already moving through and long. So they're taking this so slowly. They're allowing themselves every opportunity to not just secure the round, but take away as many of those weapons as you're talking about. And, I mean, they fully ecoed in the previous round to allow this to happen. But Magix, not checking out the car, is going to go down. Kind of sells the fake as if this is going to be an A, though. So, I mean, the round itself is guaranteed to go the way of Spirit regardless. It does mean that maybe the Huns can hold on to their weapons after all. Shiro is on the prowl, but it's more speculative than anything else, and he's not going to see the player down in CT, and he may not be long for this world, because if he peeks out slowly, Bartak is still on that car. He's going to have his eyes trained across. Nope, they start to back away, so maybe Shiro will live to fight another day.
Honestly, this is a respectable outcome for the Huns. You lose 2 people early on. You're playing a 3v5. You get another kill. If you get to save the rifles here, then it's acceptable. Donk, though, he's dangerously bored at the moment. He's thinking about whether or not he should go for the fight. I think he's decided it's not worth it. He's 17-6 right now, so it is a classic experience at the moment for the Huns, unfortunately, playing up against Donk. Something that I think this Spirit team hasn't stolen well enough from Chopper, because the bread and butter kind of Dust 2 that Chopper was playing when he was IGLing for this team was taking catwalk and mid control and then basically making you guess, is this going to be a B split or is it going to be a catwalk hit? And that sounds like it's a kind of a 50-50 thing, but it was very hard. Like, Chopper was so good at making people misjudge that situation. You never really knew, like, all the grenades always looked the same. You keep thinking, man, okay, this is going to be the B-split grenades, and then, it was a catwalk instead, and every once in a while, Chopper would walk through the CT spawn grenade, and actually they would turn it into, like, a weird A-split with catwalk involvement. So I just think the guesswork that Chopper was throwing into those rounds was what made Spirit such a dangerous team, and I don't think they haven't really managed to replicate that. So maybe Chopper just he's got some knack for it that no one's Huns managed to pick up, but they're playing a different kind of Dust 2 is all I'm saying. It's working fine for now, but I just wish they would have learned something from that.
Well, I think that kind of factors into one of the talking points that we raised before we got into this game with Magix's IGLing and how new to the role he is. I think things like that are stuff that they're going to be able to go back to the drawing board when they do inevitably run into some losses, and they can then try and figure things out, you know? So, yeah, it's certainly something that you would like to see maybe a couple more plays up their sleeve. That's a great opener pick, though, from 9. The one play you'd want to pick off instantly if he can is Donk, and he's got his man. But more importantly than that, he's been able to back away and keep himself alive. That's a great pick.
He's going to be doing the AWPing on this side, and a kind of move that you would rarely see Shiro do on the, you know, when he's got the AWP. But very well done. You probably have to take some of those risks here. You're playing up against the Donk that is really warmed up, so yeah, you're going to have to do something. I appreciate it. 55 seconds on the clock, and the pressure is on Spirit now to figure out where are they going to go with it. Could just be a straight-up catwalk here with Suntix lurking. They do like having Suntix kind of lurk around late in some of these rounds. Oh, they might go in middle. They've changed their minds. They did Molotov out catwalk, but yeah, here we go.
Oh, this stack, though, for the Huns is so good. 2 levels of verticality. You've got another player coming down on CT as well. Time is low. You expect the Huns to come out ahead of this one, but the aim lets them down. They had everything going in their favor, but it's only a 2-for-1, and that will be Spirit up to 11-5. There's surely no chance the Huns can get close.
Wow, you're absolutely right. The double verticality there's a really good call out, and I think I totally agree with you. That should have been at a minimum an even trade, which still would have put them in a very good position. Gun barrel showing, and Shiro a bit anxious on the trigger, pulls early and doesn't actually connect, but the Molotov into the window is devastating. It funnels everybody through the door, and these are the kind of shots that Shiro just hits all day. Suntix in the middle, catching them as they retreat, and so is Tinir coming out for Bartak. He's going to end up going down. The Huns given such a great lead with Donk going out of it, and you know already people were spamming in the chat. They say, "Oh, Donk dead, round over." Not this time. Not this time.
And the reason why I'm saying that, like, they shouldn't be able to get close in a 3v3. Like, ordinarily, a 3v3 retake on B site's not the easiest, but it's definitely doable. It's the fact they were so far away. Like, they had 2 players long, one was in the smoke on CT. So by the time they get close enough onto the site, all those post-plant positions have already been attained. And you saw Zontix immediately go straight through lower tunnels into mid and get that 3B frag onto the double doors. It was so quick. And also, to go back to a point you raised about the whole Chopper versus Magix on Dust 2 thing, that was kind of more Chopper-esque in how they went for that execute. They faked out middle, then they faked on catwalk, then they went back to middle again. So it's cool to see a couple of different takes on the same idea that Magix is coming up with. And he was throwing all the utility as well, so that was nice to see.
Yeah, he's definitely got some good timings here, Magix. I feel like he's a couple of moments here where you can tell that he's got an idea and he's pretty quick to execute. So 11-5 this scoreline. It's a bit of a shame because there's a chance right now that Spirit wins so quick that the scoreline is just going to read 11-5 and everyone's going to say, oh, so, you know, totally one-sided games, what do we expect? But there really was a moment here where the Huns were putting the pressure to Spirit, and it feels like they're not going to be rewarded in the eyes of history for that effort at the moment. Out the middle, very fast smoke. I do love this. This is such a cool change for Spirit, and Donk is going to be running straight in the window. They know that someone else is here. Score is going to be going down, but Sterilite will be found by Magix. The sheer speed and aggression behind this round is fantastic, and the Huns have got no chance whatsoever. They're being hunted down even as we speak. Control is going to be the last one left. Just want to point out that CT spawn smoke, which is normally thrown from the Xbox on the T side, where it bounces off the wall, it lands, and it sort of has to, you know, jump up on the box and everything. Like, that's such a long progression to go through. But when you're already on the CT side of those doors and you just throw it down and run, there's no time for the CTs to react. It's like the smoke is up and they're already in the middle. And that makes a big difference. So I really appreciate Spirit trying to mess with that timing and catching the Huns off guard.
What's terrifying here as well, though, is, like, you know, kind of meaning about, you know, Donk being the driving force, and he definitely was in the first half. everybody is over 10 kills. And look at that kill disparity.
Jeez,
There's only 3 difference between Donk on top, and 4, pardon me, and Tanir and Shiro on the bottom side. But everyone is pulling their weight. This isn't the Donk show. This is the entirety of Spirit showing up. And I do agree with you. Like, at one point, the Huns were leading 5-3. If you have just joined us, they were looking really sharp. The other side of that, though, is it means that they've lost a ton of rounds in a row, essentially, and they're just being battered. It is 9 rounds in a row, carrying over from CT to T side, and it looks like, more than likely, it will be the death blow here on Dust 2.
It feels like it's more of a slower round. 9, he's got the right idea. You've got to trust that instinct. There's, in fact, someone in the corner, and Magix might have been caught sleeping. I think he had a chance to maybe fire back a bit earlier, but that's a great find. Now the rest of Spirit are going to be locked on long, and the flashes are coming out. They don't even allow them to get up there. Son takes out of it. A 3 versus 4, and a lot of damage coming through. Score delivering a grenade straight to the feet of Tanir, and he does go down. Shiro and Donk are left, though, so you cannot count them out. The bomb is at the corner, so they're committed to this fight here. Shiro throwing away the AWP, a little bit petty perhaps, wants to pick up the AK. Make sure that the CTs do not get it if they win the round, which is looking likely at the moment. But again, you can't count them out.
Just on the periphery, on the last millimeter of the wall. Eventually, score comes out. 12 seconds to go, though. Realistically, I think Spirit want to just go out here. They want to go out guns blazing. They're okay dying as long as it's before time. And now they're in a weird position where maybe start to back away a little bit, because if you die after time, not ideal. They have tons of cash, though, so they're good to go. And Shiro puts another nail in the coffin. Sure, Huns have had a stay of execution, but their finances are grim and their prospects looking bleak.
That is just such a weird end to a round. Like, I agree with you. I felt like that was going to be the fight to the death. Maybe Spirit thought the same thing, but then they just kept on winning and never really got the fight that they wanted. And then they still got almost all of the kills. So sort of hollow victory round for the Huns. You're not going to be feeling very confident. And they don't get any other weapons that they otherwise would have been able to. So they're still back to 3 MP4s and a couple of MP9s and 7s here. Not exactly ideal. They're likely to be put to the test as they come right through, and that's probably going to be game here. It's a 5v4. The bomb's going to be planted, and they've got Magix lurking on long.
Don gets his 20. How many more can he go up? And by the way, they have tons of grenades left because of how quick that is. 4 Molotovs. 3 now. Tons of HEs, flashbangs. There is no way back on for the Huns. Like, this is going to be such a frustrating climax to a map that you had opportunities in. They have dealt fatal damage to Magix, though, so maybe there's a way back in yet.
But you're right, though. The time is already so low from these grenades. There's even another smoke on Donk that's going to be put up momentarily. Shiro finds the first one, and he's knocking them down as they come through that window. All 4 of them. It's a jumping shot from Sontix at the end, and it's Spirit to pick up the opening map here of the series in a 13-6 victory for them as well. So it is one-sided. There's no other way to say it, but just do want to say there was a point in time there where the Huns were making Spirit sweat a little bit. They just couldn't pick it up. They probably needed the pistol round win here on the second half, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think, unfortunately, that also just goes to show that there are levels to this game, right? Like, Spirit had a shaky start. I think they'll be the first to admit they kind of threw away a couple of rounds. They made some very questionable decisions. Donk had his moments on the sun, especially on the CT side. He was unbelievable. He was kind of the only player that was really showing up, other than Shiro towards the end. But for me, as soon as they did close that gap and went through onto the T side, it's like the Huns just collapsed. Like, they couldn't withstand the constant pressure. Magix, I'm going to give him a lot of credit here. I think some of his calls on that T side were fantastic. Just mixing up the pace, mid-round calls on point as well. And the Huns just never seemed to be able to adapt to what was coming up against them. And it just goes to show again that, yeah, it was a nice effort, but ultimately Spirit are just a completely different level above.
That is the picture that's painting itself here at the moment for us, no question about it. And it is what it should be. We introduced this whole thing saying that Spirit this could be a tournament that they could win, which I think would be great in their books. We don't have Vitality, we don't have Na'Vi here, so this is the kind of Spirit. And you pointed out as well, which I appreciate, that it's not just the Donk show, which sometimes does happen. And no, that that's fun to watch, if you're talking about a Spirit that's supposed to be winning a tournament, you probably want the whole team to really show up. So really nice effort here. The numbers are ridiculous. You look at the kill death, you look at the ADR, it's just out of control there for the Spirit side. And in contrast with what the Huns are showing up with, it's going to be very, very tough here. Ancient is the second map, and I just don't think it's going to get any easier on that side either.
No, I don't think so. I think, like, ultimately it's a map that the Huns are pretty decent on, but it's mainly in their domestic matchups. Like, they have a 54% win rate with 13 maps played, but that includes a grand total of 0 European or NA teams they fought against. So it's a very kind of like skewed sample size, whereas obviously Spirit are playing against the best teams on the planet on like a weekly basis when it comes to all of these maps. So yeah, I mean, theoretically maybe the Huns will be a little bit more comfortable, but will it make much of a difference? Realistically, I don't think so.
Yeah, is doubtful for sure. Unfortunately, because there was that one moment in time where it started to look a little bit more interesting. Somebody in the chat said early on, this is going to be, you know, nuclear bomb versus coughing baby. I don't know if it was quite that, but I appreciate the meme references nonetheless. We do have a break coming up for you guys before Ancient is next, so stay tuned and we will be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Astana is a beautiful-looking city, and we've got day one here of the PGL tournament, and we're on the B stream. There's another stream happening at the same time. Don't forget about that. You gotta, open both the tabs. I know it costs more RAM and everything, but it's worth it to keep up with both the games at the same time. Amanda's with me is Vince, and we are here for the the Huns up against the Spirit. Almost forgot there for a second, Vince. What do you think? Map 2 is coming up.
I mean, understandable. If you blink, you'd have missed the first map. So, yeah, Ancient coming up around the corner. I think it's probably going to be a little bit more of the same. Maybe a bit closer. Maybe Huns can push towards 10 rounds. But in all honesty, because of how collective and everyone was pulling their weight, as we discussed before, everyone towards like 90 plus ADR, everybody over 14, 15 kills, I just don't think there's an obvious weakness that the Huns can really exploit, and they're not playing against top-tier opposition on a consistent basis to where I can look at even the wins that they've picked up and be like excited about things. Plus, like realistically, you look at their opening map performance, nobody got over 11 kills, no one got over 59 ADR, by the way, and everybody went below a 0.8 rating. It was that one-sided. So maybe Ancient will breathe a second wind into the Huns. I really hope so, man, because it would be a real sad state of affairs if they get banged out 2-0 in incredibly one-sided fashion.
Yeah, I guess if you really wanted to sort of lay on the copium as thick as you could, it is unfortunate for them to be facing Spirit as the first round match. So if you wanted to sort of weave some sort of a story about they don't get to really warm up into the tournament, they're just in it and they play one of the hardest teams there. There's all that stuff to be said, but I agree with you. It would be a shame if we don't get to see them kind of get a bit closer, try and get up to like double digits rounds, get a couple of people showing themselves a bit more, and we just didn't really unfortunately see that on the opening map, but there's still time. Ancient is going to be coming up, so curious what we're going to be seeing out of the Huns here on the second map. In theory, when they play some of their local teams or some of the teams in the Asian region, they are, this is a serviceable map for them. But like we said, to look at that through the lens of the kind of competition that Spirit is playing when they are playing Ancient, and it is going to be a different affair. Spirit will be starting on the CT side. The Huns will be on the T side. So let's go.
If we can break down that economy early on, we saw them do it on Dust 2. They got quite a bit of success off the back of that. So that needs to be their first point of call. Magix does have a couple of bullets whiz past his head and just backs away. Smoke deployed instantly onto Donut. This is going to allow that rotation from Zontix, and it does fend away the Huns. They're not going to go for an over-rotation either, Spirit. Instead, they get aggressive up on the highway, but they get punished. Shiro and Donk splattered with Glocks.
It's an interesting choice. Still a chance to fight, but less so now. That 9 is picked the kill on Tenier. Magix looking for headshots. Zontix there as well. They're rushing right in to the one place where they are. It's going to be another headshot. Magix will land it on Bartak, and suddenly from a 2 versus 5 into a 2-on-2. They do have the bomb still in their possession, so they're going to be pretending to rotate back. I love that. Molotov into that red room, but they're coming back, and there's still Magix waiting. He's pretty smart. IGL here looking for another headshot. He's going to be able to call it out to his teammate, but surely the Huns, if they lose this, that's unforgivable.
Yeah, you took down Shiro and Donk, the 2-star power heavy-hitting players first, and you still potentially lose the round. Magix has gone above and beyond. Zontix, because he's typically on the A side of the map, there's no real idea from controllers as to where Zontix is coming from. He's hunting shadows, hunting ghosts, but Zontix had the first shot, missed! He whiffs and gets punished by controllers, and the Huns take first blood on Ancient.
I can't imagine the stress on controllers in that moment, as he knows it's down to the 1v1. If he had lost that, obviously it wouldn't be his fault. That wouldn't be his fault necessarily, but altogether, you feel like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders there. And the missed shot coming up from Zontix, he was standing almost perfectly still as well. It looked like that should have been it, but it's all in the past now. The Huns pick up the pistol round. 2-on-5, almost given over. Now, I would suggest they take a deep breath here, but they're right into the middle. And the HEs, this is a buy-up coming in from Spirit. They traded evenly in the middle. I don't understand why the Huns wanted to be that aggressive. I feel like after a round like that last one, you want to take a deep breath. Now damage on controls, and they get the headshot onto Bartak. It's fallen apart once again. Tinier with a deagle, and it's a 2 versus 3. Man advantage for Spirit.
Looking to try and put that disappointing climax to the pistol round far behind them. 9 down at 12 HP. And Zerolite not faring too much better off with just the Mac 10 by his side. He has got that forward position, though, which can maybe catch one of these CTs off guard. Tinier, though, going for the jiggle peaks, is trying to have a quick look, see if maybe a pixel is going to present itself, and now he has spotted his prey. And it's far away enough, he can throw in the smoke, call in the cavalry, and now things go from bad to worse for the Huns. They're going to try and fake as if they're pushing through the smoke with that flashbang, but then Zerolite instantly gives his position away with these wallbang shots. And there's no reason for Spirit to move from their current positions. As it stands, they're happy enough where they are.
Yeah, the win condition here for Spirit is to try and stay somewhat close together, not give anything over for free. Magix kind of dancing around the corner, hasn't fallen all the way back, and Zerolite, he's going to come and check him. Didn't really probably need to commit. I think he could have got away there, and it would really been advantaged for Spirit still. But now we're down to 20 seconds. Tinier will find him. And like you pointed out earlier, 9 was already low on health, so he needed Zerolite to open up and maybe even open up enough for them to get the bomb planted. Now instead, it's a very tricky position. 10 seconds on the clock as well, so he can't be silent any longer. Tries to run in there with the Molotov, but right through his Tinier. Great read from him and a great triple with the deagle. So the Huns, the sort of the woes from the pistol round carry on over to the next round. It felt like they wanted to be very aggressive in the middle, and it just backfired.
Yeah, spectacular backfire as well, isn't it? And it's Spirit hot off the back of a disappointing pistol round loss. You play into the SMGs, you play into the longer range of the deagles. It's one step forward and multiple steps backward from the Huns. They don't get the bomb plant either, and so fully investing into this round, Anders. They have a Galil to play with. In fact, part of me is actually an AK and some deagles, and that's about it. So Spirit in prime position here to start to just extend their lead. And if the Huns were to lose this, they're going to be on the back foot for a considerable amount of time to kick off Ancient. So they're slowing down the pace and just kind of keeping their options open. The bulk of their play is outside of A main as it stands, waiting for that smoke to clear on elbow.
So far, the Huns seem to like some of those faster-paced rounds. We saw it on Dust 2, and there's probably even more rounds like that you can do on a map like Ancient. So if they want to stick to the same playbook and try and be a little bit faster, it is absolutely doable for them here. But this first round is going to set the pace and set the tone for what is going to be happening for the rest of the half, I think. AK is moving across the map, and they haven't found anyone yet. There is a target here in Magix, but this time he's a lot more respectful. Throws down the smoke and just backs off.
Yeah, I can appreciate that they are mixing up the pace, as you said, but the issue is they just have very little to play off here. Like, they got one smoke, flash, HE, that's basically it. No incendiaries to cordon off one of these areas, and Magix up close with the SMGs. I mean, we know he loves the MP9. It's one of his strongest weapons overall. So you're expecting him to get his, at the very least. Now, if they get overzealous and go for a peek before this execute comes in, that could backfire, but the flash is so good that Bartak never stood a chance. And now Tinier, he's going to be able to just pick up a hatful of kills. 2 go his way, and this round is basically a done deal already.
Pretty good read from Shiro, knowing that they were going to come through the smoke there. But, okay, I mean, they got 3 kills. Unfortunately, that's not a round where you're just looking for damage. You probably need to win that and take away the rifles on the CT side, because you can't really buy into this round easily. It's turned into an uphill battle right out of the gates here. And remember on Dust 2, like I think you pointed out, they had that little bit of a lead, like a 5-3 lead at one point, and then they kind of got crushed after that. But this time, they don't even get that luxury. This time, they're deep in it already. And Spirit are looking to keep this one going. They steal the AK over. They have another MP9 on Magix. You can keep playing with that. And just looked it up as well. The Huns, they don't seem to be super big fans of rushing on this map. So that's kind of interesting. I thought maybe that's something they would have done a little bit more. They both do like the A and B rushes, but it's not something that they're very fond of. So don't know why. I feel like that would fit their template so far, the play style at the moment.
I think one of the concerning things for the Huns, though, playing against Spirit is, on Dust 2, we actually saw this a few times from Donk's perspective. If you sit back and you just absorb all of the pressure, Donk is more than happy enough to try and rotate around the back of you, to take those aggressive bits of information, and more often than not, he's going to come out ahead. So if you invite that pressure against a team like Spirit, it can go so horribly wrong so quickly. And Ancient's also a map that lends itself to that aggression on the CT side anyway, whether it be up through middle, we already saw that with the MP9s in the second round, Heaven, even getting through on A main side, you know, so
yeah,
I definitely don't envy the Huns position as it stands. They're going to be stacking up in middle. It's a bit awkward for Donk, but there's Shiro to help him out, and it should realistically just be an eco bash without any losses of life. And there we go.
Yeah, in spite of the accidental jump from Donk, which is kind of funny to see, makes him look almost human there for a second. That's good. But yeah, it's unfortunately nothing they can do about it with the Glocks on the other side. AKs are picked back up again now, but as you guys can readily see, Spirit with a 3-1 lead and playing the CT side, it is quite a luxury to have. Their money is not out of control because they did lose a couple of players in one of the previous rounds, their Spirit. So at least that's something to look forward to. If I'm the Huns, I'm thinking, okay, all we need is like 2 rounds in a row here, and probably they won't be able to buy. Shiro does have 7,000, so he's playing a bit of a bank at the moment for the team. But let's see what they can do. Still no AWP on Shiro either. Again, the CT side opening is where he does some of his best work, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, he's a monster. And he still has that ace up his sleeve to pull out whenever he wants. There was a very small window of opportunity as Magix jumped across there. They boosted up on the box. He did get winged and clipped, but not quite headshotted. That could have been a difference maker. But look at the forward positions they have, though. Tanir's boosted up on, just outside of A main. It's such a hard angle to deal with and contend with. The shadow often betrays the T around the corner. I think Tanir actually knows that there is a player around there. Meanwhile, though, Donk does get put down. Zontix gets a kill in return, but middle could maybe go in favor of the T's. There are ways they can push forward, but they find themselves a player behind. But they have even the odds.
Some great individual effort right now for the Huns to try and get back into this. Unfortunately, I don't think Controls realize Shiro is going to be here as well. And now they're trying to get closer. They know Tanir is somewhere, but they have no idea exactly where. Bartak has to win this fight. And when he doesn't, I think the round becomes essentially unwinnable here. Score goes straight for the bomb plant. I appreciate that. I don't think there's much else he can do. If he waits for it or tries to fake it out, they're just going to get more people there, and it'll be even more impossible. So 2 kills and a bomb plant. Along with the loss bonus, I suppose they're building towards something here, but unfortunately, it is still Spirit picking up the round, so the Huns not in easy position. I guess they could just try and do like a bit of a force up here because the round loss bonus might just kind of work out for them in the long run, but yeah, very, very tricky, and it seemed like a very individual kind of round. Like every fight here, as you can tell on the replay, is just one player fighting another. There are no flashbangs to set up any of these plays either for the Huns. It's just, yeah, straight up aim duel versus individual Spirit players, and they're not going to come out on top of that, I think.
I'd hope with this buy, with Tech 9s and a Deagle, they're going to pick up the pace. If it's not an outright rush, slow it down, let those smokes kind of clear out, and then start to push in. They have bypassed the Molotov. Molly also tossed into Cave. And so Controllers has that forward position. That's going to force Spirit to at least respect the prowess and possibility that this site's about to get hit on. So they're throwing out their utility early on. Tons of smokes, enough to choke in right now. Flashbang up and over, and they're going to go in.
Serralite looking for anyone that he can fight early on. Magix might be to overextend it here. That's pretty bold, but Tanir finds one for the smoke. Score goes down. Where's the bomb plant coming from? They do need one of those. A little bit of a boost coming over the CT side. Nice HG, and 9. He can't escape this, I think. Controls dies as the bomb is being planted, and 9 is going to go as well. Good headshot. Very aggressive moves from Tanir. He's feeling hyped up at the moment. He's 11-2, and he picks up a triple in this one. So gotta make that work. And I do have an update. Apparently, Teacups did get unbanned from the A stream.
Oh no.
So we did good work at the end of the day. That's the best news yet. And also, just an update on the chat. We also have a time traveler, AO Dirty, saying, "What happened to Stewie 2K?" Don't know where you've been. It's been a minute. Appreciate that. Anyway, we're back, Vince. 5-1.
Oh man. Yep, 5-1. And in the meanwhile, the Huns are going to be picking up the pace, but it's the same outcome again. Controllers is essentially just by himself. The counter flashes are far more successful. 9 almost gets battered from behind, and now Zerolite maybe can pick up a kill, but he won't even get that. Donk just rips his head clean off. It's such a lethargic, sloppy take on the Huns, though, to try and take middle. Like, you flash out to mid, none of the flashes connect, and then Controllers goes out by himself, and then they just follow him in, like, this conga line of death, one by one.
Yeah. Only way it could have been more structured for those kills if they had been, you know, on some sort of conveyor belt, just being Donk on the other end, shooting him as they're slowly walking past. That's ridiculous. I can't believe that, because I think Donk is far enough back that he's basically in the perfect position to get flash from T-spawn, which is the normal protocol that I would even say, even if you're playing with just your friends on this map, you got to have somebody that can throw a flash over the wall. And it's not even necessarily difficult. And the whole point of those flashes from T-spawn is that if the CTs are further back in the middle, they're going to get flashed a lot more. The way to dodge it for the CT side is to push very close to the T entrance. That's how you can kind of dodge the flashbangs, but normally that's hard to do, and I feel like Donk just kind of, yeah, he wasn't pushed enough. Magix will take the last one. It's Spirit looking way more powerful early on here on this map than as opposed to Dust 2. This is the second map, by the way, if you're just joining us. So, yeah, 6-1 is a tough break for the Huns.
Yes, especially after a 13-5 first map performance over on Dust 2, which Spirit, of course, did pick up, as you just highlighted there. Everyone was kind of on point, and I think it's safe to say that everyone kind of is here as well. Like, Donk, you'd think from a couple of the highlight reel-worthy moments he's had would be up at like 10, 15 kills. He's on 5. And it's not that he's been playing bad by any stretch. He's only died 3 times, but Tinier's up at 11, which is great news for Spirit, because we were asking questions like, can he keep that form up that we've seen recently? And so far, sure, it's against the Huns, but let's not get too carried away, but he's doing a great job, and there we go again. Gets the headshot. He's picked himself up a frag. He's low, but he's able to just back away.
Yeah, and the grenade control here as well for the Spirit side. Oh, through the smokes in here. How has he done that? Look at how far back he is. Zerolite might have wanted to set himself up. That smoke there is so far at the top of the ramp that I normally don't like it when the CTs end up putting up a smoke like that one. I feel like it leaves a chance for the Ts to come flashing their way through, but it didn't matter at all. When you get the headshots like that, who cares? 3 versus 5, and the Huns surely shell-shocked in this moment as they're wondering what on earth is going on. Opponent's way too strong. A team kill as well. That, whatever the solution is, it can't be that.
No, that's real rough. I mean, maybe sacrificing one of their teammates for the CS god. Unfortunately, those prayers are not being answered. And 9, try as he may, is going to be put into a shallow grave courtesy of Shiro's AWP. He said he does a lot of his best work with the AWP on the CT side. I mean, he can probably just go and take a nap at this point, Anders, and just go chill.
Said human sacrifices. We are in sort of a Aztec map. I don't know if it was the Aztecs or the Mayans that were building like pyramids out of skulls to keep the gods happy, but you know, I don't know if 1 is going to cut it. If you're trying to live up to the tradition, it's going to have to be a lot more than that. So, not advocating they shoot them, you know, their teammates even more, but just saying that if that's the route they're going, it's going to be more.
Yeah, fully commit to it, boys. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't half-ass it.
7-1. This is... There's not, unfortunately, a lot to talk about when it comes to what the Huns are doing, because on some level they're getting shut down on the mechanics alone, and you can see that with Tenier playing the way that he is. Donk obviously is out there, and it was a bit of a similar story really on Dust 2, where the difference in kills is so overwhelming that you can't do a lot tactically because you just don't get the openings. Case in point is Donk just laying into them, spraying the entire magazine and getting 3 kills. Zerolite here, close enough that he gets a prize. Shiro, but that's not going to happen either. No casualties on the CT side. So even the full-on cope story of them, you know, trying to do some damage, keeping the economy low on the CT side, even that is out of the question. It's going to be an 8-1 scoreline here.
I mean, one of the problems is as well, like you can often see just how one-sided a map actually is based off opening duels, how successful a team is, because I mean you've often talked about percentage win rates after you get the first pick on certain maps and certain sides. The fact of the matter is, as we move into round 10 here, 1 round have the Huns got the first kill. That's it. Score picked it up one time. Everything else has been in favor of Spirit. To put it in perspective, Donk is 3-0 just by himself. Magix 2-0. If you're not getting the first pick against Spirit, you might as well just wave the white flag.
And just to say as well, their 4v5 conversion win rate, the Huns on the T side, and this is against sort of, you know, teams in their own region, is about 30% when they lose the opening kill normally. So not getting the openings is absolutely devastating here for the Huns. I think that's a good thing to bring up. And I don't know how it's going to get any easier from here on out. I feel like Spirit are locked in. Maybe they were a bit slow at the gate. Maybe they were, you know, a little bit careless at the beginning. Nice idea. And with the flash on over, they take down Suntix. That's a decent start. I'll take that kind of an opening. Unfortunately, Magix finds one through the smoke. It's Serralight going down. So the victory is really short-lived.
Oh, timing. Shiro switching to his knife just as he gets peeked from score. Tania, though, is going to avenge his fallen teammate. And there is Bartak. So one of the best opportunities that Huns have had since the pistol round. That's the only round that they have won so far. And a 2-on-2. Minute left on the clock. Not sure what happened there. Bartak just shot the wall. I don't know if that was a twitch, a bit of nerves creeping in, but he's given his position away. And Donk, he doesn't need a second invitation. He'll be knocking the door down.
Yeah, brutal stuff. Bartak, bomb is right in front of him. See if he can find any kind of an impact. This is the kind of round you do actually need to win, and unfortunately he's asking way too much. Magix will hunt him down, and Spirit will be at a 9-1 lead. It just keeps on going. This could be one of the faster best of threes that we've seen in quite a minute here. In spite of it looking competitive early on Dust 2, it just doesn't seem like the Huns. And in fairness, this is a little bit what we outlined. It's possible that the Huns are one of the weakest teams at the tournament, and Spirit might be one of the strongest. So I suppose that's a reasonable outcome if you zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Swiss system, obviously, as we'll see again soon with the Clone Major, does lend itself to potentially very fast opening days, especially in best of threes. And Donk, he's heard the noise. He's set his sights on all of the A-main play, but he is only able to muster up a second frag. Suntix is there, though, to keep that two-player advantage in tow. And try as they may to blow down this defense, it is rife with M4s, and they spray down the oncoming Ts. Spirit up to double digits already, and the Huns surely have no hope of getting back into this. Like, I would love to try and spin this in a positive way, but this has been complete domination.
Yes, I think we talked about this before, but there is sort of a line that you're trying to ride when you're casting these games between, you know, trying to sell an optimistic, you know, storyline and just straight up lying. And I think, unfortunately, we have to dip into lying here, which, you know, it's not the first time we've done that on the broadcast, but, you know, we don't love it. We don't love it. Okay.
Okay. There we go. But, bro, fire hurts. Step out of fire, please.
Listen, he's in cave. He assumed that caveman position. He just had the caveman mentality. He hasn't quite learned about the fire yet. Somebody had to be the first to figure it out. Controls goes down straight up. I don't know what to say.
Go on, break. Give us some amazing in-depth analysis about score burning to death there, Anders.
Well, I'll tell you what happened, though, is that he stood too close to the Molotov. It does have, like, an outline radius, Vince. I don't know if you know this, but if you're outside of the fire, you're going to be fine. But if you're inside of the fire, and this is the thing that people miss a lot, like, people just misunderstand this concept. If you're inside of the fire, you are going to burn. So it might be worth, if you guys are new to the game or anything like that, and that didn't occur to you, now you know.
Thank you, Anders. Nailed it. 30 seconds to go. Can the Huns finish as they started the half with a bit of success on an island of CT dominance? 25 seconds now as they're looking to try and push forward. Smoke's in play. They have to utilize this. They just don't have the time to go for a second take. Blowing open the smoke, and that spooks Serralight. He comes off the bomb plant, goes back in again, and Shiro nearly nails him.
Yeah, they're so worried, the Huns. You could see even that smoke, even though it's sort of halfway blown open, they're still so worried about something going wrong here. They desperately need more rounds. Might as well start with this one. Oh, you see, it's just the knee. Sontix, what a quick reaction. That's actually really cool. Headshot on the Serralite. Bartak goes down. Tonk is on the hunt here, and it's going to be 9 going down last. So a brave effort to try and get back into this one. Oh, the fire to commemorate. What a great camera angle. Shout out production. It's going to be an 11-1 scoreline. We're burning him with the replays now, Vince. Why are we doing that?
It also could be like a eulogy, you know, like light a candle in chat for the Huns. Rest in peace, boys. You tried.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's probably a better interpretation. Yeah, light a candle at home if you've got some. Yeah, that's. But again, don't burn yourself. If you learn this the hard way, it's not worth it. So what do we do? What's the way out of this? I mean, if you're the Huns, like we said at the start, winning is going to be very tricky. It would be cool to see them accomplish something, and our hope, I think, from the start was you get into a bit of a closer match, like try and show something. I feel like when you've got 11-1/2, just get up to, like, you know, I was going to say 6 or 7 rounds, but you know, avoiding the memes, just get up to some rounds here. Just try and show something.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm trying to look at the positives here, like as you mentioned before, it is one of the favorites. Oh wow, oh god, it looks even worse from that angle. I'm not gonna lie. You've done him dirty there, production. You've done him real dirty. Probably deserved though, to be honest. Just as I was trying to build some positives as well, it's like, let's watch Score burn himself again.
Okay, yeah, good work. I appreciate that. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the second half. We've got Spirit on 11 rounds. We've got the Huns on 1, and it's the second map as well. Third series of the day. We do have another best of 3 coming up, which I think is going to be quite fun. PARIVISION versus 9. See here on the B stream. Controls, angling for a kill in the middle. He would love a headshot there, but the opportunity's gone away. He did spot 3 players running in, so he's going to be able to call it out. And they do have a player in Donut that no one's checked for. So Bartak's going to be able to get the 1. Score lands a headshot, taking down Sontix. This is actually looking really good. Now, deep breath for the Huns, right? 2 versus 4. The bomb is not planted. You don't have to fight. I don't know why they're peeking it. It's not necessary at the moment. Just take a deep breath.
That Score nearly got picked off as well. He gets gooshed from Shiro's Glock. Magic's going to be going in for the plant. The smoke is starting to clear, though. He should be a dead man, but he's still alive. A guardian angel watching over him. How is he still alive?
Yeah, I really don't know. Shiro now close enough by with the P250 and hoping to find a way to land that shot behind the flashbang, but didn't really get the peek in. Still 40 seconds, so plenty of time. If they're going to keep on... Again, there's no bomb plant, so you're not in that much of a hurry to try and take this fight. Huns, though, they do seem stressed out, and they do have a potential flank and score, but right now, it's all about the CT spawn position. Shiro waiting for somebody else to peek. Now they're deeper. Score surely has got this one in the bag as they have no idea that he's there. They line up and it's an easy execute for him. Really well done. 3 kills. I think you can see how stressed the Huns are. Like, even in those moments where they had the 2-on-4 situation, they still have an opportunity to give it away just from, I think, the stress alone.
Yeah, I think once they made the call, well, controllers probably like Score's going to go ahead and just flank, just hold position, keep them busy. That's when things started to settle back down again. But there we go. I've got a bit of a positive here, Anders. That is 2 out of 2 pistol rounds won from the Huns on Ancient, so the pistol rounds at least have been decent. That's something we can work off.
That's great. Looking on the bright side, Vince, we needed that. We needed that right now in the broadcast. Some kind of positive, input. But unfortunately, there only are 2 pistol rounds, per map. So if you can only win those, it's not really a trade that you're going to want to make. Although 9 here. Oh, wow. Great pickoff. He maybe even could have had the ace, but Score is going to be assisting against Donk, and Magix eventually will be hunted down. So, okay. They're breaking the trend a little bit. I don't know why. I don't know why you're making this so complicated, Magix. I feel like that they are always going to hunt you down there. So, anyway, round is over. It's a 3rd for the Huns.
Yeah, I suppose if anything, if I was to nitpick really hard here, you'd argue maybe Magix needs to push into the site and die to the M4 as well, so he doesn't give the MP9 extra kill bonus. But I mean, that's really going very deep into this. Like, the Spirit are playing great, aren't they? I'm just being an asshole for the sake of it, Anders. Let's go, Huns.
You know what? Is there? We can always find someone to criticize, even if it's that small. I appreciate that. We should put some criticism to the Spirit side of things. Donk is hard to criticize because he's able to do stuff like this. A triple in the middle with Shiro flashing over from. This is exactly textbook. We asked about this in the first half. Where are the flashbangs for the Hun side to do this? And Donk is showing us exactly how it's done along with Shiro there. A little bit of a comeback into the round, though. We'll see if Controls can escape. He cannot. Shiro will take him, and 9 goes down as well. So what a half, and what a way to start this round.
I mean, that's just world class, isn't it, from Donk?
Yeah.
It really is a handful of players at most on the planet that could do something like that. Out of nowhere at this level of CS, spray transfer is glorious. The flashbang is really good as well, but even in slow motion, that is just rapid adaptation. And what can you do if you're Huns? I mean, you just won the pistol, you're feeling like maybe there's a way back in and just instantly get crushed again.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate answer is that you're just outclassed on a cosmic level in this game right now. So there probably isn't much to do. Control's trying to push through. Actually through the Molotov as well. Tenier, though, looks like he was flashed initially, but he just got his sight back in time. And you brought up Tenier earlier, and I wanted to talk about this, but then people in the chat were asking me to say 6-7 all the time, so I forgot about it. But he's been playing much better since Halley hasn't been here. And it's not to blame Halley, although the community is doing that a lot, but it is interesting how much better Tenier looks recently.
Damn, conspiracy theories. Get your tinfoil hats, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
Halley was the problem. You heard it here from Anders first.
That's exactly what I said.
Coming in. Magix gets 2. Flash this time from Donk. He can be the support if he needs to be as well. And suddenly, Bartak and Zerolite, with 10 kills between the two of them, have to try and stave off a 5-player strong Spirit, and it will not be happening. Spirit demolish and crush their opposition and secure their 1-0 bracket run.
That is outrageous. What a performance from Spirit, really, across both the maps. Again, if you think about the fact that it was a 5-3 lead on Dust 2, and then after that, Spirit just, kick it into overdrive, and then they just kept going into this map. Very, very one-sided game. Some smiles on the side of the Huns there. I think you almost can't feel that sad when you're getting beaten that hard. It's not like there's a lot of things that you can say, oh, if only we'd done like a little bit different, or if we didn't scrub that around, it would have been different. We could have had like a bit of a comeback. Again, don't shoot your teammates. Don't stand into the fire. These are important lessons to learn. But apart from that, it's such a gap between these two teams. Yeah, you have to just smile if you're the Huns and just move on.
Yeah, you can't get too disappointed. I mean, realistically, the pressure was probably off their shoulders coming into this.
I think so.
They're expecting maybe to lose like 13-3. I'm sure they would want to have given a better account of themselves, but like, you're the heavy underdog coming into this game. Realistically, they were expecting to be in that 0-1 bracket. It's now about how do they bounce back? How do they recover from this loss? Because there's lots to learn. It's a great experience. May not feel like it right now, but you have just played against some of the best players in the world. Donk doing Donk things multiple times in this game, carrying over from Dust 2 into Ancient. But what's really terrifying for me, and again, it's against the Huns, it's not against the Vitality, a Na'Vi, a Falcons, or a team of that stature, but it's the fact that, again, everyone has shown up and had their moments. This hasn't just been Donk ripping heads off. Tenier played really well 2 maps in a row. Magix, as the IGL, up there, heavy on the ADR front. Everyone is playing a solid game on Spirit, and if that continues, I think they probably win this event, or they have to be at least grand finals worthy for me.
I think that's a really fair shout out, and you want to see this keep going forward. You want to see this kind of a Spirit. So we'll keep track of them. I'm sure we'll be seeing them again, possibly on the B stream here. So I'm excited for that. But the Huns, I don't know who they're going to be facing next. I guess we'll find out at the end of the day. Ultimately, it's going to be the stand-up player there for Donk. I mean, you saw the kind of triple spray down in the ADR that he was bringing to this map. It is hard to argue with. So impressive work. Fortunately for us, we do have more Counter-Strike in the day. We're not done with it yet. It's 9C playing PARIVISION coming up next. I think that match has potential to be a lot more interesting, and I do like watching PARIVISION kind of do their work as well. So it's going to be cool to kind of catch up with them. But yeah, I don't know. I wish there was more interesting stuff to break down and kind of talk about for this map, but there is no real, you know, analysis. We don't have analysts on the B desk, and that's for the best right now. I don't know what those guys would be doing with this kind of stuff. So we'll leave it for that at the moment. The next match is going to be coming up, so stay tuned, and we will return shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are live once again. It is going to be the 4th series of the day here at the B stream. This time we've got PARIVISION up against 9Z. I'm Anders. With me is Vince, and we're ready for some more Counter-Strike. Vince, what about this game? What do you think is going to happen here?
I think it's another fairly one-sided game on paper, at least, but I will say I think it's going to be way more competitive than what we just saw. 9Z are a better team than the Huns. I think they're probably not going to make the playoffs. If you had a gun to my head and said, like, you know, predict where they're going to be finishing here, I think maybe like a 1-3 team. But realistically, PARIVISION should be too strong in terms of strategical play, in terms of their moving parts, their pieces that they have. But I honestly think 9Z have a chance of taking a map and making this close, because they are a solid bunch of players as well. They've had some pretty decent results lately too.
Yeah, PARIVISION are an interesting team that sometimes, you know, we've heard it, you know, with great honesty from the start, like the kind of disappointment that they have when people aren't showing up, which is great. Like the post-game interviews are amazing. So if it's the best version of PARIVISION, I agree, it's going to be somewhat one-sided here. James obviously captaining the team, but people like Shui and Beltranok, even I think in certain moments, are really lethal players, and even Silo and Nota there, they can do some real damage. So. Yeah, in the best version of this team, I think they're very hard to play up against, but they're not always at their best, and maybe that's the opportunity now for 9Z to do some damage. I certainly hope so.
Yeah, that is a good point, because, you know, you go back probably 2-3 months ago, I think, when a lot of heads were turning about this PARIVISION team. They got wins against, like, Spirit. They beat Falcons as well. If you go back towards I think it was Rotterdam, where they played against those guys and got some notable wins. But recently, in the last month or so, we haven't seen them play any officials in the last 4 to 5 weeks. But when they did last play, they lost to 3D Max, they lost to Foot, they lost to the MongolZ, and in some of those, it was pretty one-sided. And so we've seen two very different sides, and I think that's why you're mentioning at their peak, they're a scary team, but they haven't quite been at their peak the last time we saw them out. Now, I expect that they've fixed a few issues since then, because it was like a month ago. Whereas for 9Z, as we're looking at them now on our screen, a lot of their results lately, again, similar to what we said with the Huns, it's been domestic matchups. It's been the South American teams have been playing against the Brazilian teams, and they've done pretty well overall. When you next, like, push back to Rotterdam, which was the last time we saw 9Z at a European event, they did get a notable win against MOUZ, but they also did get smashed against Vitality and Spirit. But then again, like, fair enough, those are two great teams. So I think we're in a kind of a weird position right now, where there are a lot of unknown variables when it comes to these two squads.
Yes, and especially when we have to go that far back, like almost 7 weeks, I think, to that MOUZ victory, it does become kind of interesting to figure out, like, how much can we draw from that? Is it going to be the same? Are they going to be just as good? But I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm fairly sure we're going to see a much more interesting game than, unfortunately, the Huns were able to bring us, as they did just got kind of body slammed by Spirit in a number of different ways. But yeah, this should be a lot more fun. Curious about the maps. Do we know those yet? Do we have the Veto up and running? Because all right, we're still a little bit away from that. Still gotta get that up and running, because I'm curious about how that plays out here. Okay, we got some map performance. It's a nice graphic though. See how this one is. So Anubis unlikely to play. Mirage probably not going to be played either. I think, was it Inferno and Nuke that they won against MOUZ on, if I'm not wrong, there on the 9Z side of things. So that would be cool if we could see at least one of those maps.
Yeah, Inferno 13-8, Nuke 13-9 against MOUZ.
Nice.
To give perspective on those two games. Yes, you are spot on. I think realistically, like, Nuke's not going to be played from PARIVISION. They just ban it pretty much all the time. They've played it 0 times in the last 3 months, to put it in perspective. They've played Anubis 1 time, but that's also 9Z's least played map. So I do wonder if maybe we'll have an Anubis floated between these teams as a bit of a handshake third decider. But if you look at the stats, though, I think it is kind of skewed, because 9Z's stats across the board look fantastic. They have 70+% win rate on 3 of their maps. They've played a lot of these maps more than 10 times. But again, you have to put the caveat in. That's against a lot of South American teams. That's against a lot of Brazilian teams. So against European teams, there's way less information out there, especially teams of PARIVISION's kind of like level and stature. So yeah, it's going to be curious to see how the Veto comes down, man, because I think that really could answer a few questions. Here we go.
Well, we're going to get them right now. Unfortunately, Anubis is not floated anywhere. I like that thought. It could have been really fun. Nuke is banned out, so that's one of the maps there gone. But Inferno is going to be up. So picked by 9C early on. Ancient going to be the second one. And yeah, I guess the rest of the bands we could guess at. Mirage going to be the deciding map, which I think actually could be kind of fun if we could get all the way there. I hope that there's an opportunity, but I expect a lot of it is going to be down to whether or not 9C can actually win Inferno and do that damage. I think if they lose that map, it becomes significantly more difficult for them to win.
I think, unfortunately, here, this veto quite heavily favors PARIVISION as well, because even if you look at the win percentages, like 73% win rate and 75% win rate on the two maps from 9Z's perspective, I already discussed that those stats, like, you can kind of throw them away with the bathwater. And these are also two maps that are up there as, like, PARIVISION's strongest. Like, for example, Ancient, they've played 7 times, 86% win rate, and that's including wins against Spirit, Falcons, Foot, FaZe, and Falcons actually twice. So like the difference is staggering.
Those are some hard teams to play again. The Foot are a really, really good Ancient team. So yeah, I think it's gonna be down to Inferno. I can't see 9C defeating PARIVISION on Ancient the way that they're playing it right now. But more than anything, I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see 9C come out looking refreshed and looking really good here. That would be the dream. As yeah, hopefully we'll see a closer game this time. Remember, there's an A stream as well for these early games here at PGL Astana, so don't forget about that. I think this is an interesting opening day. We've had some pretty one-sided matches, maybe especially on the B stream, even some of the earlier ones. We had overtime in that one game, but other than that, it's been actually a really fast day, unbelievably fast in many ways.
Yeah, I think it was MongolZ versus Magix. Leo and Scriv were casting that. That went into like multiple OTs. I think it was like 25, 21 or something in the end. So yeah, other than that, it's been pretty straightforward in terms of these games. I do think this is going to be closer though, and I think Inferno as a first map is real interesting. You have to mention though that PARIVISION, they've had some notable wins against Na'Vi on Inferno. They also went into overtime where they lost against Vitality, the best team on the planet, back at Rotterdam at 16-12. So again, I'm expecting big things. They do start the T side though, and there was just a moment there where I thought maybe DGT had overextended his welcome. Did spot multiple players coming up on Banana now.
He really wants to lure them into this position for Luchov, and he's going to come out swinging. He did get Molotov, but he is still able to bring down 2 of them. So 3 versus 5. That's such a better start from 9C than I was expecting there. The Molotov into that sandbags position could have easily nullified the setup for the CT side, but it just didn't. Well played.
Well played, but they still need to finish off what they've started. And Nota is going to be putting a bit of a wrinkle in this round as he looks to try and get closer. Flashbang is good, but Luchov holds his position. Beautiful 4th kill, and he's going to pick up the ace. Crisp headshots across the board.
He made that look way too easy. I mean, even the first couple of kills were difficult, but the fact that he picked it up afterwards here, nobody else even got to chime in. Like, it's hard for him to run out of the fire and land those 2 headshots, but here, look at how he's diving around that fountain pillar, just getting the headshots. What a way to get started for 9C. That's what I'm talking about. They are the underdog in this matchup, and if they can get off to this kind of a start, then we could be cooking.
Oh yeah, if Luchov can pick up a head of steam, this is where things are going to get real interesting indeed. But it is Jane you're up against. This guy is never flustered. It feels like you can't knock him out of his vibe, his zone. So he'll be keeping the troops on the same page. Just saying, it is what it is. Let's bounce right back. I got a Tech 9. They've boosted up into the bathroom as well, the bedroom, pardon me. Looking to push through there with these Glocks. If they can get a kill on a bomb plant, it would be huge. But they are walking into the stack of 3 players here on A. It's hard to see how they're going to get anything done.
It's an interesting choice to buy a Tech 9 armor as a we talk about like the hero AK or the hero whatever, Galil sometimes. No bomb plant, so it's the hero Tech 9 armor instead. I suppose if you can get a couple of kills with it more than pays for it. So I'm never going to question Jame on matters of how to shuffle around the economy, because he did almost single-handedly define how to play back when we were playing, MR15 in CSGO, he sort of almost redefined how to play some of that CT economy. So you got to give him some credit for that. We're down to 30 seconds, and unfortunately, PARIVISION haven't been given any of the openings they want. They were hoping that there's going to be a CT peeking somewhere. That hasn't happened. Instead, they're at range, just falling really far back, and that turns out to be a really good move. Nobody dies on the CT side, so good patience for 9C.
Yeah, it is good patience. I suppose the good news, if you are PARIVISION, is that the SMG got none of the kills. It was all rifles. And additionally, because how slow they played the round, they actually did force a lot of like refurbishments and replacements on that utility that had been tossed out from 9Z as well. So little small W's, I suppose you could say, even if it is the 2-0, and now they have the main course of these rifles. I say that, but obviously with James force buying last round, he is just down to a Tech 9 himself.
Well, there's a rifle for him right there, Vince. That's how you solve that problem. Just delivered straight to his doorstep. I mean, I think actually, you know, it's a bit of a funny moment, but legitimately, that's one of the reasons why you can get away with having one guy on a pistol, because there's such a good chance on Inferno that you are going to lose somebody trying to take banana. This was a little bit too early, obviously, for the likings of PARIVISION, but nonetheless, even if they do a straight-up fight, there's probably going to be rifles. Somebody get picked up. Here's Cello trying to get close, and he will pick up Max. That's very good. A nice find just as the incendiary was going down, and they want to put some pressure behind this. I thought maybe they'd slow it down, but actually, they sense there's an opening. They wanted to push even further, although now the backup is there. It's DGT coming in with a running headshot to take down Cello, and now they forget about the fact that there's even going to be Luchov here. They should have known, I think, that he was going to be there, because this is his position, so I'm a bit surprised that they killed GDT and then forget about the rest. Mayan going to be able to take down the last two, and I actually think that's a legitimate mistake on the side of PARIVISION. A bit confused about why they didn't remember that there was going to be another B player, and again they know he's there. Like they looked at the stats and everything. They're going to know his position.
Yeah, it does seem a bit odd, doesn't it? It's like a very uncharacteristic round from James as well. It was so sloppy. There was no real sort of precision behind that, and I don't hate the idea of going all in and trying to make the most of any little opportunities that you have, and getting dirty and getting in the mud. I don't necessarily mind that, but you're not checking obvious angles, like the boosted up position, as you highlighted, getting the kill, then falling back down again, and then you still had a ton of time left on the clock. They could have even just pulled the plug and tried to bait as if they're going back to middle and draw out some more rotations, but they decided to still just push headstrong and just run their head into the brick wall. It doesn't work out. It looks very weird in the process. And more importantly, as far as 9Z are concerned, they're up to a quickfire 3-0. They got some rifles from the AKs in their hands, and their money is building up nicely on multiple players. Like, they're super happy with how this has started off.
Yeah. Wowzopeak has 0 kills and 0 deaths. He's just, you know, chilling at the moment. Whereas Luchov is 8-0 from the ace on the pistol round, and just adding to it here. But yeah, very, very good stuff. 9C proving that they're a team to take seriously, and PARIVISION, you know, with a slower start than maybe they would want, they're back down to the Tech 9s now, and some armor to add to it. So still a dangerous round here if you're on the CT side. You got to respect it, but maybe not the start they were hoping for. James has to dig deep, which we know he could do.
Yeah, I think the concerning element for PARIVISION is just how little penetration they've really seen on this T side thus far. Sure, it's just the one rifle round, so you can't get too carried away, but you're running into some hot hands of Luchov. DGT's had a couple of big rounds, Mayan as well. Like you say, Wowzopeak's basically just a cheerleader right now. He just doesn't need to do much. He's vibing. 50 seconds to go, though. They're looking for a full-on execute onto the site. There are 3 players here because of a complete lack of any kind of fake or any kind of presence shown over on the A side. And this should be just a lockdown. A trifecta of a stack is in play. Flashstone does bridge the gap, but now the noose being tightened. AK starting to land the mark alongside the M4, and Luchov continues to pressure his way up to the 10-0. Finally bested by Jane, but probably too little too late.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. The 3-man stack at the V-bomb site, because they pretty much had no real, pressure anywhere else on the map here. Jame, they're coming through the smoke, and could have been dangerous, I suppose, for Warzo Peak, but not going to be an issue at all. They lose 2 players. They're going to be able to pick up the remaining AKs if they so choose. They're a little bit sort of waiting around for that. They are at the back of the site, so confused. Okay, there's another one. I feel like they could have been a little bit quicker with that, but I guess not the end of the world. Regardless, it's a 4-0 lead. 9C doing great work at the moment, and PARIVISION looking not that much like themselves. I guess they've been shut down early in some of these rounds, so we haven't got to see any of the really cool trickery that we know Jame can bring to a game. But unfortunately, yeah, if it keeps going like this, they're gonna have a hard time going for some of those late rounds, which I think is where Jame is the most dangerous.
See there on the VRS forecast as well, if 9Z were to be triumphant in this match, they go up considerably, 55 points. And keep in mind, it's not just for this major, but it's for the next one too in Singapore. So a lot of huge components to play for, variables available, tons of cash, of course, but VRS as well is a big part of this for teams like 9Z.
Well, and it's for potential invites along the way to the Singapore major as well, right? That's another thing to consider, is that how you get invited and how much you have to fight to try and get into some more tournaments is a really, really big deal. Once you fall out of that top range, it could be very, very, very tricky indeed. Jame has got the AWP, and opening T side on this map, or even CT side, is not necessarily easy. I would trust Jame to do it though. Definitely one of the harder AWPers to be up against. Mayan on the other side here. He is holding this alone, which allows for a 4-man stack on the other side. That could be a mistake, unless he's very fast with the flick. There's going to be a boost coming over. Yeah, not fast at all. In fact, didn't seem like he even registered what was happening. And that could almost be the round done. Now, Lutrop is showing up. I suppose if he gets a kill, they can fight for it, but otherwise, I think you save this.
Yeah, I just don't like that kind of call whatsoever. Like, if you're going to hold one player on the B side with the AWP, you almost want to play more deep and passive, because even if that boost didn't come through, like, let's say, for example, he flicked up, he got a sick kill, he's going to get traded almost guaranteed. And it's an often, like, a very common spot to pop flash into push, or a HE's tossed in, and things just get so dangerous so quickly. It does afford them the luxury of that 4-player save, like you're highlighting, but it just seems like a weird gamble to go for me, Anders. When you're 4-0 in the lead, you have a good economy, you basically have been pushing and bullying PARIVISION. Why are you then putting it up to chance? I don't get it.
I think that's a legitimate question. Also, if you are going to be holding that position, you with the AWP alone, you would want to be in a position where you are safer than you are there. There are so many ways to kind of get in trouble. You could get double naded with HEs, you could get flashed out and peaked, or you could just get boosted like that. So if he was further forward, he's going to know if they're taking bottom of banana, he can fall back. If he's a little bit further back, he can just kind of hold a corner, and he isn't as exposed to those kind of things. So I kind of agree with you. But I guess on the upside, they only lose one player, and the economy is still amazing on the CT side. So they're going to be looking to bounce back as soon as possible here. It's a 4-1 scoreline. PARIVISION have finally announced themselves in this map. Deep nade. That actually is a massive grenade. Lands on Shui. He's yet to get any kills along with Belchenok, both of them on 0. That has to change. Those are some of the rifles you're going to be looking for to do some work here.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, Zwei had a massive glow up joining PARIVISION after his stint at Spirit. I think it's safe to say it didn't go very well for him over there. And he was one of those players that was leading the charge when PARIVISION were jumping up the ratings and the rankings. Luchov, though, nice little stack of verticality once again, and it has been so successful. Luchov darting up to 12 kills, the 2-for-1 trade in favor of 9Z. And there is a second player there as well, and Jane misses his opportunity. Nearly gets punished with his life, surviving with 36, but it's, for all intents and purposes, I mean, this round is maybe just a done deal already. I can't see, with a lack of utility on multiple players and Jame on low HP, how they can get this done.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. A lot of respect for Luchov to not just get the double kill, but once Jame misses the shot there on Banana, there's a... oh my god, through the smoke? That's outrageous. As if it wasn't already tricky enough here for PARIVISION to even get into the round. Now they have to deal with that kind of madness. And Belchenok and Jame, they realize it's done for. So you might have been, you know, right the first time around, but definitely when you get that kind of a kill, it's going to be even worse. But just to finish up the thought there, James misses a shot against Luchov at the top of Banana, and Luchov he sends like 2 or 3 bullets and then he backs off. And I think that's a moment where you really have to appreciate. It's not that he's playing well, because he obviously is mechanically, but re-peeking James there is an easy invitation to make it a 3v3, and instead he backs off and they just defend the bomb side. Super smart move. Gotta appreciate that. He's 13-1.
Yeah, exactly. There's also like an opportunity, like a window of opportunity that opens up. When an AWP shot goes off, he has to rechamber the bullet. That gives you that like half a second to go for the peek. As soon as you know, right, the bullet's back in, I need to be careful. Absolutely, nailed it. And you could even fault him. You could say, like, I wouldn't hold it against Luchov if, like, the blood loss descended, he's 13-1, he feels like he's immortal, and he just goes for all those peaks, like he plays full off ego. That goes to show how, like, he has this clarity and chaos mentality about him. Even when he's performing, he's not getting too crazy. He's making sure that he does what he needs to do, and then he backs away. And PARIVISION finally starting to hit the A side of the map. It's been B pretty much the entire time through this first half, but even then they get put down, not to get shut down in the back from Max. M4 spray straight to the head, and 9Z in a fantastic position once again.
I think a lot of T-side, like when you're IGLing on the T-side of this map, it feels very bad if you have to concede the fact that you can't attack Banana without, you know, losing too many players. Oh, great flash. And again, Max not overcommitting to it. This is something that I see so much when you see that flash coming in and you see that the T's are flashed, you stick around for the kill for a lot longer, and sometimes that's just instant death. So again, I love the fact that they're falling back from these positions and not overcommitting to it. There is a boost going on, but again, through the smoke, Belchanok almost dies, and that smoke unfortunately is so deep that they can't even boost over it. They've got shot out of the round. I can't see how they can make this one back.
Yeah, that for me is a real concerning sign, because we were discussing before how it's been like a month since we last saw PARIVISION, but their last outing was not good, to say the least. Like, losing to multiple teams they have no business losing against. And we expected some improvements here. So far, I've got to say the eye test has been very poor on this Inferno T side. They're getting bullied, they're getting battered, they're being pushed around. And Belchanok, his best opportunity or best option here, realistically, is to save the AWP for Jamin into the next round. But again, you highlighted, Zwei still not off the mark. He's on 18 ADR, and Belchanok's only on 1 kill. Zello on 1 kill. Collectively, PARIVISION have barely entered the scoreboard as it stands.
We need to get a camera on Dastan at the moment. He's there in the back looking very grim, which I appreciate. He's such a funny guy as well in person, but that is, yeah, that's brutal. What a brutal start. Like I said, I think the issue is that if you concede the fact that we're not going to be able to win the Banana fight, and I don't even mean win it as in getting the opening kill, but just win it as in pushing the CTs back without losing half the team, then tactically, like, an enormous amount of the playbook disappears from the side of PARIVISION. So even though it seems like they're sort of running their head into the same brick wall over and over again, I can kind of understand why you want to really keep the pressure on. But at this point, it does seem like madness. It does seem like they're just, you know, repeating the same thing and expecting a different outcome, which people keep telling me is the definition of madness or insanity or something like that. 6-1 at any rate.
Yeah, and they did try to take mid, albeit very briefly, and they lost the first player and pretty much gave up on that instantly. So in terms of PARIVISION, it's hard to know where to turn at this point. I mean, they've just had their timeout. Hopefully you get on the same page, but then Nota walks up and on and just takes a crater of a grenade straight to the kneecaps. He's down to 54. 9Z have been very impressive, I've got to say. It's easy to look at PARIVISION and see all the weaknesses and flaws, but 9Z are really on point here on the CT side.
Retake grenades for the top Banana. Classic stuff for 9Z. They throw the smoke on the half wall, they throw it in incendiary, and then the flash on over. So if PARIVISION had already taken that top Banana position, they would be forced back. And I think... yeah, that's just, it's sort of classic CT side stuff. But again, I'm glad you pointed this out earlier, because it's true once again in a round like this one where there's so little pressure at that top mid position that you're not forcing that much of a rotation. They did throw a third player over to the A bomb site, but that still means a double setup with a good chance to do some work here. They've got another smoke on Luchov, and So they can slow it down. If it goes down now, there's about 20 seconds left. Smoke's coming over. Let's see if they get to recommit. There it is from the CT side. Timing is so good. We're talking about 18 seconds when that smoke disappears. You're going to feel like if you're PARIVISION, you have to come through. And now the man is rotating back. Third player coming in. It's now or never for PARIVISION if they want a chance to get in here. But Luchov is decimating them. Another headshot, looking for another ace in this first half. And James has to back on out. He realizes there's nothing to fight for. He is a savage. He is 17-2, hunting for the ace, and he gets another one in the first half. What a demon.
Oh, God. First ace in the pistol round, second ace with the rifle here, and it's against rifle players. We're not talking about an eco bash. That's a legitimate AK-47 rush onto you and single-handedly just slaps them all away with the A4. Unbelievable. 18 frags to his name, and we're not even close to that second half kicking off. And it is a team as well with MongolZ. You have DGT, previously at Pain, was there for a while. People were super hyped when he got signed for Pain initially. I don't think it really worked out for him either. When Martinez went off to Gentlemates, people thought this team was basically a done deal. And yet here they are, straight up bodying PARIVISION, schooling them on this CT side of Inferno.
That is just outrageous. I mean, PARIVISION had the right read. They knew that right then was the time to go for it. There was never going to be another time in that round where they could have won it. So they pushed kind of right before the rotation. A third guy coming in. That's all good. And then they run into Luchov, and he just destroys them. 19-2. He's in the smoke waiting for them. Is this where he finally overcommits? He does get a double kill. You know what? That's worth it. It's so worth it. It's going to say, starting to show some signs of being maybe a little bit too confident, but it still works out.
And here's another thing as well. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Anders, but I'm pretty sure this is MongolZ's pick. So PARIVISION chose to start T side.
Oh, yeah, that's actually an interesting point. Yeah, you're right.
And now you're being savaged 8-1.
You did it to yourself.
How can you justify that?
I mean, obviously, you're hoping that, okay, we're on the slightly maybe harder side of the map, or at least the ones where we're allowed to make some decisions. So you feel like you could do something at the beginning, but has not worked out in their favor whatsoever. Shui is very low on health, but he does have a kill, and along with Belchinok, so both at 1 and 7. Trying to get on there. Oh, if Shui would have gone for the default plant, I think he just dies outright. But it is a bomb plant. More grenades raining in, not really touching anyone. And this is somehow weirdly winnable. I don't know if I love the fact that they're doing this double setup. I feel like normally you can play this mind game where they won't check for the second player, but I think with only 2 people left, I think they will check every single time. In fact, I'm pretty sure. And James, he's trying to bait for it here, but I'd be shocked if 9C aren't recognizing this. There's the kill. Man takes 1. Oh, they do turn around. They don't check it. I'm absolutely wrong. Well played on the side of PARIVISION. And now, yeah, no time for DGT to get the job done. Very curious. I think normally that setup works better if you have, 3 people alive and then 2 of them are in the corner. But you know what? That's absolutely fair play for PARIVISION. They get another round.
I think another element of that as well is because Wei was so low HP, if you play like one of those standard sort of crossfire defaults post plants where you have like 1 player dark, 1 player new box or something like that, he's susceptible to like a HE or just wall banged or whatever else, killing 1 player, and then it's a whole different ball game. They're playing off the basis of James getting the opening pick, he gets traded, and then it's all the confusion in that 1v2. So I love the call from PARIVISION. It's a great heads up call. The issue for me is, are we going to see consistency? It's all well and good getting around, but realistically, you've just snatched a round away that was a bit of a daylight robbery moment. Can you string a few together? Because otherwise it means nothing.
Yeah, it opens up a window, though. The money's so good on the CT side that we're not going to be that worried about that. But if you can get up to 4 rounds in this first half, maybe even 5 is possible, then it could be a very, very different atmosphere on the side of PARIVISION going into the second half. That's what they're fighting for at the moment. Another 3-man stack at the P-bomb site. And DGT, he's the man that's rotated on over to try and help them out early on. It seems like they're just accepting the fact that they want to keep going for this. This time it's going to be a contact play straight into Max. He's ready to spray them down. DGT to the smoke, gets the headshot, but the real man of the hour here, Luchov, he's still in the back. by the fountain. He does see the head, but they fall back down. He still gets one on Belchenok. I don't even know if that was his real target, but nonetheless, it's going to be a pickoff. I like the contact idea. Straight, no grenades, walks around the corner, but Max was ready for it. And again, they're in trouble here. PARIVISION back to the B bomb site and back to getting slaughtered.
And no consistency whatsoever. The only consistency is them getting wrecked. However, Yellow with that Molotov is actually going to draw out the player on the new box. He's going to go the other side. It's a great shot from DGT. And there it is. James is picked off. I've got to say though, Anders, I have to say this. This is bordering into just unbelievable stubbornness from James. Bro, hit A for Christ's sake. You've gone B so many times. Guess who plays on B? It's the guy with 22 kills, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's just an ego. It's just an ego match, isn't it? I can't believe it. That is really funny. I appreciate that. Maybe they just forgot about the fact that there's that other bomb site, you know? I can't believe it. Can't believe what I'm seeing. So few kills on that side. And then Luchov. Does he have more than everybody else combined? I mean, not quite in the server, but it is kind of scary how much he's up to. I think he's got more than the rest of his team now, especially with a double headshot coming through the smoke. God, what is happening? What is actually happening in this game?
Everyone else in this team has 21 kills. He's 24. Absurd. And James like, yeah, let's keep hitting B, boys. It's going to work eventually. It won't. It's not happening.
Oh, that's wild. A 3 versus 5 here, and we're back to the B bomb site. He's playing chicken with 9 Cs. Like you know, somebody has to flinch, and I won't. I'll keep going. Eventually, you have to. You know, you can't be defending it all the time. Turns out they can, but.
Yeah, it turns out you have just fed your lives away. Like, all of your souls have gone into Luchov's mouth, and he is like, delicious. I'll have more, please.
If you play, you know, 11 rounds of rock, paper, scissors with someone who just keeps picking rock, and you keep picking scissors over and surely eventually there's something in the back of your mind where you're saying, like, man, this strategy just isn't working at all. Oh, it's brutal. But kind of funny at the same time, I've got to admit. Oh, boosted up in the back. He gets the quad kill and lands himself at an absolutely absurd 26-3. My God.
Man, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, yeah, Luchov, you're playing incredibly good. Like, take nothing away from him. His aim is insane. He's landing double sprays. He's got 2 aces. He's doing it with all the weapons. But like, PARIVISION guys. Have they only called 1 timeout as well, by the way? Because that's criminal if that's true.
Yeah, I think is it even 1 timeout? I'm not even sure at this point. Like, I don't know what's happening. Oh, they remember that there's a top mid position now, Vince, though. That's exciting. You can see they're like, wait a minute. Where's this road going? Turns out it's to another bomb site. What a discovery.
Even if you don't hit A, just having top middle control makes such a massive amount of difference from Luchov. 27 kills in the first half, by the way. That is... I can't remember the last time I've seen that. It's not even an MR50.
Yeah. I was going to say, normally if you're playing 15 rounds, at least that's something, but Max making sure that they can't just easily get to the B bomb site. They're going to know that those were the 2 B players, though. So at least they feel somewhat confident there's not going to be anyone else here. Bomb is making his way across. Cello, very good work. Just, you know, get the bomb down fast. A 2 versus 3, though. DGT looking to steal something away for the smoke. There is a flank coming in as well. Wowzo Peak is there at the bottom of Banana. And they're not really playing together here, PARIVISION. This is kind of tough at the moment. James has a Molotov in the back, which I suppose is interesting, but there's a smoke on the CT side, so it's not going to be the automatic win, and Cello going down. James now finds himself with very little room to do anything with here. AK in his back pocket, looking to take the shot. He's going to get the spray down, but it won't matter. It's another hit at the end towards the B bomb site, and it just doesn't work out. 10-2 in the first half. What an outrageous performance from Luchov there. I'm blown away.
I I don't know if that's some record has been set, at least at Tier 1 events. I can't remember a time where someone's dropped 27 kills in the first half, especially not MR12. So even if someone has, that is a staggering, elite, incredibly rare level occurrence that Luchov has just pulled off. 2 aces, an unbelievable amount of frags. And by the way, as we go into the second half, he ends the half with 208 ADR. That's absurd. Yeah. Right.
Oh, man. Yeah. The thing is as well, like, let's say he got 2 aces and he finishes at like 15 kills. You would, in the back of your mind, be thinking, okay, that is cool, but at the same time, like, you know, like 2/3 of those kills are from 2 rounds. So, you know, like, it's still cool, but it's just a different feeling. But 2 aces and you end up with 27, whatever, 26 kills or whatever it was. 27, yeah. That's so much to deal with. Well, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen, here. The underdog team in 9C are playing not really like that at all. DDC's also, you know, 9-1. He's died once in the first half, along with MOUZ Peak, who's got significant fewer kills, but it doesn't really matter. Here we go. The second half is up here. You're watching the PGL Astana events on the B stream, and PARIVISION, they are now on the CT side. It is the map pick of 9C, I suppose. Ancient is the second one picked by PARIVISION, but we said they probably need to win this one, 9C, and they are living up to that expectation at the moment. It's really cool.
I think it's just as rare to see a player finish a half and 4-1, by the way, as 27 kills.
That's a good point,
like 1 death in 12 rounds. Here we go, though. Can 9Z at least put this to bed quickly? Or is this going to get dragged out? Nota, awkward position. Headshots are good, though, as yellow. Maybe there's a way back, but Mayan is going to put him down. Finally, PARIVISION have something to get excited about.
A potential split, a B split in a pistol round. I think it's a really nice idea for 9C, but a lot of it rides on whether or not you get that entry, and Cello did a really good job. He found 2. The bomb is now lost in CT spawn, at least for the minute. Max and DGT. Very hard to get back in. Max might be able to find the kill here on Cello, who's playing up by the church position, very deep towards church as well. Oh, but it's a bit of a sloppy fight at the moment. Runs out of bullets, knife is out, and on the other side too, it's all around knives. Okay, Max stabs Cello, and there's 25 seconds, but everyone's rotated on over, so actually getting in and getting the bomb planted here is still very, very difficult. If they win it now from a 2-on-4 with a knife added into the mix, that would be criminal, but Belgium not trying to make sure that they cannot do that. Indeed, he's going to get the double kill, and PARIVISION win the pistol.
Man, could you imagine that knife cost PARIVISION the round? He went on to win that. Like, that would just be like full-on tilt mode, engaged. However, even though 9Z do lose, I mean, that knife kill is significant amount of kill reward, so there is some tilt in the PARIVISION's camp, understandably, after that horrendous first half. Still smiles on the faces of 9Z.
Yeah, I could understand why they would be frustrated, to be honest, on PARIVISION. They've also got Destan looming in the background, you know. You know, he's not going to be happy with any of what he's seeing at the moment. Oh, Cello, good spray down as they try to make their way through. They did buy into this round. MOUZ Peak, he's going to get one in return, but it's very long odds that they can actually bring this round back here. They are a man down, and all the weapons really are on the PARIVISION side.
Making this as scrappy as possible, and 9Z deciding with this much time left on the clock and knowing a bulk of the CTs over on the banana, they're starting to make a move up onto A. This essentially would be a 1 versus 3 against Way, who's not had a good map so far. Or they could try and wrap around the back to B through arches. They have options. And they're also being pushed from behind on banana side itself. Deagle in play. Beautiful shot into James.
There is a second flank. Are you really going to be expecting that, though? Belchanok is at the bottom of that T ramp, so this could be interesting. Oh, they will go and check for it. Nice shot, though. Belchanok, very slow start for him, for Sway as well, but That kill kind of makes a big difference here. Sway with the double spray down was always going to be a hard round, I think, to get out of. PARIVISION will win it. And for 9C, that means they will be forced into taking a bit of a break in the game all of a sudden as PARIVISION try to claw their way back. I'll say this as well. It's funny watching, you know, people stumble into the Twitch chat and kind of like you just keep seeing people like, I just logged in and what on earth is happening? Like, what am I watching? It's hard to really summarize what's going on. You know, look at Luchov's scoreline and that'll give you like half the picture of what's going on in this game.
Yeah, James is obsessed with B side on T side, and that's where Luchov plays.
Yeah.
Dude,
True.
That's kind of the story. Luchov is burning, does go down, had to be forced out into the open, and Nota, where the MP9 will lay him out. Good flashbang, but Cielo is behind the wooden panels. Of course they're going to pre-fire that. DGT takes him down, and that's going to put a lot more pressure now on Nota's shoulders. There is a double rotation, though. Suddenly one player becomes 3, and PARIVISION in prime position to fend off this push.
I think, you know, looking back here for 9C, they probably had, once they got the wallbang shot taking him down by the car there, you probably just had to keep on going. Even if the smoke was going up there for the CT side, I think you're not going to get many better opportunities, but that is kind of easy to say when you're watching the game from, you know, with the full information. 9C didn't really choose to do that. There's still something to win here. I think winning the round is going to be very, very tricky for the T side right now. But if they get another couple of kills, it's still pretty interesting for them. They can keep the pressure on the CT economy. They can make sure that PARIVISION don't just run away with it and start to build a lot of money, because they can actually make it back in this game. Like, they can still obviously win this in the second half, and especially if the money is going to be very strong, which it is starting to build into that now. You could see 4 people surviving, PARIVISION up to a 5-10 scoreline. It's absolutely doable here. So 9C, they can't let their foot off the gas at the moment. They need to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to this as well. It's like Luchov just had a life half. Not that everyone else played bad on the team of 9Z. He was just taking everything because he kept getting pushed onto B side. Most of those kills were static. Most of those kills were him kind of just absorbing and allowing them to come in to receive them. When you're on the T side, you actually have to be proactive and get the kills. That's an entirely different ball game altogether. So we'll see if Luchov can keep up this pace. And if not, if anyone else from 9Z can step up. But PARIVISION, I mean, statistically are much better on the CT side. 54% win rate. Flash is good, but Magix actually repels that. It looked as though for realistically, Nota should be getting that kill every day of the week, and instead, it is a player deficit.
It's actually such a cool idea as well that he's playing right on the border between the Molotov and the smoke and then asks for the flashbang. I totally agree with you, Nota. That's a sick setup. But Max didn't care. Still found the kill somehow. And that's the other side of it when you're playing on the T side. I mean, we saw it played out many, many times, but having to take this banana control is really not easy. A lot of the times you'll start the round on half health just from grenades if you're the banana entry player. And then you kind of have to make your way through and try and build something behind it. There is going to be a stack at the A-bomb side, which is looking like not the best idea at the moment for PARIVISION. It means Belchinok is on his own. He's got no more grenades except for that HE around the corner, which doesn't do that much. Incendiary's down, and now that it's gone, it's just him with his rifle on his own by the fountain. He gets a good headshot on the first one. 30 seconds, and I'm surprised they're not committing more to this. They don't know if there's anyone on the other side, I suppose. They don't realize he's alone at the moment, but I don't think you're going to fall back to the A-bomb side anyway. So right now, they just have to commit. Luchov is lurking on the other side, so maybe they were hoping that he was going to find a kill before they commit to this, but they still get Belchinok, and they still get the bomb plant.
I love that call from 9Z. We'll see if Sway can put an end to DGT on 2 HP. He nearly fell to his death, but he's able to survive, and that pretty much is going to summarize this round. It is going to be a done deal. 11-5 the score. PARIVISION look to save. But because they went for that staggered approach that you highlighted before, you would have seen on the minimap, none of the A players budged an inch. They weren't buying this was a B hit, and it's because of that staggered hit. And that left Belchinok basically on the end of a fishing rod, completely baited out from the rest of his teammates, with no help whatsoever, relocating on low HP with no grenades, as you highlighted. And it's because of that staggered hit. They honestly thought it was a fake. And they bit down on that so hard.
Terrorists win. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh my god. Well, that's great news for 9C, though. It's a 10-2 first half, so this is the first round that they're picking up on the T side. And we're discussing a PARIVISION potential comeback, the fact that they are able to pick up a couple of rounds here, or at least one round early on. I think it's important for 9C to starve off anything like that. What's the play now for the side of PARIVISION? They're going to pick up the AWP on James. There are definitely opportunities to be more aggressive with the AWP. We'll see if James is feeling that. Sometimes you'll even see the CTs kind of push into, you know, to take that shot down second mid, or you can get flashed into the apartment. So there are like a lot of different interesting ways. I feel like James is sometimes underrated as an AWP player, even in some of those close quarter fights. Pretty good at that stuff.
Oh, he certainly is. And I think a lot of people probably expected after his VP tenure that his career probably was done, or at least he wouldn't be back at a top kind of tournament anytime soon. So I think it's a real credit to him that he was able to take a lot of these younger guns, less known players, and build his way back in with PARIVISION. But he's not really had many opportunities with the AWP so far, so he's going to be looking to try and turn his fortunes around here. 4 players to kick the round off on B. That is a ballsy call.
Yeah, but they stay there for like a second or two. Surely there's no way you can keep this on for very long. So that's the kind of call where if they really do, you know, straight rush the B bomb site, obviously it's super sick and you're going to win it every single time. But after a very short amount of time, I mean, one of them probably just drops the nades and runs away, but yeah, you can't keep it up forever. Smoke in the middle there for the CT side is going to evaporate, and now some counter smokes are coming out for 9C to try and put some pressure on the arch side. It's good. There are no CTs holding, but in theory, it's going to put some pressure on the CT side. It could, you know, in the longer run, it could even force a rotation from this third man over at the B bomb side, because they are very blind on the A side of the map. They don't know a lot about what's happening there.
Looking to replenish the smoke in just a few moments' time, but this is something that we didn't really see from PARIVISION on their T side, is toy with the idea of hitting B and then hit A late. And it's going to have disastrous consequences if James can't land a couple of shots here. Even one may not be good enough. He may get overrun, but oh, he just has such a good read. Pulls back, but he misses the shot, shoots down the middle of them, and that may be all she wrote for this round. Does get it on the second time of asking though.
Oh, and he's back for more now. I think you're absolutely right, though. He had to hit those shots, and even missing one had me worried as well. 13 seconds on the clock as they try to wrap around, but it might be too late now. The backup is here. The entire cavalry has arrived to the A-bomb site. I did like the theory crafting in this round for 9C. I think you're right. You know, a little bit of pressure on the B-bomb side, falling back to A. You can see how much is riding on James being able to do that. If he misses one more shot, I think it's over, but they unfortunately were a little bit slowed down by that AWP, and it allowed for the rotation, and then the rest is history. So PARIVISION, they still got their claws in this one. It's a 6-11 scoreline. So it's not done yet. 9C need to keep fighting. I wouldn't say it's necessarily scary at the moment, but we're getting quickly to the stage where I think the vibes could change significantly on the T side.
What I really liked about that play is, though, from James in particular, is that even though he did miss the opening shot, there was like these kind of like perimeters that he was falling back to. Like, I'll take a shot, I'll fall back here, I'll take another shot. And then what he was trying to do is bait the pit player into activation, which I think was Sway. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It was so well done by James and Sway at the end. Now, that's one of the downsides of faking B and using a lot of utility and grenades on the B site. If you end up hitting A, you have nothing left. Imagine they had a flashbang there, Anders. They flash off the angle, James fully flashed, everything comes undone. So those are the little domino effects that you see in play.
Ooh. Missed the jump there a bit. Maybe not the end of the world. It would be cool to see Luchov now start to get some kills on the T side. He's still at 27. We're not complaining because he did get all of those kills in the first half, which is it's kind of crazy. But obviously, you still have to do some work towards the second shift here. And why not start right now? They do have a Mac 10 on Max. There are helmets on almost everyone except for James, so that's probably not the end of the world. But yeah, either the Mac 10 or the Galil could be annoying. When you're opening at those corners, you are going to be very, very close. And they're back testing the site here. And they're going to go back, and this time with a lot more time on the clock. So this could work out very well. Smoke goes up for James. He's going to be forced to rotate back into the flashbang. Sway's already dead. And I think James, he realizes, yeah, he can't do much. Even if the smoke wasn't down by the library there were grenades falling over. I don't think he could have helped out Sway at any moment.
Such a good read from 9Z as well, though, man. Like, punishing some of those early stacks on the B site. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, but imagine PARIVISION were trying to utilize some of these tactics on their T-half. At no point did they even attempt anything like this.
I think that's fair. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Flash is coming out. They must go for this retake. Obviously, it's about to be map point for 9Z as they try and wrap the bomb site here. But MOUZ OP gets a couple. Luchov, he's back in action again. He found the opening and he takes down Cello here. So now he's up to 29 kills. And more importantly, is 9Z up to 12 rounds. So they're almost there.
I mean, this isn't even shade to Luchov because he had such a staggeringly ridiculous first half. But if I'm not mistaken, he's only picked up 2 kills on this half. Those were his 2 kills in his T side. That's how dominant he was on the CT side, but he definitely dropped off a little bit. But because of how far ahead they were at that 10-2 half, it's just too little too late from PARIVISION. Like, you're always going to put yourself in a horrible spot if you don't have at least a little bit of wiggle room, a bit of a foundation to build off.
Oh, man. Just straight up using the AWP as a shotgun and runs into Cello. It will leave one player here. And let's see. Double setup in the apps. Jame back into it. Luchov gets shut down. Very nice repeat from Jame. And that's how that setup is, in theory, meant to work. That you trade out favorably. But it's not over yet. Max finds Belchinok. And now it's a 2 versus 2, and there's so much time on the clock. It's actually kind of an awkward round. DGT, surely he's not going to beat the timing against Jame. Oh, he legs him, and it doesn't even matter. DGT, I think he got stuck on the door frame trying to get through, and that's how Jame managed to spot him. That looked like a very clumsy kind of a fight. Jame, I've never even seen Jame frustrated ever, but if there was going to be a time, then maybe this would be it. A leg shot to nearly kill him, but not quite, and that could cost you the map. Nota on a 1 versus 2 retake. Max is coming in from the other side. He is sandwiched in this position, and it goes down to Max 13-6 in favor of 9Z, with Luchov having one of the best games of his career.
I mean, that has to go up there as one of the best halves of anyone's career in CS2. It was just such an unbelievably strong showing. Yes, it was definitely helped by some, let's be honest, poor calling from Jame on that T side, and they eventually do get punished. There was an attempt made in the second half, but they were so far behind Anders, they were never going to close the gap. And even if we had a couple of moments from Jame on the AWP, he started to pick up the slack a little bit towards the end. Ultimately, it was a bridge too far. Massive credit to 9Z though, man. Their T-round calling as well, I was very impressed with. They mixed it up. They kept Jame spinning with these constant rotations.
Man, I would love to be a fly on the wall when Dastan, you know, brings out the belt for this one, because surely he's not going to be happy. He's a very sort of straightforward person. He's the kind of person that'll tell you, you know, if you made a mistake, if you're screwing something up, which I can appreciate. I think that's the right kind of attitude. But yeah, again, you'd love to be able to just be there. I bumped into him. That was over in Rotterdam, and he's always been such a cool guy. Like I said, very frank, and you know, he sees me, he says, "Oh, Anders, you know, so good to see you at you know, at LAN and everything." I was like, "Yeah, it's good to see you as well this time. How are you doing?" And he says, "Oh, I see you gain a little weight," which is the funniest thing you could possibly just say to somebody, as like from you know, a Western culture perspective. But he obviously is a very caring person. I was like, "Yeah," and he said, "Yeah, me too. You know, too much travel, too much work. I get it. You know, he's very understanding." I just think it's so funny. So I'm just to say, that's how he carries himself, and I love it. I appreciate it. And I'm back in the gym now, you know, so you got to keep it real like that. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent side quest for me here. So 13-6 scoreline, Vince, and they really tried that. If you have to give some credit, I guess, to the side of PARIVISION, they limit tested that B bombs out as hard as they could. Like, they really wanted to find out if they could win at B, and they couldn't.
Man, I love that that's your take out of it. It's like they did limit test as much as possible. They're saving strats for the major events. They obviously weren't trying, which is full on cope. Meanwhile, there's Luchov. He's admiring his sleeve, I guess, in that picture. I'm not sure what's going on, but it doesn't matter. 30 kills and 4 assists. And he picked up, by the way, for those of you that may have missed it and joined in late, you can see the amount of kills he got at the top of that little graph. He got an ace in the first round and an ace in round 8. A quadra kill in round 11 as well, because why the hell not? The guy just completely destroyed the T half of PARIVISION single-handedly.
He really did. Oh man, what an individual performance, and definitely there's criticism warranted, directed towards PARIVISION and maybe towards James as well, specifically on the tactical front of it. So that'll be interesting. Ancient is going to be coming up as our second map, so that's picked by PARIVISION. I still fully expect that PARIVISION will come back and win that map, in spite of everything that we just seen. It's so unlikely that Luchov can continue in this way. Not to discredit him, but that's such a life game that you just don't expect it. And like I said, I'm sure that the conversation between the maps is going to be interesting. So I want to see PARIVISION kind of bounce back on that ancient map. We'll get to it shortly as we'll go for a quick break. So get something to drink and we'll be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are here in Astana, in Kazakhstan. Dastan, you're home for an event.
Yes.
This is a great feeling. Are you from Astana or are you from Almaty or somewhere else?
I'm originally born from Kızılar'da. It's a city from south of Kazakhstan, but most of my life I lived in Almaty.
So tell me, obviously you're not playing, you're coaching, right? But you still get a more special feeling. Like what is going through your mind where you're on billboards, you're on big billboards outside in the city, your face, you're like, that's crazy.
Yes, I didn't see from my eyes.
Okay.
I don't know, my feelings is, first of all, the people surrounding hotel are same. Like Nico walking, everyone same, but when I go outside, when I see the young school boys to walking and asking Dastan, come, sign, it makes the feeling different. 10 years ago, when Gambit won Major, it was fun meeting. It was in Astana.
Oh wow!
It was crazy, and security can't hold the people, and it was, it wasn't.
Okay, we're gonna need to get extra security if Hobbits come in, but I also need to talk a bit about PARIVISION and where you guys are at, because beginning of the year, champions, last Bounty finals, right? Krakow, an early exit, but we understand you guys were tired. It would have been the grind going on. Cluj-Napoca, second place. Rotterdam, top 4. We can take that as a positive, right? But then Bucharest, where I think many people expected you guys to do better, probably win that tournament. You were favorites. It didn't come together. What is happening in your eyes with the difference between the team of this up and down, like the inconsistencies you have?
I think when distance is increasing, you find your original level. It's like, as I said in Bucharest, I hope KCL, Nota, Belchonok, they should play better because they have more experience, but their level is increasing right now. That's what I'm worrying. Even before this tournament, I don't know what to expect. For me, it will be nice if I go to playoff and win at least one game. Semi-final, okay. Maybe it's not the worst which coach can say. I can say, oh, we will win, it's important.
No, but you're always honest.
I'm honest. Semi-final will be nice. Of course, it will be, if the opponent will be not like, I don't know, Spirit or FURIA, I think we should win. But there is like 4 or 5 teams here are good. And I want to be in arena. I want to win. But I don't want to have like extra pressure. First of all, let's go to playoffs. It will be already nice because if I don't qualify, I will be sad. But even if I lose, I don't want to show like bad emotions. Yes.
So I understand you want to make playoffs. You'd love to win the tournament. You have a deep run. You've been there in practice. You've been seeing what the team's been doing. How confident are you that the team's form is better than what we saw in Bucharest right now?
I think we are better than in Bucharest, but right now I don't feel like, in practice it was not good. We lost a lot of practice. When we play practice, for example, we don't play against a lot with tier 1 teams. It's always, I don't know, because maybe for us it's better because they can learn us maybe.
You're trying to hide,
and when we play against tier 2 teams, it's good because we're playing like official one. And sometimes we're training, but we didn't play for win. We play for practice rounds more than, maybe if I win here, it will be unbelievable. The feelings will be like major.
That for you, this could be a major, that's for sure. Well, good luck. Thank you for all of your explanations, all of your deep diving. I always appreciate talking to you. Lastly, I'll just let you, is there anything you want to say in Kazakh, if you can, to all the Kazakhstani fans that are watching and supporting?
Салам алейкум, Казахстан. Бүгін ертең PGL Astana басталады. Сендер келгеніңе өте қуаныштымын. PARIVISIONға болейте. Забыл я қазақша сөздерді. Все, рахмет.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the second map here between PARIVISION and 9C. It's Ancient coming up, and it's in fact another map that has 2 bomb sites. Didn't seem like Inferno had that for a while there, but that's true for Ancient as well. Sometimes I want to just throw in those kind of factoids for people at home. Vince, what do you think? What about the second map? What's going to be happening here?
I expect both bomb sites are going to be aggressed on. I really hope so, at least, Anders. I will say PARIVISION, yeah, look, it's a horrible performance. First map jitters, you know, throw out all the excuses you want. It's a garbage performance from PARIVISION. Really well played by 9Z, Luchov in particular, but Ancient is a map PARIVISION are exceptionally good on. Probably their best map. They have wins against some of the best teams in the world. I said this before, but they beat Falcons twice. They beat Foot. They've beat Spirit on this. 13-8, by the way. Kind of trashed Spirit. And we saw how good Spirit looked earlier as well against the Huns. Donk in particular was just kind of taking over things. So, yes, Inferno was a really bad look. No doubt. I'm not going to put any excuses in. I expect to see a much better PARIVISION performance here. I think also they're a team that can easily shake off those cobwebs, not get too deterred by it, not get too in their own heads about this. James is very good at bouncing back and kind of like resetting. And so I think realistically PARIVISION should be okay on this map. However, keep in mind Belchanok and also Zwei were both like 0-6 or 0-7 at one point. They do need some of these individuals to show up earlier. Otherwise, things could start to get really desperate.
Well, here's something that's kind of a little bit crazy, in my opinion. I think 3 out of 5 players on the 9C side have their best roles on Ancient. Luchov, if you go to the top 20, he's the best BK player in the world. So that's wild on the CT side, right? Wazo Peak in the middle with significantly fewer rounds played, though. Still, he's number 1 in the world in the top 20 at the moment, above Exertion, Donk, Stare, Mcenio. So I kind of agree with you. And again, we got to take into account what kind of teams 9C are playing. So that's why it's hard to filter out. But it's just to say that some of these players here on the 9C side do have a lot of confidence. That's, I think, the best way to put it. They're going to feel confident in this. They start on the CT side. PARIVISION, we need a bit of a comeback here. They look rusty on that first map, but I agree with you. They are the kind of team that can bounce back, and I want to see that right now. So T side it is. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov. I think we're going to be seeing a B finish here. You can see Sway's got the utility and the bomb back there towards the B ramp. So eventually, when they clear out the middle, they make sure no one's pushing the A hallways. I think they're going to commit to this B bomb site.
Yeah, it does seem Zello just jiggle peeking, trying to find some intel, get a couple of those USP shots towards him. But keep in mind, there's 2 Julies in here. You really don't want to be walking in. I mean, this would be a blender. And there's a 3rd player as well behind them. If the T's push forward, this is going to get dicey real quick. I actually think the fact they're hearing those Julies is going to force them away. Pop Flash is really good. Luchov wants to take that aggression, but he goes down, and so does Mayan. They get the first 2 picks they were looking for, but now Max, that 3rd contingent, is able to rattle a dome himself.
Oh, but they bring the bomb over to the A-bomb site. So even though that fight, you know, you could think, oh, PARIVISION, now it's time to fight the B-bomb site. They were already making this choice from far away. And I think for 9C, it'd be a very tricky retake unless you hit a very fast USP headshot. I don't think you could easily come back into this round, to be honest. They don't have the kit either. They're going to tap it once early. That's pretty nice. At least that's going to force somebody to take a peek there. But now they know no one's defusing, and they're going to be fine. So very well played for PARIVISION here. There's unfortunately not a lot that 9C could do in a round like this one. Wazo Peak, he's just angling for another headshot here. It all counts at the end, but winning the round is not an option any longer. PARIVISION played it very well. The way that they disengaged from that fight, I think it must have been frustrating for 9C, wanting to take the fight with the dualies, wanted to take that fight in cave, and just couldn't get the job done. They couldn't really fight anyone.
Terrorists win. Well, that's awkward. Some twitching at the end, some nerves maybe creeping in, but I do agree with you. I think that's why Luchov got really aggressive on that peek into cave, because they were trying to force the fight a little bit too much. They realized that they had 3-4 players over on the B side of the map, which of course meant that A site was so much more vulnerable, which ended up being the final destination anyway. But I do wonder, Anders, like, you got 2 Julies in that position. Do you maybe just hold the angles and wait for someone to push into you? I realize you might be concerned about a flash or maybe an incendiary or something landing by your feet, but it kind of gives the game away, doesn't it, if you start shooting off and give your position away?
Yeah, and it almost felt like they were stuck between two minds of that. Like they wanted to kind of both do it and fall back. It was a bit confusing here, and so is this. Flashes everywhere. Luchov's coming with 2 quick headshots. He finds a third. Belchinok goes down, and now Max is there to back it up. The 5-7s have wrecked PARIVISION. It's down to James to try and clutch this one. He is one of the scarier clutch players, in my opinion, so don't count him out yet. There's so much time on the clock, but DDT sees him. He knows there's no helmet on DDT, so even the Mac 10 there could have got the job done, but once again, it's Luchov back in the saddle and stomping on them in this round.
Well, he kicked off the first map in the pistol round, and he's going to go ahead and use the 5-7 in this one. Oh, they just were. It was a shooting gallery. Perfect positioning from 9Z, and that's a proper bruh moment if you're PARIVISION. Like, you've just walked into the Lion's Den, and you've not brought any kind of armor with you. You just got completely wrecked left and right. They got a couple rifles, but, I mean, you would think after a horrific first map, you finally win the pistol round. This is the time for PARIVISION to kind of style on 9Z a little bit. And yet here we are. They're up against it again, early doors.
Yeah. And, you know, in terms of, you know, shaking off the cobwebs and getting back into it, this is the kind of round that makes you think, man, what is it going to take for us to have even something like a good start here? Because that was it. You win the pistol, and it's all right there for you, but somehow they've kind of thrown it away here. Nota in the middle, and DDT, I think, yeah, you have to escape. You've got to keep running as well. Dangerous if you die right now. Good damage. Trying to pick up more players through the smoke, but a respectable opening for PARIVISION. Thanks to Nota finding that kill in the middle.
He's so aggressive, though. Max is already in the doors. Throws the smoke down, but there's a gap in there. And they're going to be looking into this one. Spray is good, but it's a 1-for-1. It's not going to be good enough for 9Z. They were hoping that Max could double or triple up on the kill tally at that point. Well-placed smoke and a well-timed smoke is going to force 9Z into an advantageous position, and they're moving into DGT. Oh, he saw ahead for sure. He knows they push cave.
Just going to say, this position for DGT is absolutely huge, isn't it? The closer he gets, the more dangerous. He just can't overcommit to it, but the timing might be good. They don't check him, and an easy spray down with the Galil. 2 of them dead already. 20 seconds, and Wazo Peak will pick up Nota. Sway, not much of a chance here, unfortunately. Can't find even the first kill, and that is huge for 9Z. Starting on this CT side and losing the pistol is kind of a bad omen, but then when you pick up the second round and then you keep on winning, now it's going to be back down to pistols here on the PARIVISION side of things. This is starting to look very grim, and they just really don't. I think we introduced PARIVISION saying if they play their A game, they're going to be the better team. Like they're the team that's supposed to win this one. They're playing really far from that A game at the moment.
Yeah, and then running into 9Z, who's playing close to their A game, I think, as well. I give a lot of credit across to their opposition. They are forcing a lot of these errors. They're really piling on the pressure. And I've got to say, like, not just from that last round where Zway's last man standing, it's very unlikely he gets too much out of it. Belchinok should be a goner hit. Indeed, he shall. But I've seen a couple of sprays now from Zway which have just looked so off. And he's a guy that has such good aim mechanically. So to see that, it makes me a bit concerned for him. I'm not sure if something's going on with him right now, but he's not playing to his optimal levels, I'll tell you that much.
It's so confusing, isn't it? They really are playing like a distressed team at the moment, like a team where multiple people aren't looking like themselves. Sway's supposed to be, you know, way more of an impact player. I would argue Belchinok, maybe not quite the same kind of hype from Sway, who did have that brief, you know, time and spirit and all the rest of it. But those are both players that a lot of people have been talking about as sort of an up-and-coming rifler. Here's something that's really happening, but you got to have an impact early on here. That's supposed to be where you can make a name for yourself, and we're not seeing that at the moment. Belchinok taking a lot of damage in the middle already. Trying to turn around for the flashbangs. More keep coming in, and that's just so frustrating. Waso Peak is going to be there to get the kill. Luchov on the follow-up. They finally get Silo, Silo gets a kill, but unfortunately, I don't think he gets more than that. There's 2 people on the CT side of the middle. Man with the AWP, and it's falling apart quickly for PARIVISION. Faster than we could even discuss it. They're just getting slaughtered trying to get towards this bomb site.
Nice shots from Man at the end with his double. But yeah, I mean, those flashes, you touched on it, right? There's like 3 or 4. It is so frustrating to be on the receiving end of that. because every time you want to press forward, there's a flash. You have to turn your back. You're stalled. You're stalled. You're stalled. You're constantly unable to fully like spread your wings and take off, and you just feel so claustrophobic, so stymied, so smothered by that. And it's so well played by 9Z. Like the protocols there for those flashes, it was just bang, bang, bang. There's nothing that PARIVISION could do about that, and they were just kept at arm's reach. You saw they're getting picked off from heaven, picked off from middle simultaneously. And if you go back to what we saw earlier when the Huns were playing this, at no point did they have this kind of systematic control over mid, and Spirit punished them so hard for it. So you just see the different levels here from 9Z. They're playing some really good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think that is, we should probably remember that, because at this rate, we're going to be talking a lot about what PARIVISION aren't doing, but I agree it is worth pointing out that 9Z are doing so many things correctly. Unfortunately, this round, it kind of blows up. That damage initially from DGT was awesome. Silo and Nota both almost died, so even if that had just been a 1-for-nothing trade, that would have been okay, I think. Unfortunately, it just keeps on falling apart here. Max coming in, he even can't find the headshot against James. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 3 people on sub 20 health there on the T side, and none of them die. That is a head-scratching round.
Well, that's glimpses of what an A sort of performance from PARIVISION can look like. Individually speaking, duel-wise, like they can land these shots. Sure, DGT being off on an island by himself in the alcove, maybe a bit of a head-scratcher. No real utility tossed in, no incendiaries or HEs onto elbow. When you know that the opposition is on low economy, is definitely an unfortunate decision, but 9Z, they'll try and shrug that one off if they can. Good confidence round for PARIVISION, also economy as well. Molly's down this time, both teams taking a little bit of chip damage, but now the peak comes in. Flashes again, though, are a problem, but this time Belchanok doesn't have to deal with Heaven, and that's a huge difference maker. Jello locks it down by himself.
And that's the other side of taking some of these mid-fights a lot on the CT side, which it is a benefit if you can, and you can sort of consistently keep the Ts back, but in theory, you don't have to. And if you're suddenly going to be running into a Belchanok and a Nota that are going to be opening up the middle like this, then you could decide to say, you know what, let's just let them have it, and we'll fight further back towards Donut and Red Room. It's going to give them some more options, but at the same time, dangerous to be walking into some of those players. It's about time as well. Like, this is the kind of PARIVISION I was expecting much, much earlier in this series. The firepower to kind of turn some of those rounds into something beautiful, that's what I want to see. Mayan gets shot down, straight headshot from Nota, and they only lose a single player. So from being very poor to being really rich now on the T side. What a turnaround. In 2 rounds, suddenly it looks like a different game.
Yeah, the CT economy is such a fickle mistress, as we've seen so many times over the years. There's 9Z finding out firsthand, and they've been prioritizing the AWPs, which is even more of a sting in the tail. But I do agree, I expected to see this PARIVISION, honestly, much earlier. I expected to see them in Inferno, and I think they themselves would have been a bit shell-shocked as to what the hell happened. You heard Dastan in the break speaking with Bank saying he wants to make the playoffs on home soil. Well, off the basis of that Inferno performance, that's not happening, Chief. However, we know they have gears, we know they have levels, but we need to see more of them shown here. It's actually a double stack in A main. That's not something you see too often, but it's because of their lack of economy. And Huazapeak has the only M4 in play.
Yeah, I like some risky plays like that in a round like this one. I think it's worth a try. Yeah, it seemed like the Astana was even saying that it would be a really emotional kind of situation if they could do that, and especially if they could win the whole thing somehow. Fully agree that the way that they've been playing today, that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Nice grenade on the Max, but again, it is possible. Like, it's not for nothing that we've said this is a dangerous team, and they've got something. There's a big flank coming in through T-spawn. Unfortunately, it might be too late. I feel like they're just on the precipice here, PARIVISION, of picking up this B bomb site, and yeah, they're checking for it. Belchanok's actually turned around. He's going to be running straight back into them. That's kind of wild. Now the bomb is down at the bottom. There's 45 seconds. It should still be fine, but it's a bit scary.
It's an awkward smoke. You want that to land on top of the mound, not at the bottom of it. And it's going to cost him. He had to go for some kind of play like that, though. He knew that he didn't have any cavalry. He's just trying to waste as much time as possible. I mean, there is still a way, if this pistol perched up on the Heaven side can get a kill or two, that they may run out of time. However, the kill onto Luchov is huge, and that should be the round falling into position. DGT tries he may with only 18 health through his name. He's going to lay down a couple more lives, but they'll be planting safe behind the pillar. And DGT is hoping for a massive calamity, a massive mistake from PARIVISION, but he decides better off that. Better to hold on to this AK into the next round where they can buy around it than throw this away. But James is waiting for him, stalks his prey, and will deliver. No survivors.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, though. I think it's the right choice for DGT to try and walk away, even if it didn't work out. That's what you want to be seeing. You're right about the smoke as well that was thrown out from Belchinok. If that lands at the top, it's going to be way more difficult for the T's to come back into it. And you could have seen how even buying 5 more seconds there could have really changed the round. So you just never know. PARIVISION with almost a stumble, almost a bit of a hiccup there. Nice flank coming in from the 9C side of things too. And they're back with the rifles now on the CT side of things, including Mayon on that AWP. But yeah, it's a tied-up game at the moment. PARIVISION, we just need to see a lot more out of them. This is their map pick, just to point out. I think Mirage is the closing map, if we can get there.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Yeah, this side of the map will be Mirage, which should also be a very interesting game. And I'm just glad, Anders, we finally have an actual go. We actually have a game on our hands.
I know.
After 3 super one-sided maps in a row, we actually have a match with 2 teams duking it out, exchanging big haymakers. And Yellow is constantly watching that Heaven play after they got destroyed by it earlier. 90 haven't really been able to push Luchov out there as of yet. So it's interesting to see these little adaptations coming in. However, DGT, accompanied by a flash, peers out and deals with Jane.
Oh, no, just thinking about it. So dangerous hiding in the smoke like that, but he walks through the perfect timing like he has it read perfectly. Doesn't matter. Oh, that's such a shame for Nota. You have to appreciate how well-timed it was. Walked through just as DGT was falling back, and then DGT comes back to take a look, and he probably shouldn't have been favored in that fight, but he still wins it somehow. Goes on to land a 3rd kill. He's 10-3, and he's pretty much won this round for his team. I don't think PARIVISION can get back into this unless 9C start to you know, push in and you know, try to give kills away. It's just not going to happen here.
So good to see DGT actually. That's a nice little bit of damage through the wooden panels, isn't it? But it's so good to see DGT actually like starting to have some level of impact that we know he's capable of, because his career was kind of in a bit of a weird spot. He played at 9Z, he then went across to Pain. I was one of the people that was super excited about that change because I thought he was one of 9Z's best players. I think it's safe to say his Pain journey wasn't a great one. He was in there for around 8 or so months before being loaned out back to 9Z again. And it was a bit sad because I think the guy, you know, is this incredible talent, Uruguayan, 24 years of age, this star rifle player, and it felt like maybe his career was just going to subside a little bit. So to see him still out here and actually going toe-to-toe with these players is really cool.
Yeah, I agree. I've always thought that he's a player with some potential, so nice to see him live up to some of that in this half. In the middle, taking the fight just as we're praising him. He wins 2 right there. Cello wants to catch him, but it's another headshot. Up to 13-3. They keep throwing bodies at him, and he keeps knocking them down. Shui now in the clutch. 1 versus 3 as he picks up the first one, gets the bomb planted. And let's see if he could do even more. DGT is very low, and I think they know that. Mayon is smoked off here. Very uncomfortable if you either have to stay and walk through, or you have to basically run back, which is going to give away all the audio cue. But I don't think he can wait for the smoke to fade. He kind of has to do something here, or it's going to be way too late in the round.
I almost feel like they've taken too much time already. Like, the bomb is so close to detonation. You have low DGT, and he's going to have to be taking the point because he's the rifle player. Molotov comes through, but it's going to do nothing to this angle. Second molly, he can sit between the 2 of them. It's a great shot from Mayon, though. I worried about their prospects into that round, but they proved me wrong. And Mayon, if he misses that shot, the round is done. But he stands with true resolve and delivers.
Yeah, that is so scary. I agree that it's very, very late. And he did actually have to, he had to commit to walking through the smoke, which in itself is a dangerous moment. If someone had been on the other side waiting for him, he's just dead and the round is probably over right then and there. But it doesn't work out that way. Timeout's been called, and 9C up to 6 rounds, and it's already looking pretty respectable. Obviously, a lot of this down to DGT winning so many fights in the middle right now. But it's getting 9C right back into the half, and PARIVISION, 4 rounds, it's really on the low side, isn't it, for T-side Ancient? You'd love to pick up at least 1 more.
Yeah, I think they'll be feeling the pinch a little bit here right now. I mean, just to kind of go alongside what you're saying there, Anders, as well, keep in mind, and this is against top-flight opposition, they have a 62% win rate on their Ancient T side. On their Ancient CT side, it's 47%. So again, it just kind of factors into what you're talking about, where you'd expect them to be a little bit better off at this stage.
Well, we're nearing the end of the half right now. Round number 11. Nota trying to get into the middle for a bit of a fight here. Scrappy weaponry on some of these players on the T side. Orb in the back with Mayan and a double push coming in towards the ramp. This is dangerous to the T side. You can see why. If you try to swing to punish one of those M4s that's pushing down the ramp, Mayan is going to be there covering the back. It's some fairly basic stuff when it comes to the tactical side of it, but it works out perfectly. Jame hoping for a timing shot that he's not going to get, and they've lost so much map control here at PARIVISION. If you commit to the B-bomb site now, it feels like you're telegraphing your play, and if you have to go back and check the middle, which is what Jame is doing, it's so much time off the clock, and this is the other danger. So you really are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
And it's gone from bad to worse. And they're going to be slow peeking into the AWP of Mayan. Even if he doesn't land the shot, he's able to back away. And with all of these players around him, they can start to swoop in. Even if they concede a bomb plant here, it really doesn't matter. Because, I mean, the round is going their way. And they don't even get the bomb plant. That's denied from them. MongolZ cruising to a 7-4 half. After what looked like maybe they'd thrown their opportunity away. PARIVISION pick up the pistol. Second round is super scrappy. We had that 3-round burst from PARIVISION where we thought, okay, this is where they take over the half. They're going to put this at like an 8-4 score. No, it isn't. 19 step back up, and they're really delivering. I'm very impressed with how they're playing the CT side.
It's great work, and it's the resolve as well of GDT, because we talked about how much PARIVISION was winning the mid-fights early on. Belchanok, I think, had a couple of rounds with openings in there, and that seemed like it was going to change the dynamic of the game. But then DGT decided, I am not going to let that go unpunished, and he certainly had a couple of multi-round kills in there. Really good stuff. It's going to be round number 12. Oh, through the smoke. Speaking of which, he's almost killed 3. They're so low, trying to get in towards Donut, but what is even the point, it feels like? They're just a bullet away from death, especially with the AWP, no question. 5-7s come out instead. They're trying to really get on and get the bomb planted here, but DGT will not let them have any peace. Another triple kill. He's up to 16. It was Luchov on map number 1, and it's DGT for map number 2, taking over and having a crazy performance individually, pushing PARIVISION out of the half, it feels like.
And in some ways, Anders, and maybe this is a bit of a hot take, I'm even more impressed with DGT's half than I am Luchov. Because Luchov was very static, and I'm not saying that he didn't play well. He played amazingly well. Flawlessly, in fact. But how often was Luchov sat in one turret position on B as everyone ran into him? And yes, his aim was on point. DGT has been omnipresent. He's been so aggressive. He's been wrapping around the back of Heaven. He's been pushing through Donut into middle, taking control of these rounds, and really like just putting down his authority. Those triple kills in mid, time and time again, he is just the difference maker. And so I've been so impressed with DGT's half, like 2 incredible individual performances. And PARIVISION, their backs are against the wall now, Anders. Like, there is a very real possibility that MongolZ might 2-0 this series and put PARIVISION down in the 0-1 bracket alongside other teams like Aurora, by the way. Can you imagine that on day 1?
Yes, the fact that Aurora lost that game as well is kind of wild. But PARIVISION going down there too would definitely be shocking news. But I am glad you brought up the way that DGT's been playing, because I think you're absolutely right. I think it's worth highlighting the idea that he's not just been statically fighting somewhere. He's very, very aggressive in finding new battles and new openings. Hard to deal with. Second half is here, ladies and gentlemen. It is now PARIVISION on the CT side and 9C on the T side of Ancient. Second map of this series, with the first map going in heavily favored there towards 9C. It was 13-6 victory with an outrageous performance by Luchov. Double ace on the first half, even 27 kills I think on the first half. It was outrageous, and now it's DGT trying to take over that role as they're on the T side now.
Yes, sir. A 10-2 half for Inferno. Proved to be a bridge too far for PARIVISION. They've got a little bit more wiggle room this time as they move across to the CT side. They have already spotted one, and that draws out a smoke instantly. Still a ton of time on the clock, and no mid control as it stands. Belchanok is in donut. So, I mean, 9Z have all the decisions at their disposal. Flashbang comes through, but it's a little bit flubbed. It actually landed on that first player, so Zello couldn't fully commit to it, but still gets his man all the same.
Yeah, counter flash coming out. It's a really nice idea, but it's unfortunately a little bit too late. They'd already lost a ton of players before they decided to fight back. I think 9C could have made the call there to be more passive after that flashbang and just said, okay, that's fine. With so much time, we don't really have to re-engage. But wait a minute, PARIVISION, they might be throwing it away. This is a 2-on-4, now turned into a 2-on-2. The bomb is trying to make its escape, and if they can get there, all they have to do is fight Belchanok. He's got the dualies, yes, but he's also got 21 health, and he's out now. This is so scary. Down to 10. They actually did tag him there, so the bomb is going to be planted, and I think now the advantage is actually with 9C. This is a calamity for PARIVISION.
They have a smoke as well, so they've drawn out Donut. And they know the bullets are coming from Donut, so now they know that Nota is in Donut and the last player. Plus there's no nades, plus there's no kit. A 4v2. The 9Z are on the brink of taking, and they will nail it down with DGT picking up a triple. And if it wasn't bad enough, PARIVISION's back has just been broken.
Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, people in the chat are worried about Max's back because apparently his posture is not good enough. But who cares? They are winning. So yeah, he'll have to sacrifice his spine, unfortunately, but that doesn't change. They are still they're still winning this one. DGT keeps on going. It's outrageous. But I mean, that's one side of the coin, right? The other side of the coin is unfortunately PARIVISION throwing away rounds that just it shouldn't be possible, it feels like.
A team of PARIVISION's capabilities and stature and what we saw from them a couple of months ago, like going into the early aspects of 2026, yeah, I mean, it's kind of remarkable in all the wrong ways of what we're witnessing right now. Like, 9Z have been great, take nothing away from their performance, but, like, where is Sway? Where is Belchanok? In both maps, these guys have been completely absent.
Yeah. That is very fair. MP7, as they are looking for a bomb plant and finding it. And there's nothing you really could do in a round like this one, unfortunately. There's no secret strat, no wild stack or anything like that. No funny flashbangs. It's just a really quick round. Putting 9C at 10 and putting DDT at 21-3. I don't know what's happening today. We've had some very one-sided games in different ways. This one is going to be different now on the second map, but in this case, it's DDT who's trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
It really sets things up interestingly, doesn't it? Like for what's going to happen at the major as well. Like you could throw this out as, you know, a jittery first map, first match, whatever. But it does put a lot of question marks what happens at Cologne. These flashes are so good as Lutrov picks up 2, and there's the return fire from Quazapeak. So suddenly just 2 players remain for PARIVISION on the precipice of being broken once again, with 9Z moving into an 11-4, but Max has had a DC. And we've already had damage, so they have to play this round out.
Yeah, that's wild. Cello, though, he's still in a lot of trouble here. It might not make a difference, even if the server gods are coming for 9C. It just, that even doesn't matter. That's not enough of a help. Oh, DC's in spawn. But just to recap, that was the double setup in T-spawn with Mayan and Max both throwing flashes over to make sure that they can convert that fight. The flashes just never stop coming. That actually would be a cool round to watch from like a bird's eye view, just seeing the flashes falling over from T-spawn, because you could see how PARIVISION was struggling to even find anything like a fair fight in there. And that's the whole point of the flashbangs. You want to make it a really unfair fight if you can. Jame realizing, not winnable, not worth it. It's going to be 9C at 11 rounds.
Incredible, remarkable story here from 9Z as well. Like, haven't played a European tournament since Rotterdam 7 weeks ago. Before then, it had been multiple months since they played any Europeans and any NA teams. It's all been domestic matchups against South Americans, which for the most part they win, but they have had a couple of noticeable losses against Legacy a couple of weeks ago as well. So coming into this event, most people probably thought 9Z weren't even in the equation for making playoffs. They were probably like a 1-3 team, maybe a 2-3 team, and yet they have just put PARIVISION in their backpack, and they are just walking away with this game, and they're just picking up pace as time goes on. They have completely and utterly outmatched PARIVISION in every single facet, whether it's fragging department, strategical play, everything across the board has been in 9Z's favor. It's honestly staggering to me, and is what I'm watching. Like, I know that PARIVISION has struggled lately. Dastan talked about how they've lost a lot in their practices, but I genuinely thought that we would see a much better looking PARIVISION coming into this event.
We're talking about a PARIVISION team as well that actually fought their way through online Counter-Strike last year and had to really scrap their way to find the VRS points to try and get more, invites. And then once they did that, that still worked. They had these totally inexperienced players that had to, online Counter-Strike is one thing, but then you put them on LAN, you think that's not going to work out, or maybe it wouldn't. But then it actually did, and they still look very strong. And somehow it's just like it's kind of fallen out of their hands, just like they're like sand, just slipping through their fingers at the moment. It's unbelievable because it's not that long ago that they were a much scarier team, and I don't know what's happened in the meantime, but it doesn't feel like they're able to hold on to any of that strength at the moment. That's again on the one side. Do want to give a lot of credit to 9Z, who, more than anything else, exploit every weakness. Every time there's a hiccup, every time they stumble on the PARIVISION side, 9Z are right there to pick it up. And that's really important. That's, that you have to do that. They haven't let go of many opportunities here, 9Z, to make sure that they're there. So studying in the middle of the game, looking over the last couple of notes here on a piece of paper, man, this is, I agree, like it's very, very hard to understand what is happening to a team like PARIVISION in this moment.
I swear there is like some crazy like major buff when it comes to South American teams. Like, how often do we go into a major and it's like, well, Legacy or Red Canids or any of these kind of teams, like nothing's going to happen. They're not going to do anything, and then they just go on like this crazy streak and they end up going to like stage 3 or whatever. 9Z hotting up where it really, really matters. Right, Max is back on the server, so we're ready to go. Tons of utility. They're going to push through the Molotov. 2 players strong. Flashes aplenty. And a leaping Nota alongside his teammate Do Best Max. It's at great cost, though, and they're now going to try and make the most of it onto the A site.
Very important kill for Belchinok. Oh, that's a good decision. Back around the corner. You really don't want to be sticking around there. So, nicely played. And he's going to pick up Luchov as well. So the bomb is on the site, but there's not enough cover to easily get the bomb planted, and he's going to get flanked by James. Very nice round. I think the big decision there was Belchinok not sticking around to fight with the FAMAS on the first go-around. I just don't think it's ever going to be worth it. So, well done. STGC against 5. He does have a 23 and 3 scoreline, but even that is too much. He can't win the 1v5, and he should never have been able to either. So good work, Belchinok. Love to see that.
There's only so much one man can do, and he has reached his limit. It's a bit of a weird economic situation as well, actually, for 9Z, because they have 2 players around sort of $10,000, and the rest of them have barely anything. So I'd imagine they can probably juggle around a few weapons here and get another buy into effect. Not to give this too easily across the PARIVISION. Do love the aggression, though, from PARIVISION in that last round. Ignoring the incendiaries, taking control of the situation. I need to see more of that.
Yeah, they might as well. I feel like, you're all in at this stage. You're running out of time to try and correct the problem here. So, yeah, a little bit desperate perhaps, but at the same time, if it works, then why not let some of these guys off the leash on the PARIVISION side? There's no question they have the mechanics to take the fight to 9Z, but they just don't have the confidence at the moment. Max taking a bit of damage at the start, so is Cello. Nota trying to creep in here, and he's got Belchinok right behind him. Molotov, ooh, okay, I think it's meant to go further back behind the corner, but it doesn't matter. DDT, it's enough to push Nota back and get the kill on him, so that's a great opening.
It's a good opening, but can they build behind it? There is a real lack of utility across the rest of the CTs, though. That is a concern. Zwei tries to get aggressive, and that's oftentimes what ends up happening. You're at a low utility count. You have to try and make plays out of nothing. Zwei hammered through the wall. 40 seconds left on the clock, though. 9Z going to have to start to make decisions, and it looks like the final destination of this round will be the B site, but all the remaining players, all 9, are going to be congregating on this position as we're about to see some battle commence.
Almost no utility on the CT side, so it's going to be down to the raw mechanics here. 20 seconds on the clock as well, and you're right, the entire map is just shrunk to this B-bomb side at the moment. 15 seconds, Wasno Peak opens, he keeps it going, and Max now chimes in. Zwei's going to be here, but there's nothing he could have done. They don't get a single kill trying to defend this bomb site. That's just wild to imagine. They needed something more there, but it's not going to be possible, and PARIVISION now, they need 7 in a row to try and get this one back into OT. Otherwise, it's going to be a lost cause. 9C and 12 looking to take this in a 2-0 fashion.
This would be unbelievable for me if they actually end up taking this 13-5. And of course, there is every chance that PARIVISION make a bit of a comeback here. But keep in mind, the least amount of rounds they've picked up previously was 9 against the Mongols. And they've always hit double digits apart from that against tier 1 opposition like Na'Vi, Vitality, Falcons. So that's just to show how insanely one-sided this would be. And Max nearly gets 2.
Oh, team damage, actually. DDT, though, pushed into the bomb site. James, a little bit forward. Mayan the one to go down. Let's see if DDT wants to fight him, if he's got the confidence still to try and do it. James is hovering around this position, and there's some backup there, so Nota just in time, falling back from the cave. Luchov, though, I don't think you're expecting him to be here, so if they could get Wasno Peak a bit closer, weirdly, this is still a winnable round. I think James is almost automatically dead if he repeaks this one. I can't see how he could have seen this. There's Wasno Peak. James still finds it. I'm wrong about that. What a great shot. That must have been very hard for James to actually find this one. 50 seconds on the clock now, and Wasno Peak in a 1 versus 2. He takes the first one, and now it's Belchenok sneaking in. Every advantage in his favor. Wasno Peak has got no idea. He's got the bomb picked up in 40 seconds. Wait, no way. Is he going to go back to the A bomb side? He's got time for it. That would reset the advantage that Belchenok had, but it seems like he's coming back up the ramp and right into the fight. Belchenok takes him down. That got way scarier than he needed to be in that round.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head at every given turn there of what the thought processes were. You could see the cogs turning in the collective mind of 9Z. But PARIVISION just holding on by the thinnest of margins. Belchenok fortunately gets the upper hand in that duel. But Wasno Peak making a real go of it. Well played by Belchenok. He's been quiet so far, but now starting to come alive. Better late than never, but there's still 6 more match points in favor of 9Z. Their money, not great. Dropping down to a couple of Galils. Not too much in terms of utility. Good nade damages. The shrapnel bedding itself into the knees of Luchov, he is boosted up for the time being. That may get seen. DGT in the meanwhile, though, is going to get pressured into with that MP9, and it is going to be Zello that picks him off. That puts way more pressure down to Max, who's kind of just stuck between 2 sides of CTs, and Nota will deal fatal damage to him.
Again, more CT aggression. That works out very well for PARIVISION. You have to appreciate that. Although it is scary. I mean, both Nota and Zello there, you can see they're low enough on health that it could have gone a different way. But 9C... the runway's so far for them. They have so many rounds that they can kind of throw away here before it starts to become a problem. And you got to wonder, they could even make the choice to save, even though it's a bit boring for the audience point of view. It's not crazy to say, we're not going to have really any money in the next round. We've got 3 rifles. Let's just kind of leave it at that. Zello goes down 40 seconds. And it seems like they've already kind of made the choice to just stand still here. So not the most exciting, but I can appreciate it.
Oh, it's 100% the correct decision, right? Because their money's garbage. You know, you lose another couple weapons. You have almost nothing to play with in the next round. You want to make PARIVISION struggle and really hate every second of every single round. Just keep that pressure applied as long as you possibly can. So 100% the correct decision. Keeping 2 AKs and a Glil in play and a ton of grenades alongside it as well.
Yeah.
And then you run it back into the next one.
Is 27-6 the scoreline that Luchov had in the first half of Inferno? Was that like something like that? I don't know if it was quite... It's just so wild to imagine what he did. But DGT is you know, taking him a little bit longer, but he's on that same track at the moment. I don't know how you can even explain that. I don't think that's the only thing that PARIVISION can offer up to kind of justify what's happening here, but it is kind of impressive that they got these two players that have just shown up at a massive level. 12-7 now, and let's see what happens.
Right, I was about to start molding, and I don't have much hair left, because I saw DGT pick up a Tech 9 and Luchov had the AK. I'm like, give that man the AK. Feed the hot hand, please. And he did. However, DGT, speaking of hot, he's been burnt to a crisp. He chooses the A4 bullet over the fire. Fair enough. I'll do the same thing myself. But Huazo Peak comes back through with a beautiful headshot and opens up business through Donut.
And that's worth it. Even if DGT dies, they're getting the trade kill. You'll take that. Forces the CTs now to move around quite a bit more. Jame back here has to settle on a position. Huazo Peak. Oh, he almost doesn't look the right way. I don't know what he was worried about there, because he did have a player in the middle behind him. Not anymore, but the first time around, he could have got himself killed. Is there going to be some kind of pressure from Max over at the B bomb site? No, they're going to bring the bomb back instead. I thought maybe Max would try and take a fight to B. Oh, Cello, that's a great timing. And Huazo Peak goes down, but more importantly, they see that he's making his way up to that you know, that plateau position, and that means they've got a good read. You can see PARIVISION reacting very quickly. They realized the movement here that was coming in.
Molotov is good. Oh, it's not. It lands too high. Detonates in midair. I was going to say it's good to fend off these CTs, but because it hasn't landed properly, they have to send one pair of eyes or two to go and deal with that, and they're going to go down alongside it. Oh, the Molotov could have made a big difference as it stands, though. Luchov, in a 1-on-3 on low HP, has been put down with authority. The plant, though, gives them a couple of options, but it just goes to show at this level of CS, you can't afford to miss the basic utility. It's going to cost you dearly.
Yeah, unfortunately, that forces them into a fight that they would have rather had after the bomb was planted, and it just didn't work out. Well, then. 8-12. Belchernot getting some good sprays here, kind of making that part work. They even get to steal a couple of AKs on the CT side, and they got the AWP back on Jame. So the money doesn't really matter for the CT side as much, obviously, because they lose a round and they lose the series. But getting the better rifles definitely important. Here we go, round number 21, and let's see if 9C can find a way to punch through. Oh, it's the Luchov Tech 9 in the middle, a double kill with the flash from Max opening up. PARIVISION again wanted to be aggressive. We've been praising them and saying that's a good thing on the CT side. It's been working out, but now it's blown up in their faces to leave Jame to push into the Molotov just to try and find a kill at all. DGT finds his 28th kill of the map, and now Jame desperate to try and find more, but he's overpeaked it this time. He kind of had to. Shui goes down. It's DGT with 29 kills, but more importantly, it's PARIVISION falling to 9C in both the opening maps. It was a 13-6 loss on Inferno, and now on this one, Ancient, they end up crumbling as well. Unbelievable scenes here. A 13-8 victory.
Our second proper upset of the day, I think it's safe to say, after Aurora went 2-0 down to Heroic. Now we have PARIVISION tasting that very same scoreline. And both maps, realistically, were pretty one-sided in favor of 9Z. Two huge Herculean individual efforts from Luchov over on Inferno, and now DGT with a fantastic, phenomenal performance of his own on Ancient. PARIVISION down into the 0-1 bracket. And if you'd have asked me coming into this game, Anders, I mean, we both said it should be closer than Spirit versus the Huns.
Sure, yeah.
We expected it to be a 3-mapper. I never thought this would go 2-0 in favor of 9Z.
No, that was not, didn't seem like an option for me either. Again, I think we did say, well, PARIVISION don't look quite like themselves, but if they play closer to the real level, this should be should be a comfortable game for them. What turned out was quite the opposite. It looked like maybe even more of a departure from the PARIVISION, A level that we remember pretty recently. And then on the other hand of it, it's matched by 9C showing up with some really impressive individual performances, but also good I would say, discipline and just good communication on their side, and overall just looking like a much more well-rounded team. Really great stuff. They're 134 ADR on DDT. Him and Luchov, just what a couple of individual performances there. A lot of credit to those guys, but I think it was more than that. It was the team as a whole that played well. So really cool to see INC do this. I'm so excited.
Yeah, a lot of questionable calling on Inferno, especially from James, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Inferno was difficult to watch at times. Ancient, I think, was a better performance from like the calling front.
Sure.
But the problem is that some of their big pieces just went missing. Zwei comes out of this series with like a 0.5 rating. He comes out of it with 50 ADR on both maps combined. Like, it's just so rough to see a player of his stature and capabilities dropping off that hard. Belchanok wasn't much better off either.
Nope.
The two of them started like 0-7 on Inferno and never really picked up the gas. So that's a problem if you're PARIVISION. Like, I get people are going to be focusing on James because of the memes and because he's the IGL and because he's the Open. Realistically, he does factor a lot of the strategies around himself. But at the same time, he needs those pieces to be delivering. If they aren't, they're going to be in real trouble, as we saw today.
Yeah, I don't even know how to fully sort of explain Belchanok and Zwei going missing that hard, but it's not the first time that we've seen it either. And unfortunately, you know, I think the stance already said that post-major there are going to be some real changes to this team if things don't look up, and it seems like that's almost locked in at this stage. Like, what else can they really do? Unfortunately, they still have to play the major, you know, going into it like this. So it is really, really disappointing, unfortunately. Going back to Inferno, like you said, questionable calling coming out for a team called PARIVISION. They were totally blind to that A bomb site in the first half of that map, and that's just devastating. Yeah, a really weird day, but great for 9C. I really appreciate it. The Huns, they got hit and shut down really hard by Spirit, of course, which we kind of did expect. I do believe that over on the A stream, the Monte and FURIA game is still going live over there, somewhere in the second map about to start, I believe. So that's something that you guys obviously have to check out. Don't miss out on that stuff. But today here for the B stream, it's been real. You guys have been remarkably sane in the chat. I must say, I'm not used to that level of like, people have been very calm. There's been, you know, minimal crazy raging, maybe a little bit towards the end here, but yeah, shout out to you guys for hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow doing even more work here on the B stream, and go check out the A stream at the same time. Vince, any last words from you?
It's been a pleasure as always, Anders. A big shock, big surprise, and I think we'll see many more over the upcoming days.
Well, that's beautiful. We'll leave it at that, and then we'll send you guys to the other stream, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.